Live? Is this already live now? Or okay, great. All right. So good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Thompson, Deputy Mayor and City Councillor. I am the chair of the Economic and Community Development Committee. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I would like to call meeting number 31 to order. This is our final meeting of this term of council. Today's meeting is actually being held with members of council and city staff participating both by video conference and in person at City Hall in the council chamber. I want to just also acknowledge and recognize and welcome the newest addition to our our committee membership, and that is Councillor Joe Mihavoc, who is no stranger to this chamber. Councillor Mihavoc, welcome to the committee. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for the welcome, and I appreciate the standing ovation by the crowds of people.
Absolutely,
they're here. It's a changed environment. It's a very different environment here.
Indeed.
Thank you.
City Hall is once again open to the public, and anyone is welcome to attend the meetings here in the council chamber at City Hall today. The public may continue to participate electronically by video conference. This meeting is being live streamed online on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. The list of speakers can be viewed online visiting the Economic and Community Development Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box in order to see the names of those who are speaking today. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call, or the clerk to call your name. I will ask the speakers to speak in order of the list as the list is provided and as their name appears online. Some members will be speaking in person and others may be online. I ask, again, as we continue to do this, we ask for the patience of everyone. We could potentially experience some delays and or technical problems during this meeting, and I just want to forewarn everyone that that is a potential possibility. The city clerk has provided all agenda material on toronto.ca/council and CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff will be available to members in the chamber and remotely if you need help with your respective devices. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure that they keep their videos on and to raise their hands or to indicate their votes. Members, this is a paperless office, although I have several pieces of paper in front of me. I just want to acknowledge that, and I want to remind you that you must still submit and approve your motions by email to the clerks, the staff. Staff are in fact available to you at ecdc@toronto.ca to help with any motions that you may wish to put forward. All right. Although we are meeting in different locations and meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land that we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississauga of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississauga of the Credit. Members, are there any declaration of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? I'm just looking at the screen and I'm looking in the chamber. I see no raise of hands or no indication that there is such. All right, so we will proceed. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes of our meeting on April 28th? Councillor Lai, I see your hand up. The motion is on the screen. I saw it rather quickly there, Mr. Clerk. And so all those in favor? Oppose? Thank you. Okay, that item carries. All right. Members, we have a number of items, but before we begin the agenda, I'd like to rule on an item that is on the agenda, and that is EC 31-1, which is Toronto Significant Events Investment Program Application, Assessment for Just for Laughs Toronto Festival. This was originally placed on our agenda, the May 30th agenda, which we did not get to because we were not able to host that meeting. We had some challenges with quorum then. So May 30th, 2022, the Economic ECDC agenda, the meeting was subsequently canceled, as I'm indicated, as a result of quorum. Therefore, as a result, the item EC 31-1, Just for Laughs Toronto Festival, was then moved to the June 6th Executive Committee meeting, and then a decision was held and made at the June 15-16 meeting of Council. As such, I'm ruling that this item is now redundant on today's agenda, and the clerk will mark it as withdrawn from consideration. With that, I'd like to proceed with the remaining items on our agenda for today. We have started with new business, Mr. Clerk. We have a couple of items. There's the IMET report, I believe. And so, members, I'd like to ask that we move to add that particular item to our agenda for discussion today. I'll just wait for you to put that up. Okay, thank you. Again, we'll just, yeah. All right, so members, the item is actually on the agenda. It's EC 31-1. You'll add to the 32, is it? Well, it's 30, yeah. So it's the application to the Imagination, Manufacturing, Innovation, and Technology Property Tax Incentive Program. All those in favor in adding this particular item to the agenda? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. And then we have the other item from the mayor's office, which is the one that Councillor Lai had referenced. And let me just ask you to put that on the screen, please. That is the anti-Asian racism. This is a report from the mayor's roundtable on anti-Asian racism. That item is here for us to deal with as part of new business. So I'd like to move a motion to add this particular item to the agenda. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. This item has been added to the agenda. All right. Members, I'm proposing that we close the speakers list at 10 o'clock this morning. And so for those who have not had an opportunity to put their name forward to speak on an item, that we will keep the availability until 10 a.m. and we'll close the speakers list at that particular point in time. So the motion is that Economic and Community Development Committee set the following rules for this meeting. One, the speakers who have not pre-registered to be allowed to register to speak until 10 a.m. July 6, 2022, after which no further registration is allowed and the speaker list will be closed. Members, all those in favor?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Chair, if I could just before we vote on that, that is one thing that I'm missing. I'm paperless and I'm not upstairs in the chambers as of yet. But I don't see the list of speakers attached to the agenda. I'm wondering if clerks can direct me where I'd see it.
It's online at CMP. Are you able to?
Well, I'm
on the public site, it's both CMP and the public site. Are you able to see it, Councillor Carroll?
No.
Okay.
Where will I find it on CMP?
So 1 second, please, Councillor Carroll. Maybe I'll just ask the clerk to respond. Okay. Or our tech staff here.
Mr. Chair, you can find the speakers list on the public agenda. So if you go to toronto.ca/council, maybe just reload the page. There should be a speakers button up at the top of the agenda.
On which? On CMP or on the general website?
On the public site.
On the public website.
Thank you.
Well, I'll try refreshing because that speakers button that usually appears there is not there. So I don't know if that, I'm concerned that that means the public can't see it.
Well, thank you very much for that, Councillor Carroll.
Okay,
We will,
okay, it is there. Thank
there?
you, Matthew. I just did a refresh and it's there now. So
Okay.
I would assume that the public could do the same thing and they would see the list of speakers.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you,
Thank
Councillor
you.
Carroll. That's very helpful. That's very helpful. Thank you. All right, members, we have, as I said, an action-packed agenda since we did not have our meeting last month. And so we have to add those items to this final meeting, plus, one second, sorry. Yes, we will. Yes, we will. Now that we've got that clarified, so I just wanted to remind everybody we need to be really, really crisp and focused in order to ensure that we can get through. So, members, and Councillor Carroll, we now need to vote on the motion, which is to close the agenda, the speaker list at 10 a.m. All those in favor? Just looking at the screen, Council Chamber. All right, so that carries. Thank you very much. All right, so we have a number of presentations, and I just want to remind everyone, each of the presentation will have approximately 10 minutes, and of course, if presenters don't need to use that amount of time, certainly we would appreciate that. Am I right, Councillor Mahavik? Yes, you would. Okay, let's do the rundown of the agenda, run through the agenda. All right, so we have already dispensed with EC 31.1, so that is no longer part of our agenda. The next item is EC 31.2, changes to the Fairbanks Village Business Improvement Area Board of Management. What say you, members? Okay, Councillor Mahavik is moving the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much, Councillor Mahavik. The next item is EC 31.3, support for Toronto's business improvement areas to create a pollinator habitat. Okay, thank you very much. Yes. Yes, Councillor Mahavik is moving the staff recommendation, which is to receive the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. The next item is EC 31.4, report on outstanding noise directives. We're going to hold that item. There are a number of speakers on the item. The next item is EC 31.5, updates on Chapter 349, animals. We're going to hold that item. There are a number of speakers on that item also. The next item is EC 31.6, implementing centralized intake for social assistance in Toronto. What say you, members? Okay.
Hold, please. Can I hold that, please?
Councillor
Mr.
Lai
Chair.
wishes to hold. Okay, let me just put your name here, Councillor Lai. Thank you. The next item is EC 31.7, review of an enhanced emergency cooling center system. We're going to hold for presentation by staff. The next item is EC 31.8, update on Canada-wide early learning and childcare agreement for Ontario. We're going to hold that item. We have speakers. The next item is EC 31.9, a status report on audit recommendations, open doors to stable housing. What say you, members?
Can I hold that for a quick question?
Okay, Councillor Carroll is holding that.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
And members, may I just say that I understand that staff from Toronto Community Housing will be in attendance later on this afternoon. So, Councillor Carroll, I will just let you know that this matter will be dealt with much later in the afternoon. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
我放個
Councillor Lai, I wonder if you just mute your mic, please. Thank you. Just remind members just to mute their microphones when they're not speaking, please. Thank you. EC 3110, amendments to the non-competitive blanket contract number 4702-3417 with our couriers for the provision of courier services for the distribution and transportation of vaccines and non-medical supplies for Toronto Public Health. What say you, members? All right, Councillor Mihalik is moving the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's
Yep.
carried. Thank you. Next item is EC 3111, amendments to contract number 47022-988, issued to Ecotex Healthcare Linen Service LLP for the provision of laundry services to Toronto paramedics. What say you, members?
You can move the
that,
staff
yeah.
recommendations.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. We're moving the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. The next item is EC 3112, update to Municipal Code Chapter 19, Business Improvement Area. There is and just for the clerk, there is consideration with this item with, I believe, 15 and 15 with 12, right? So, all right, so Councillor Mihalik, if we could just perhaps deal with both same members, I'm just going to just vary the procedures and just jump ahead to 15 and I'll come back and then we will follow the flow in terms of the process. So, members, I'm presuming you had a chance to take a look at 15 because we're going to deal with both of them together. It's in your ward. It's in Councillor Mihalik's ward, and so Councillor Mihalik is moving EC 3112. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And then we will also move to 15 and just deal with this as we have been asked to consider them jointly as part of the approval process. EC 3115, Toronto Downtown West Business Improvement Area Expansion Poll results. Councillor Mihalik is moving approval. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Those two items have been dispensed with. Our next item is EC 3113, changes to the Eglinton Way Business Improvement Area Board of Management. What say you, members?
So moved. Staff
Okay.
recommendation.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much. Councillor Lai is moving the items. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. All right, EC 3114, authority to receive funding from Metrolinx for Eglinton business improvement areas and introduction of a new transit expansion, construction, mitigation grant program. I'm going to hold that one just because I have a question for Ms. Blackman, and we'll hold that in my name.
Okay.
But this is really good news, by the way, members. If you read the report,
Yes,
it's
take the money.
Yes, yes, but we need more. We need more of it, and so, and I want to thank the staff for the great work that they've done there. All right, so members, we are now moving over to EC 3116. We had dispensed with 15, and this is an update on the Toronto Caribbean Carnival. This item is going to be held until in the afternoon and after we resume at around 2:30. So I'm just going to hold there because we have a presentation. Additionally, we will also be looking at EC 3117 this afternoon, the Exhibition Place 2022 to 2026 Strategic Plan Presentation. So we'll hold that down. There'll be presentation by the CEO and staff from Exhibition Place. I think it's important for us to learn about what they're doing there. EC 3118, Economic Development and Cultural Division Quarterly Update Presentation. We'll hold that down as well for presentation. All right, we are now moving to EC 3119, Economic Development and Cultural Division Strategic Directions 2022-2023. It's a report from the interim general manager. There are recommendations. What say you, members?
You can move the staff recommendation.
Okay, so I heard Councillor Mihalik first, Councillor Carroll, but I'll give you the next one if that's okay.
Sure.
We will move the item EC 3119, Economic Development and Cultural Division Strategic Directions for 2023. And Councillor Mihalik is moving it. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. All right, moving right along, EC 3120, Los Angeles Mission 2022. What say you, members?
We can move the receipt of this good news.
Absolutely. And I was on that trip, so I can validate it, that it was extremely good news and led by the mayor, and his leadership has just been amazing regarding this sector. Okay, all those in favor, oppose, that's carried, thank you. The next item is EC 3121, Downtown East Action Plan, Implementation Progress and Next Step. I will hold that item. It is listed as an item for presentation. The next item is EC 3122, Youth Recreation Service Action Plan, responding to local needs in the Rustic neighborhood. What say you members?
Move adoption?
It's here for receipt, so it's here for information, so all.
Yeah.
That's Councilor Carroll, right? It's moving? Okay, thank
Yep.
you, Councilor Carroll. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Members, my neck's getting a real workout because Councilor Mahavic's on my right, the screen's on my left to be able to see everyone, so I'm feeling really good. I didn't know to go to the gym this morning, although I did go last night, if you care. No, it's fine. No, please, I know, please stay on my right. I love you being on my right. Thank you, Councilor Mahavic. EC 3123, Advancing Reconciliation, Equity, and Inclusion, reimagining a new future for Toronto's history museums. Absolutely. Councilor Mahavic is holding, and just put your name on this, Councilor Mahavic. Thank you. All right, EC 3124, Authority to negotiate and enter into a donation and licensing agreement for a new waterfront public art trail. We'll hold that item for presentation. We're going to have a number of presentations, members, later on this afternoon, so just want to make sure that you have your coffee ready and chocolate bars and other things that you may need. So the next item is EC 3125, Amendment to Blanket Contract Number 4702 4246 with Safedesign Apparel Limited for the supply and delivery of station wear for Toronto Fire Services. What say you, members?
Move adoption?
Okay, Councillor Carroll is moving the item. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you. The next item is EC 3126, Social Procurement Update in Contract with Innotex Incorporated for provision for firefighters' structural bunker suits. What say you, members?
Move for for adoption, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I heard Councillor Mahavic first, and so I'll ask Councillor Mahavic to move it. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. The next item is EC 3127, non-competitive contract with Louise, Kool, and Galt Limited for the provision of supply and of ergonomically safe cots and storage dollies. What say you, members?
I'll move adoption.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Carroll, all those in favor?
You gotta be able to stack them, so it's still non-competitive. You gotta be able to stack those cots.
Yes. Kids need a place to sleep. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. All right, members, moving right along, EC 3128, Toronto Music Advisory Committee Actions and Accomplishments for 2019-2022. What say you, members?
Move for adoption.
Okay, Councillor Lai is moving the item. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. All right, next item is EC 3129, Toronto Film, Television, Digital Media Board, Actions and Accomplishments for the year 2019 and 2022. What say you, members?
I'll move adoption.
Councillor Mahavic is
I
moving.
wish there was time for presentations, but we have a loaded agenda, but this is a great report. I hope people had time to read it.
Yes, indeed, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Mahavic is moving the items. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you. All right, next item is EC 3130, Toronto Francophone Affairs Advisory Committee, End of Term Report. What say you, members?
Move adoption, please, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor Lai is moving the item. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you very much. The next item is EC 3131, Toronto Newcomer Strategy, Toronto Francophone Affairs Advisory Committee. What say you, members? Okay, Councillor Mahavik is moving the recommendation. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All right, so we've got two. All right, so we have the two additional items, members. We have the IMET report. I don't know if you've had enough time to review and read the report, whether or not we can deal with it now, or we will just continue holding it.
Yeah, if we could hold it, Mr. Chair, I just want to read through it. I may have a quick question on it.
Fair enough. So we'll hold it down in your name, Councillor Carroll. Okay, got it in your name. Councillor Lai, the anti-aging
Yeah, I'd like to hold
item, hold that item?
I'd like to hold
Okay.
that, please.
For
Yeah,
sure.
thank you.
Okay, so those items are held, those two, and so we have done the rundown of the agenda, and we are at the start of the items that have not been approved and items that have been held for public speaking, and of course, the opportunity for members to ask questions and so on, and to speak to the item. All right, so the first item of business today is EC 31.4, which is report on outstanding noise directives. We have a number of speakers on this, but before we engage speakers, and I had not done this with Mr. Grant. Mr. Grant, I'm just wondering if you can take maybe 2 minutes just to set the table on this particular item and just to provide a brief perspective as to what this report is attempting to do versus as it relates to council's directives.
Sure. Just making sure everyone can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you, and I know you're great on your feet, Mr. Grant.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. I'm hosting another meeting on my phone at the same time, so that's okay. What this report does is it responds to a number of outstanding directives from City Council, but it was also important that we kept the momentum going on this file. It is a large file. It is a complex file. And we do not get to everything. We will be reporting back again in 2023, so there's an opportunity to add things if the committee would like. But this is really about requesting the Ontario government to increase fines for violations related to modified exhaust and excessive vehicle noise under the Highway Traffic Act. It's also we're also working with our licensed garages to ensure that they are not chopping up mufflers and working with vehicles and making them louder than they need to be. We also restrict the use of power devices. Originally, it was at 7 a.m. and that has been pushed back to 8 a.m. During the week, recognizing what everyone is doing and working at home. And it also initiates public education efforts. There's some technical amendments, and I believe, again, we speak to, again, vehicles and leaf blowers and a couple other items, but that is essentially what the report does. Again, it responds to a number of outstanding directives from City Council and presents them in such a way that we can continue to move forward. So that would be a short summary of what this report does, and we have a number of deputants who have interest in this file.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. But Mr. Grant, can I just ask you to maybe just to clarify recommendation 1, please, as it relates to retail business establishment, restaurants, cafes, hotels, motels?
Okay, I don't have that in front of me. Sorry, I'm looking at, I have a number of other documents up in this
Sure.
paperless world. It's something I can could you just?
I just wanted you to set the table on that before we invite people to speak to it, but it really is the noise as it reflects the new provincial limits on the city's authority as follows as it relates to section 115.1, the loading and unloading of the Municipal Chapter Code 591?
I believe those are limitations that are
Yep.
being imposed upon municipalities by the province.
Right, I just wanted you to say that. Thank you, you've said it.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk? Thank you. We are ready to proceed. I wonder if we could call the first three names of people who are going to be speaking on this particular item. And just before you do that, I'd like to remind everyone that they will have 5 minutes to speak on the item. And regrettably, I will be really focused on the 5 minutes because we are really strapped for time today and we don't have, we are possibly may have a quorum problem later on. But nonetheless, you'll have your 5 minutes. So at the end of your speaking on this matter, members of council may ask you questions. And so I just want to remind everyone to be aware and be prepared that they may be asked questions. You may not be asked questions as well, but you may. All right, Mr. Clerk, the first three names, please.
The first three names are Harold B. Smith from the Toronto Noise Coalition, Chris Keating, Gasbusters Toronto, and Joanna Strong. Those are the first three names. Harold B. Smith is up first.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, good morning.
Hear me? Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Please recommend banning.
Sorry about that. Just as I was starting the meeting, Deputy.
Who's that? Oh.
Please
Sorry,
recommend
Mrs. Smith,
banning-
one moment, please, sir. We're going to restart your time so that you will start again at
Thank
the
you.
beginning. All right, not sure what that was. All right, so can we'll just restart Mr. Smith's time here. Okay, sir, thank you very much. Sorry for the interruption. You may
Okay.
begin.
Thank you. I'm Harold Smith. I'm a member of Toronto Noise Coalition. Please recommend banning two-stroke gas-powered leaf blowers and similar equipment. The report ignores Council's 2021 motion expressing, quote, strong support for a ban on the use of two-stroke gas engines. This report, end of quote, the report proposes a ban because some jurisdictions find it challenging to enforce. By that logic, why not legalize other hard-to-enforce laws against stunt driving, modified mufflers, or idling? Claiming the ban, quote, would be subject to legal challenge, quote, the report surrenders without a shot being fired. Lawsuit concerns didn't stop over 200 US jurisdictions and several Canadian ones banning or restricting gas leaf blowers and other garden equipment. The world's fifth largest economy, California, will ban their sale in 18 months. Harvard's Chan School of Health on leaf blower sound study concluded that, quote, landscape maintenance sound produced by gas leaf blowers may travel long distances in a community at levels known to increase risk of adverse health effects. Vulnerable populations include workers, children, the elderly, the sick, those working from home, and those working overnight shifts. A-weighted decibel metrics don't adequately characterize gas leaf blower sound and its potential impact on a community. Because of the prevalent use of this equipment, it's important health professionals and policymakers understand the impact this sound may have on surrounding communities. Two-stroke leaf blowers and other garden equipment expose workers, children, infants, students, and seniors to unsafe health threats, including toxic exhaust, unburnt fuel, dispersed dust, fine particulate matter, and extremely loud noise. As discussed in my submission, Toronto Public Health discounts these threats as a nuisance, not a health threat, despite widespread respected medical opinion to the contrary, including Harvard Chan, the American Lung Association, the American Health Association, and its own July 3rd, 2001 staff report warning of serious health risks from gas-powered leaf blowers, mowers, etc. Even Landscape Ontario's leaf blower training video states, quote, leaf blowers are loud and could negatively impact the community. Noise and dust can be disruptive to the neighborhood. And leaf blowers are noisy for you and the community. And I love this one. I hope public health is listening. quote, "We can lose our hearing," quote. Instead of referring to medical and scientific research, the report relies on industry comments. No wonder it's against the ban. Basing public support for a ban on 311 complaints understates real sentiment. The city's website discourages complaints by advising residents to check the bylaw prior to submitting service requests. MLS received 900 public comments last April, but the report didn't disclose how many complained about leaf blowers. I don't think that's fair. Claiming landscapers must charge customers more for battery equipment is unfounded in a highly competitive industry. Many US electric service landscapers state their prices are competitive with gas landscapers. In some cases, customers ask their landscapers to stop using gas leaf blowers and aren't charged higher prices. As a matter of fact, my neighbor asked her landscape contractor to use an electric blower, and he did. And he said that they want to change and transition to electric. So banning two-stroke engines levels the playing field. Price is set by competition. That's Economics 101. Leaf blowers kill native bees living in the soil, undermining Toronto's pollinator protection strategy, which you're going to vote on in item EC 31.3. Landscape lobby groups, especially ones outside Toronto, who don't live, vote, or pay taxes here, shouldn't impact Toronto's a report impacting our health and environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Oh, one more thing. We're experiencing a climate emergency and a healthcare crisis. Please ban this two-stroke equipment and
Thank you.
protect us from industrial strength noise and emission.
Thank you very much, sir. 5 minutes. Okay. Are there any questions for Mr. Smith? Let me just check for you, sir. I see no questions for you, sir. Thank you very much for your participation today. The next person is Mr. Keating.
The next speaker is Chris Keating.
Mr. Keating, good morning. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Good morning. From a noise perspective, various Toronto City departments do not recommend a ban on two-stroke small engines compared to other noise categories such as amplified sound and construction. Complaints from leaf blowers and other equipment remain low. In 2017, Toronto Public Health monitored average noise levels, noting the lowest noise levels were in residential areas. The highest levels of noise were along major arteries. The modeling indicated 59% of the noise in Toronto can be attributed to traffic. But the principal argument is missed. The modeling of these departments accumulates all complaints across Toronto. Our argument is that separate from the greater Toronto landmass, there are pockets of residential populations where leaf blowers noise is a serious problem. A year ago, two people talked to their neighbors about their concerns about the noise and harm from gas-powered leaf blowers. They began a movement called Gas Busters. In 1 year, Gas Busters has expanded. Now we have 520 individual citizens and 9 resident member associations. I'd like to repeat that, 520 individuals. This May, Gas Busters opened its own email address at gasbusterstoronto@gmail.com. Even though the City of Toronto departments have reported that gas-powered leaf blowers has a low volume of complaints and low public support, our members want leaf blowers stopped. Just in May and June, the MLS and the ECDC received 229 emails from Gasbuster members. Over this last weekend, 42 new Gasbusters have sent letters to the ECDC. Gasbusters asked the committee to recommend a ban on the use of gas-powered leaf blowers at the July 19th Toronto Council meeting. Though regulation of leaf blowers is considered an alternative to a ban is the only practical solution to address the health hazard and nuisance of leaf blowers. Some challenges in regulating leaf blowers are an enforcement officer needs to be on site during the limited time a leaf blower operates, what is recommended sound level for noise surveillance, how to install a reliable noise level monitoring process for enforcement. The landscape company owners may tell the employers how to behave. What happens on site is another story. And 311 tells you if you call for a leaf blower complaint, it takes 1 to 10 days for someone to come to a site. Here's a taping of my calling Leaf 311 yesterday.
Melissa, Neighbourhood's got a very loud noise. Is there any way I can get somebody to come out, something about that? No. Leaf blower. How would I do that? How would I file a complaint? Okay, is normal time it takes for someone to come out? To 10 days. Okay, thank you very much. You're welcome. Thanks for calling. Like, I would have a good day. Bye-bye.
Everybody hear that? No?
Nope.
Can you hear me speaking?
I can hear you speaking, sir.
Oh, all right. That's too bad. I'd like to read a couple of excerpts in my final time from people who
You've got 30
written in.
seconds, sir.
All right. Then I'll wrap it up and ask just one quick message. When I hear a gas-powered leaf blowers, I am immediately annoyed and frustrated. Even inside my house with the doors and windows shut, they're loud and piercing. People seem to use them for a long period of time. The blast of noise comes out of nowhere and blares. It affects me significantly. Also the changing pitch as they turn it on and off. I had tea with a neighbor recently and we had to shout to each other when the neighbors started using a gas-powered leaf blower about 45 feet away. Thank you very much for giving me the time to talk to you.
Thank you very much for participating this morning, sir. Let me check to see if there are any questions of you, sir. One moment, please. There are no questions of you, sir. Thank you very much for your time and thank you for participating today. Mr. Clerk, Joanna Strong is next.
Joanna Strong.
Ms. Strong, good morning. Are you there? Okay. Ms. Strong may have just dropped off. What we'll do is we'll come back. I will just make a note. We'll come back to her and see if she reconnects. And we have Irene Boudet. Would you want to call that a name, please?
Our next speaker is Ingrid Boudet.
Ms. Boudet, are you there?
Yes, I am. Ingrid Boudet.
Ingrid, good morning. Thank you so much. You'll have 5 minutes to speak, and you may begin when ready.
I do have audio. Is there any way to ensure that that works, or will that work?
It's working. We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, I have it in a presentation, so I hope it works there.
Okay, hopefully. Okay, I see. In your audio, you're beyond your voice. You have additional audio that you'd like us to listen to. Well, let's do a quick test, please, before we proceed.
Absolutely. I'm just going to I'm going to share my screen.
Okay, I think you're enabled now, so go ahead, please. And then we'll start.
Thank you. And I see a button that says share computer audio, so that should take care of it.
Fantastic.
Thank you very
All
much.
right, you may begin then. 5 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I will start. Good morning. Hello, my name is Ingrid Boudet, and I'm pleased to present to this committee because your mandate is to strengthen social cohesion, communities, and neighborhoods in the economy. I'm a resident that's tired of the unnecessary vehicle noise at all hours. I'm a resident, I will be presenting observations from data that I have collected over the past year with an environmental noise meter. And I'll start by sharing my screen and hopefully an audio clip. One moment, please. Thank you. Can you see that screen? I hope
Yes,
so.
we can now. Thank you. Go ahead, please. We can see.
Thank you. So that was recorded at 43 stories high. And so sound is logarithmic. And this graph shows the impact of noise and how it increases exponentially with volume. And some people are trying to sleep in a loud restaurant. We have open roads. And this is a spectrograph that is a visual image of noise. Bikes and modified cars are driven to produce spikes of noise over 80 decibels. And it's loud. When the Gardner was closed, the bottom graph reveals over 49 spikes greater than 10 decibels. And at night, it's worse. Arterial roads are loud. Condos have the additional urban noise canyon effect, and there's more of those being built every day. And the racing that happens on our highways is illegal, dangerous, and harmful, which produces negative health effects. 93% of the population is above the nighttime World Health recommendation of 45 decibels. For those next to major roadways, the decibel level is always above 55. The good news is that solving noise is easy. The solutions are known and proven. Increase and automate enforcement, and most importantly, calm streets by design. And I would like Toronto not to forget an important lesson that we can learn from Ottawa. Noise is about equity, and that was the way equity was brought to Ottawa. So lastly, a couple last things here is that your data, I don't believe, is complete. All noise complaint data comes from stationary sources except for vehicles. It is very hard to get a license plate at 3 in the morning. So my requests are to enforce the laws that exist by conducting inspections of vehicles and repair facilities now. For the coming year, in addition to what the city has recommended, and there's lots of good recommendations in there, I ask that you revise the bylaws to take into account the vertical urban landscape. Vehicles should have a maximum decibel level at all times, and the vehicles should be tested for noise upon acceleration and deceleration. And then lastly, please improve the 311 complaints process for motor vehicles so that you are working with a good, complete data set. I'm going to stop sharing my screen now. I just need to bring my notes back up. And this went away, pardon me. So in closing, we can't turn off our ears. Therefore, we need you to have the political will and to do something now and enforce existing noise bylaws. Allowing this to continue is of no benefit to anyone. Over half of the residents in Toronto live on or near major roadways, and their health is suffering. Know that those who are marginalized are even more likely to be affected. In the future, the expected population growth is going to push infrastructure up and already is. This will force more people to live beyond noise protection, and so it has to be mitigated at the source. So the good news is that noise reduction is a perfect partner to city initiatives. Vision Zero, Transform TO, Complete Street Guidelines. The question is, what kind of councillors do you want to be remembered as? Do you want to be remembered as ones that believe in sustainability, equity, and health? Or ones that support the values of an entitled car-centered past? I believe your constituents want a Toronto that the world needs, and that's one planning for the future, not one stuck in yesterday. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation, ma'am. And let me check to see if there are any questions of you.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask, the only thing I wanted to ask was whether or not that presentation, the digital presentation, can be made available to the members.
Absolutely. I have provided it as a PDF format, but I'm happy to share the link with you.
I think PDF works. If it's been provided, then it can be attached to the agenda as we forward it to council in our clerk's meeting portal. That's great. Thank you.
Councillor Carroll, happy to share that with you. Thank you for the question.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll, for that. Let me just see if there's any other questionnaires for you. Let me just ask you a couple of questions. You talk about the health is suffering and so on. I wonder if you can expand on that a little bit further. I imagine you've done some additional research beyond simply conversations, I guess, with your neighbors and perhaps yourself, who may be experiencing some challenges with health-related noise issues.
Yes, absolutely. I haven't slept well in years, personally. And so that is a personal experience. But the Toronto Public Health Report that was produced in 2017 has significant stats on how many people are actually affected. There's increase of heart attacks. There is depression and anxiety that comes from not being able to sleep, loss of performance for kids. If they're surrounded by extreme noise, they can actually experience feelings of helplessness, and that comes from the World Health Organization.
Thank you for that. And just with respect to your comment about equity and noise, it's about equity. Can you maybe just expand a little bit further on that, please?
We can't turn off our ears, Councillor Thompson. When we are in an environment, we use our senses to make sense of the world. And so if we are subjected to noise that is harming us, we have no choice in that. And I think that's what people are having a real problem with, is that the system doesn't work, allowing us to tell you how bad the problem is. And so we feel helpless. And also in the way of equity, for example, for somebody who is sight impaired, they need sound in order to make sense of their environment. And if you take away, if the sounds become so complex that they can't make sense of their environment and they're sight impaired, then we're actually installing two disabilities, not one.
Thank you very much for that. I heard a comment yesterday, and in fact, it was a question that was posed to me. I'm just wondering if I can ask you this question and see from you what your thoughts are. It was suggested that the loud sounds that are emitting from vehicles and motorcycles and so on is intended to create a safer environment of a safer city. I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts on that, because I do. I'm just curious as to your thoughts.
Yes, well, there's lots of thoughts about that, absolutely. And you know, there with sound, there is. I'm not a sound expert. There's Dr. Tor Oyamo at Metropolitan University is the one to really ask many of these questions to. But from the sense of safety, at least when I've been driving, I don't, or I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. So from the sense of safety for motorcycles, when they're saying that they feel safer, their sound is not projected forward. Their sound is projected backwards. And so they need to be responsible for the safety that's in front of them. And the drivers and the people around them need to be responsible for the safety of what's in front of them as well. And so pushing noise out the back, I don't see how that improves your safety going forward.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your response to my questions. And just one final one, I guess. You talk about the vertical landscape in which the noise moves upwards and so on. The city continues to build because we are moving away from the urban sprawl. So you see this as a major collision that's coming into effect. It's already a major problem, but it will be exacerbated going forward. You don't see this getting better. And so your suggestion to us, obviously, is take actions now. Do we have enough tools to deal with the issues that you're concerned about with respect to noise, or do we have to do some more things? You talked a little bit about not being able to capture license plate and so on. What if there was technology that would actually trigger a camera in order to capture the license plate? Would that be something you'd be supportive of as a tool to try?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Paris is doing it. There's in your documentation for the meeting, there's a table of summaries of other cities that have tried it, and you know, it's not. I think there's a couple ways to go about it. One is technology, and the other one is just simply doing random checks, whether that is in repair vehicle facilities to prevent this being happening, or something similar to the ride program where people get pulled over and inspected for modifications, and that gets done on a consistent basis. And then the fines and the demerit points and all of that would go along with it. As for your question about the urban noise canyon effect, when we look at noise studies done by construction or done by developers, it is often in reference to their own mechanical and how much noise that pushes out. But very rarely, at least from what I've seen, and I'm not sure what tools are available to understand how noise bounces up. So I was at the corner of Sherbourne and Adelaide, and the spikes there that I recorded, I was on about the 15th floor, and the spikes that I recorded there were quite loud, over 100 decibels, many times during the night. So I'm not sure, I'm not the expert, but my recordings say that it's just as loud, if not louder, at 15 floors than it is at street level.
Thank you very much. I'll be moving such a motion later on.
Thank you very much, Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. All right. There are no further questions of you, Mr. Clerk. I'm wondering if we can call the next speaker, please.
Mr. Chair, I think we can go back to Joanna Strong.
Okay, great. Ms. Strong, are you there? Ms. Strong, good morning.
Hello.
Good
Is my
morning.
camera and sound working?
Just your sound. I don't see a picture of you at this time.
There
There
we go.
Both are working now.
Now-
You have 5 minutes and you may begin, ma'am.
Thank you. I was very impressed with the previous speaker's comments. She has obviously done, extensive research and recording, which is backs up what I was going to say. I'm not part of an organization. I'm just a private citizen. I contacted my city councilor several times over the past 2 or 3 years about the noise, and she told me about this meeting and said advised for me to speak. So this is just feedback from a private citizen, a Torontonian. I've lived in the same house for 22 years. I'm at Danforth and Donlands, near Donlands subway station, so quite far away from the DVP. And I've noticed in the past, basically during the pandemic, the street racing and stunt racing would start at around 11 p.m. and often continue through the evening into the small hours. Sometimes it starts later at 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And I can hear it. It's pretty disturbing where I live, and I'm just in the middle of a neighborhood far away from the Don Valley Parkway. So I'm assuming everyone can hear it and be disturbed by it. And I didn't really understand why basically speed limits weren't being enforced. I really didn't understand. I called my local police office, and they just said, "Oh, they're going too fast. We can't do anything," which it seems to me incredible. So basically, if you just go so fast, you can't be spotted by the cameras, and you can do whatever you want. And it goes on and on and on. It's not just someone racing by once. It goes on for hours. So they must be racing up and down. So I really don't see how it can't be stopped. I mean, I get stopped for speeding. I have a couple of times for going 10 minutes over the 10K over the limit on a Sunday morning, and it's far less antisocial and dangerous. And yet this incredible noise, it's like there's no limits. No one seems to be reining them in, and it's very, very disruptive. So I just wanted to give that feedback. I actually have questions as to how and why it's not being stopped. That's what I would like to know.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And as it relates to the questions that you may have, I think it would be great if you direct them to your city councilor and they could ask staff those questions and or to provide you with some feedback. But let me see if there are any questions of you as per your presentation. Looking at the screen, I see none. Looking at council, there are no further questions of you. But again, I just encourage you, if you have questions, you can forward it to your city councilor. If you want to forward them to my office as well, we could work with staff to ensure and that you get some answers to the questions that you may have, and or the police if that's what's needed in terms of getting additional information for you. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for participating today. All right, Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is John Watt from the Deer Park Residents Group.
Mr. Watt, good morning. Are you there, sir?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
You're welcome. You have 5 minutes, sir, and you may begin.
Thank you. My name is John Watt, Director of Deer Park Residents Group, Noise and Pollution Committee. We are a local community group in Toronto, and I'm here to represent and promote the interests of residents of Deer Park. I do this by sharing their concerns as well as their ideas on sustaining and improving community. The key aim is to promote the adoption of measures that will improve the community and increase the health and safety and well-being of residents of the Deer Park community as well as Greater Toronto. We are aware that the Municipal Licensing and Standards Committee has recommended against imposing a ban on gas-powered leaf blowers and related equipment, citing a relatively small number of complaints. I would inquire as to how the MLS committee can in fact assert that there are relatively few complaints when the complaints have received are not representative of the many complaints voiced through community groups and like forums. As a case in point, I can share that there are over 7,500 complaints alone made by residents of Toronto, as evidenced by a recent change.org petition to tell Toronto City Council to ban two-stroke leaf blowers and similar garden equipment. I can also share that there are dozens of complaints from Deer Park residents. Is merely counting the number of complaints a reason for action or inaction by the City of Toronto? As surely there are other key avenues by which the City of Toronto can act swiftly to make changes to protect the health and well-being of residents and our environment. The Deer Park Residents Group, Noise and Pollution Action Committee, thus wish to formally table our complaint about gas-powered leaf blowers and related equipment as to their significant threat to our collective health as noise and environmental hazards. Noise and hazardous dust and vapors due to gas-powered leaf blowers and related equipment continue to be a problem in Deer Park. From our view, the recommendations arising from the report, the Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 591, Noise, the bylaw, are inadequate to reduce noise from gas-powered leaf blowers and other related equipment. We thus support immediate action to ban the use of gas-powered leaf blowers and related equipment. Why this matters? Gas-powered leaf blowers represent a major threat to health and are contributing to the climate change. Among landscaping equipment, gas-powered leaf blowers are the worst offenders to the environment and to the operators and health surrounding people. Extreme noise is from gas-powered leaf blowers create high-intensity, low-frequency noise that impacts nearby homes, schools, and apartment buildings. Operating a gas-powered blower can cause permanent hearing loss in 2 hours and can impact 90 nearby residents. The low-frequency noise of gas-powered blowers travels further than the noise from electric blowers and penetrates through windows more rapidly. Gas blowers create much more noise impact than electric blowers. I could talk further about the hazards and to our environment and our health of using gas blowers. That's not why I'm here. I'm here to ask the city to act now to make a sustainable and healthy city to live in. In closing, I'd like to add that we are in disbelief that the great city of Toronto has a medical officer of health, Dr. Davila, and the environment and energy division that do not recommend the support of banning two-stroke gas engines.
Thank you, sir. You're at 5 minutes. Thank you. Let me see if there are any questions of you All right, I don't see any questions of you, sir, but I do have one. I wonder if you could just complete the last 30 seconds of your comments.
I would, in closing, like to just move towards a zero emissions landscaping equipment to make gas leaf blowers yesterday's technology. And we can see that the automotive business is doing it, and I can't see why the City of Toronto, Canada can't. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, I'm wondering if you could provide us with a copy of your presentation. I think we have, I haven't seen it. Do we have it now? He has it. We
Yes.
have the emails now. I had not seen it earlier. So thank you very much for that. And thank you very much for your presentation, sir. There are no further
Thank
questions
you.
of you. Thank you. All right, Mr. Clerk, would you call the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Gail Beebe, Bayview Village Association.
Good morning, Ms. Beebe.
Good morning.
You have 5 minutes. You may begin. Let me just restart your time here. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Share my screen. You cannot share the content unless it's you. So the host is not letting me share the content. Here I am.
Just one moment,
now
please. Let me just coordinate. One moment,
Yes.
please. Or is she's able to share now? You're now able to share, ma'am. Let me restart your time. You may begin, please.
Thank you. Okay. Good morning. Can you see my presentation now?
Yep, we can see your presentation.
You can see it, thanks.
Thanks. Yes, I'm speaking on behalf of the Bayview Village Association, a nonprofit organization founded in 1956 to promote the welfare of the Bayview Village residents. We're in Ward 17, Don Valley North. I'm here today to tell you that two-stroke engine leaf blowers and similar equipment, which I'll call leaf blowers in this presentation, are detrimental to our health and the environment. There are many detrimental effects besides excessive noise. Toxic and carcinogenic emissions, they create hazardous airborne dust, they kill beneficial insects such as pollinators and also other beneficial animals. They damage plants and soil, contaminate air and water, and worsen climate change. But today's focus is excessive noise. I wanted to make the point that leaf blower noise travels long distances, penetrates walls and windows, and adds to Toronto's ambient noise levels, which are already too high. Toronto noise levels from that 2017 report from the Toronto Medical Officer of Health, 63 dBA 24-hour average, range from 50 to 78 dBA. And here are the recommended ambient limits to prevent health effects. And World Health Organization, 55 decibels in the day and evening, 40 decibels at night. Ontario Ministry of Environment, similar but a higher nighttime average. Incidentally, I have provided my presentation to you. Here are some of the reported adverse health effects from ambient noise: cardiovascular disease, cognitive impairment in children and adults, sleep disturbances, of which you've heard much already, mental health issues. Possible effects include pulmonary effects, increased mortality from diabetes, and behavior problems in children. So here are some typical leaf blower levels from a report. Gas-powered leaf blowers is at 5 feet, 82 to 93 decibel. At 53, 67 to 77. The battery-powered ones are quieter, but you notice they are still hot. The Ontario gas-powered leaf blower user is exposed to noise that is likely above the 85 decibel limit over 8 hours mandated by the Occupational Health and Safety Act. They're also overexposed to carcinogens from unburned gasoline, which you'll hear about shortly, and hazardous dust inhalation. The staff report conclusion on outstanding noise directive: banning leaf blowers is overly restrictive based on low volume of complaints, low public support, practicality of enforcing the ban, and unintended effects on city industry and consumers. I think these conclusions are based on flawed analysis. The low volume of complaints, the number of noise complaints do not reflect the level of public concerns. There were limited noise complaint data during the pandemic. Citizens are unaware of the need to report, and some citizens are unaware of the many dangers of gas. Assertion: low public support. There is significant public support. The change.org ban petition has over 7,000 signatures. You received many letters at this committee about noise, and many of them are about leaf blowers. And Gas Busters, which you heard previously, has over 500 members and 9 associations supporting the ban. Assertion, the practicality of enforcing the ban. Over 200 municipalities across North America have figured out how to regulate leaf blowers use. This includes Vancouver, Westmount, Sherbrooke, and the Ottawa NCC lands. There's a total ban on gas-powered leaf blowers in 85 cities in California. Staff recommendation, public education on proper use of equipment. The Landscape Ontario education, well, it doesn't seem to have done much because I've noticed misuse is still rampant, and I don't think it's adequate to resolve the hazards of leaf blowers. So typical elements of a leaf blower regulation from these over 200 municipalities: noise standards for equipment less than 65 dB at 50 feet, restricted use hours and only for false cleanup, a total restriction or ban on gas-powered leaf blowers, education on alternatives, leave leaf clippings on the lawn, use brooms and rakes the way we used to. I've included an example from Newton, Massachusetts of a leaf blower regulation ordinance that's been in place since 2017. So, in conclusion, regulations to control leaf blower noise are crucial for public health in Toronto. Bonus, they will reduce those other detrimental effects of leaf blowers that I talked about.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You have 5 minutes.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Let me just check to see if there are any
finished.
questions of you. There are questions of you, so I will now ask
Okay.
Councillor Carroll. You have the floor to question.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just towards the end of your presentation, Gail, you mentioned restricting to fall cleanup only. When this began as an environmental motion in another committee and then found its way here through amendment, but in the beginning, Bayview Village was asking for staff to really consider a seasonal ban because your neighborhood is particularly plagued by the landscape companies that use it not for leaves but for grass clippings in the summer. That's the reason you were asking for examination of a seasonal ban?
Well, a seasonal ban because, yes, they're used indiscriminately. A guy behind me, an hour and a half, blowing dirt and dust all over everywhere in the backyard. I actually complained to 311, and this guy's 89 decibels in my backyard. And then the seasonal use, because we don't want them using it for blowing snow in winter, which it happens. We want them to use it for the original use, which is collecting leaves during the fall leaf season.
Yeah, if we use them for their intended use, which is leaves, we probably would not be having this conversation at all. People who are plagued by this noise probably would live with it because it would be, 6 weeks once a year.
However,
that's the issue, isn't it?
Well, that's part of the issue, but I got involved in this because of the environmental aspects. I'm a master gardener, very concerned about the future of pollinators in this city and in this country. And people may not know it, but probably 75% of pollinators actually inhabit the leaf litter in the ground. They nest there, and when you use these leaf blowers to blow everything, dirt and everything, and I've seen them, they blow dirt, leaves, all sorts of stuff. You're destroying habitat. You're killing pollinators. We already have a real problem with pollinators. Toronto has a pollinator loss. Toronto has a pollinator protection strategy, and in fact, using leaf blowers is counter to Toronto's pollinator protection strategy. So there's really two aspects. There's the health aspect and the environmental aspect.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thanks for coming. Thanks, Gail.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Let me just check to see whether or not there are any other questions of you, ma'am. There are no further questions for you. Thank you very much for participating today. Mr. Clerk, would you call the next name, please?
Our next speaker is Monty McDonald, also the Bayview Village Association. Monty McDonald.
Mr. McDonald, good morning. Are you there?
I have a PowerPoint slide presentation to share.
Okay, let me just ensure that you get your sharing. Are we share? You are now able to share, sir. Go ahead, please. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Can everybody see it?
Not as yet, sir.
I just brought it up on my screen.
We
Maybe
cannot
you
see it
could
here.
guide- Okay.
We're not able to see it here at this point, sir.
Could I've also sent a copy to you, but I'm looking at the screen as I'm unmuted and then I see start video. Is that what I should be pushing?
That would be
Sure.
worthwhile pressing the button, sir.
I'll say share screen.
Yes, that's right.
Yes,
Okay, I think, how about that?
we're just waiting to see it come up, sir. Sometimes it takes a few seconds. Hasn't come up yet.
You may have to pick which screen you're going to share. If you
Okay,
share a screen, you'll have to select which screen.
there are, oh,
All right, sir, I'm just gonna give you 10 more seconds. If we can't fix this, maybe you'll just have to.
okay, I have my screen up and you can't see it.
Cannot see it, sir. And I think our team here are doing everything that is possible in order to create that opportunity for you to present. Is there anything further that we can do? One moment, sir, please. Yeah, sure. Sir, we have your presentation as part of our CMP, so we were able to view it. I wonder if you could just maybe verbally present your presentation.
Ah, shoot.
Well, sir, maybe what we'll do is maybe we'll just step this one down and then go to the next speaker. And
Since
we'll
I'm
come
giving
back.
you this, you're not put it on the screen, I could just tell you when to change slides. There's only 10 slides.
I'm sorry, so we have access to your document, so we're able to see it. I'm wondering if you would just present it to us verbally, please.
Okay, I'll tell you what slide I'm on then, if you
Sure,
have,
let's go ahead,
have
please,
that.
sir. Yeah, I'll start your time now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
My name's Monty McDonald. I'm a professional engineer, and I was very involved in my career in the occupational health and safety, which involved dealing with, in many cases, carcinogenic components and protecting our workers in plants, as well as surrounding neighborhoods and the community. So there's a lot of that past reflected in my presentation. And if you go to slide number 2, I make the point that gas-powered leaf blowers and similar equipment are a serious public health concern. Public health underlined, and it's not just about noise. The third slide talks about exposure to carcinogen. Leaf blower operators and bystanders are exposed to one particular very dangerous carcinogen called benzene, which is a component of gasoline, as well as other carcinogens that names like butadiene, formaldehyde, isoprene. There's a whole bunch of them, but benzene is prevalent in all gasoline. The next slide I talk about, it's all about the unburned gasoline. And by the way, I'm going to be presenting certain numbers here, and I'd like to just assure you that there's science behind those numbers or published regulations by government. Anyway, the first one is 30% of the gasoline and oil goes through a two-stroke engine unburned. That's the nature of the two-stroke engine. The exhaust stroke is pushing the exhaust gases out while fresh fuel is coming in. And the end result is 30% of the fuel goes through unburned, and it creates a toxic aerosol anyone nearby can breathe in. It's easy to, well, it's not easy. Knowledgeable people can calculate the concentration of unburned gasoline and exhaust, and it comes out to 20,680 parts per million. Let's just compare that to an automobile. This is about 100 times the concentration in the exhaust of today's automobiles, which are four-stroke engines. And in order to pass an emission test, for instance, they don't have those emission tests anymore, but for an automobile, it was, you had to be below 250 parts per million of gasoline in the exhaust. The next slide I talk about is breathing in gasoline vapors. It causes cancer. The oil companies post these warnings on filling station pumps while you're there putting gasoline in your non-electric car. You can read it, and it talks about warning that these gasoline vapors, breathing them in, will cause cancer. And the most carcinogenic component in gasoline, as I mentioned earlier, is benzene. And I did say there are other carcinogens too, like formaldehyde, butadiene, etc. Now, there's a federal law out there regulating oil companies. They must maintain the level of benzene below 0.95% for all gasoline sold in the year. And oil companies have to track all of this. And the kind of quantities we're talking about, say from a single refinery, are like 50 million barrels a year. Anyway, the oil companies do control to this limit. Benzene is made as a co-product in certain gasoline operations in the refinery called reformers. And the oil companies, in controlling to this limit, often turn down the reformer at the end of the year so they can meet the 0.95 for the entire year. So benzene content of gasoline of 0.95 is a good number to use when doing my analysis. Okay, the next slide talks about benzene exposure in workplaces. Because benzene is such a powerful carcinogen, it's included in the Occupational Health and Safety Act. They have a code of regulations on designated substances, of which a lot of these chemicals I'll be talking about are in there. And benzene is used in the chemical manufacturing of products such as polystyrene and synthetic rubber, as well as being a gasoline component. And the Occupational Health and Safety Act requires the short-term exposure limit in these facilities in the workplace to be a maximum of 2.5 parts per million over 15 minutes. The short-term exposure limit is often referred to as the STEL, S-T-E-L. In manufacturing facilities, when plant alarms will go off when the STEL is exceeded.
You have 20 seconds, sir.
Pardon?
You have 20 seconds.
20 seconds? The calculated level of benzene in the GLB exhaust comes out to 196 parts per million. If you multiply that 3%. Anyway, I did a calculation for what is the workplace for the
Thank you very much, sir. Your time is up. Thank you. Let me see whether or not there are any questions of you, sir. We do have your presentation.
Presentation was taken away from me.
I did give you additional time, sir. There are no questions of you, sir. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, would you call the next speaker, please?
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Alan Baker, the Toronto Noise Coalition.
Mr. Baker, good morning. Are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir. You have 5 minutes. You may proceed.
All right. I'm here today to speak about excessive noise muffler. I am representing the Toronto Noise Coalition, which has the support of well over 40 residents associations across the city. Obviously, not all motorcycles have loud exhaust systems, but unfortunately, too many do. And to be clear, this is not just a motorcycle issue, it's a muffler issue. Cars must also be included in a revised noise bylaw. Our current bylaw permits 92 decibels. When writing the current bylaw, MLS relied on a report by the Society of Automotive Engineers. In researching all 50 states in the United States, only 4 of them reference this report. The question: there are 8 states that specify decibel limits lower than ours, with several of them ranging from 76 to 82. The European Union requires that new cars not exceed 74 decibels and motorcycles not exceed 80 decibels. As you can see, Toronto is headed in the wrong direction, and we do not understand why. And complaints about loud vehicles go unresolved, which is why more people don't bother calling to complain. It is acceptable that drivers of loud vehicles are allowed to disrupt our lives, whether in our own homes or as we simply try to enjoy the outdoors. When loud motorcycles and cars speed by at night and in the early morning hours, which is a regular occurrence, it completely disrupts sleep. The 2017 Toronto Public Health's technical report states that the health impacts associated with environmental noise are acute and chronic in nature and can lead to adverse pulmonary effects, sleep disorders, and mental health impacts. And the World Health Organization agrees. The standard equipped Harley Davidsons, which our very own Toronto Traffic Services use, have been recently tested at just under 81 decibels. Remember, our bylaw limit is 92. If 81 decibels is an acceptable level for Harley Davidson, as well as for our own Toronto Traffic Services, why are we permitting 92 decibels? That question remains unanswered. We consulted with an acoustical engineer, and he advised that the increase in the noise level between 81 and 92 decibels is not 14%, but is approximately 100%. Now consider a vehicle that emits 92 decibels when it's idling and when it is moving at high speeds and revving. The decibel level will easily reach well over 100. Again, another doubling of the noise level. While we welcome the recommendations from MLS that the Ontario government increase the fines for illegal mufflers and become part of the demerit point system, this does not go nearly far enough. And what trained police staff are going to inspect these mufflers? How many, how and where are the inspections going to take place? Are we hiring more staff? I don't see that information anywhere in the report. Increasing the number of the current type of muffler blitzes will not achieve anything meaningful until the permitted decibel level is lowered. The number of tickets issued for excessive muffler noise from the blitzes is extremely low. I witnessed 2 of the blitzes last year. Not one ticket was issued for excessive noise, even though the motorcycles that were pulled over were extremely loud. Why? Because the limit of 92 decibels is much too high. And why MLS is defending such a high decibel noise level is puzzling. The Ontario Highway Traffic Act lists the many types of illegal mufflers used to increase muffler noise. Yet the Toronto noise bylaw permits a decibel level of 92, which is usually achieved by enhancing mufflers illegally. Now, how does that make any sense? Just simply lowering the decibel limit and then conduct muffler blitzes, and we will make significant progress to solving this problem. Toronto is a densely populated city with numerous tall buildings situated in close proximity to one another, creating a canyon effect, which simply adds to the problem. We need a made-for-Toronto noise bylaw, not something that Oakville or Caledon uses. Toronto is a great city, but as we all know, it faces many problems. But here is one problem that doesn't require money to fix. It just requires the will of our elected representatives to enact a bylaw that lowers the permitted decibel level, thereby enhancing the health and well-being of our city's residents and providing us with an improved quality of life. Thank you on behalf of the Toronto Noise Coalition and the many thousands of concerned residents.
Thank you very much for your presentation, sir. Let me see whether or not there are any questions of you. There are no questions, sir. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, next, please.
Our next speaker is Kathy MacDonald, Toronto Noise Coalition.
Good morning, Ms. MacDonald.
Good morning. So thank you for the opportunity to address your committee today. Yes, the Noise Coalition was established in 2016 to help provide a voice for residents in the development of the new noise bylaw now in force. Unfortunately, we're back today to talk about excessive noise from motorcycles and gas-powered garden equipment, as these issues were not resolved in with the new bylaw. So my fellow coalition member Alan Baker has just spoken about the vehicular noise issues, and I'm going to be talking about the recommendations regarding restricting noise from the two-stroke garden equipment. I agree with John Watts that using complaints is not an effective way to measure the impact of disturbance on citizens across our city. We know there's widespread objection. Personally, in my house, we cannot have a conversation when my neighbor is using his the leaf blower. Perhaps one of the reasons for a low level of complaints is the fact that that these noisy leaf blowers are actually permitted for most of the day. So recommendation 7 is to initiate public education efforts for this summer, which is fast disappearing, about the appropriate use of lawn equipment, such as leaf blowers. We hope this consultation is this education effort is actually happening. But we also recommend that the consultation include advice from the recipients of the noise. The recommendation 8 is the key one in this report. This is to explore the feasibility of including decibel limits for power devices during the 2023 noise bylaw review. This is an excellent approach. It will be easy to enforce, and that's a key thing. Electric powered equipment with acceptable noise levels is increasingly available. There should, of course, be extensive public consultation in this whole review process. So these are the comments I wanted to add, as a number of deputies have made many more detailed comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McDonald. Let me check to see if there are any questions of you. I see none. Thank you very much for your presentation this morning. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Sally Guston, the Young Corridor Condominium Association.
Ms. Guston, good morning. Are you there? Good morning. You're here in person, live and in person. All right. Thank you very much. Great to have you here.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Let me know when you're all ready and I'll start your time.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Thank you. Welcome. Go ahead, please.
My name is Sally Guston and I represent the Young Corridor Condominium Association. Its membership covers condominium boards and corporations, Yonge Street, approximately between 401 and Steeles, and along Doris, Beecroft, and Kenneth. And it's been in existence for over 20 years. With well over 100 existing condominium buildings in that area, and many others planned or already under construction, includes a population of tens of thousands of people who live in this high density area. So we conduct meetings of interest to condo boards, committee members, and property managers, such as operational managers and best practice in condominium management. But we also raise concerns of condominium owners and residents of vertical communities to various levels of government in nonpartisan ways to improve the quality of life. And by the way, over 50% of Toronto residents live in multi-residential communities. So the area surrounding this Yonge Street corridor is a vibrant, dynamic, and convenient area to live with accessible public transit and a variety of conveniences such as shopping, restaurants, and recreational activities. But that's why these tens of thousands of people choose to live there. However, revving and racing vehicles has become an ever-increasing issue in the area, particularly as they speed along Yonge, Doris, Beecroft, and Shepherd. It's a safety concern because people live, work, and shop in the area. And this issue, more prevalent in the summer months, involves high-end or modified vehicles. Also takes place in the wee hours of the morning. And our speakers, several of them have spoken about interrupted sleep and the detrimental health effects of this loud noise. And also have spoken about the effect of high-rise buildings, the speed bouncing off and amplifying as it goes up between buildings. It's illegal to modify vehicles for the purpose of creating excess noise, and to operate such vehicles is illegal, yet the problem persists. So we at YCCA have encouraged our members to lodge traffic complaints with 32 Division and to call the City Councillor. We've made a lot of noise about noise. So with support of John Fillion's office, our City Councillor's office, we've met on 2 occasions with the Toronto Police Service 32 Division, and in June of 2021, and again in the fall of that year. And we've had some limited success, as of course resources are limited. We have also joined, we were joined by a couple of rental buildings, and you were concerned about equity. Rental buildings are less likely to have central air conditioning, and so in the summer they have to keep their windows open. And we all know that in this era of COVID, keeping your windows open and the air circulating is beneficial in terms of our health. So we'd like to encourage you as a councillor to use public education on the detrimental effects of excess noise in our environment and discourage those who create excess noise. We would like you to also continue to investigate and possibly implement devices such as noise-activated cameras for the purpose of ticketing. And there have been other speakers speaking about various options, but in May of 2022, California State Senate passed a new 5-year pilot program that targets loud exhaust from cars. So that's being deployed in other jurisdictions. We would like to see bylaw fines increased for those that make modifications to motor vehicles for the purpose of enhancing that noise, and increased fines, and most importantly, enforcement of those traffic violations that create excess noise. And that concludes my presentation this morning. Thank you very much for allowing us to present our concerns.
Thank you very much for being here. You're right on time. That's great. Let me just check to see whether or not there are any questions of you. All right, I see none from other members. Let me just ask you a couple if I could. You heard some of the speakers this morning talked a little bit about the blitz in terms of very similar to the ride program, stopping and checking and so on. What is your thoughts on that particular type of initiative? It's part of a series of tools that the conversation is about. I'm just wondering.
You're speaking about traffic enforcement officers?
So it would be by combination of MLS and the police doing
Right.
sort of what would be similar to the ride stop to be able to check vehicles in designated areas that they've defined. I'm just curious as to your thoughts.
Yes, on the second occasion that we met with a member of Toronto Police Service, we actually met with one of the officers that is on that patrol in the Yonge Street area. And he was saying how difficult it is to, first of all, identify the vehicle and to stop them. And a lot of these high-end or modified vehicles, the drivers speed off, and regulations prohibit Toronto Police Service members from engaging in chase.
Right.
So it's very, very difficult.
Right, right. And you talked about increased fines. Fines are very low now. I'm just wondering whether or not you and members of your condo association, whether or not you've thought about what that fine should be. And of course, we don't set the fine, it's done at the provincial level. I'm just curious as to what the fines or the ranges of fines should be, if you and your group have thought about that.
I guess I can't speak directly to an actual number, However, the fines would have to be substantial because the people who have these types of cars, I don't think are too concerned with a small fine. And I know for stunt racing, driving or those kind of things, there is impounding the vehicle. Now that might be a step too far, but certainly for multiple violations, that could be a step taken.
Sure. And then finally, there's been comments about health-related issues, noise and so on. I'm just wondering if you would share your thoughts on behalf of your group as to whether or not you have discussed this and whether or not you see this as a health issue beyond simply noise as well.
Oh, it is absolutely a health issue because I can tell you that those condominiums, especially along Yonge Street, and during the wee hours of the morning, there is a lot of noise. And the rental buildings, because they have, their windows often have to be open in the summer, again, a lot of noise. People in our association and also living in the area, knowing a number of other residents, say how much their sleep is interrupted. And that, of course, has long-term health effects.
Right. Thank you very much. Those are all my questions of you. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Clerk, we have one additional speaker on the list.
Mr. Chair, our last speaker for EC 31.4 is John Panagos.
Panagakos. Mr. Panagakos, are you there? We can hear you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Your voice is coming through loud and clear. You have 5 minutes
Awesome.
to speak, sir. Looking forward to hearing you. Go ahead, please.
Perfect. Thank you for having me today, everybody. I want to start off by saying thank you to all the speakers. I learned a lot today from everyone's unique perspective, and I think a lot of the presentations were just wonderful. Although I don't have a fancy presentation, I do have a perspective to offer to this committee and to this meeting. I'm lucky enough that I'm a parent, I'm a husband, I'm a community person. I live on Greenwood, just north of just north of Cosburn. And I offer the frustrating perspective of a lot of noise that comes from the DVP, which is a ways away. But what ends up happening is with these modified mufflers or this excessive noise that comes from cars, motorcycles, heavy trucks, is that they will come on the Don Mills exit, and then they'll go south on Greenwood. And what ends up happening is, if you have speed bumps on your street or not, if you have a speed bump, the cars will decelerate or slow down. Will create more noise. They'll go over the speed bump and then accelerate, causing even more noise. So we try not to have speed bumps on Greenwood, even though it will slow down it should slow down the cars. In fact, it will increase the noise. Right, so when you're trying to sleep in the middle of the night, that negatively affects us, and so it's really troubling. And I respect that people are trying to help us, and with this noise and traffic, and we find that on Greenwood, in the middle of the night, a lot of people will speed in this neighborhood, just not on Greenwood, but in and around the neighborhood. And we've emailed the councillor several times. We actually have a video of a car in May, I believe May, whatever day it was in May, about 2 a.m. was doing donuts. And donuts, for those of you that don't know, are just like car going around and around in the middle of the intersection at Plains and Greenwood. And it woke everybody up. And then people were rushing to their front door to see what was going on. And it's really, really frustrating, especially when you have kids or you need to go to work the next morning, because what ends up happening is kids aren't productive at school, and us as parents or people that work aren't as productive as in their day-to-day. So that's really one of our concerns is how do we reduce the amount of traffic from the DVP Greenwood South, especially overnight. And we've asked for, restricted right-hand turns from O'Connor down to Greenwood as much as possible, especially overnight, because it's also a safety issue. Because when kids go from school or from home to school, and then caregivers are also walking, then then we want to make sure that people aren't hit by cars, because cars don't really stop, right? So cars will do the rolling stop sign. Kids are often almost hit by cars. There's been, I think, a couple of kids that were hit by cars, and then one death several years ago. So we're just trying to reduce the amount of traffic, as a result, the amount of noise, or the amount of noise, also the amount of traffic, just so A, we can get a good night's sleep, and then B, it's a safety issue. And so, whatever people can do, or the city can do, is obviously greatly appreciated, but public consultation just like this is important. And I invite, Councillor Fletcher, who I think is doing a great job, and other councillors, come check out Greenwood or other areas that people are complaining about or have concerns about, and live it for yourself. And just be here maybe 3 o'clock or, maybe 7 o'clock at night, and just kind of hang out. And you can see for yourself what's happening, and then make a decision based on, what issues the residents have, and what you also see of a concern to make not just Greenwood safer, but all other areas within the city as well. And I thank you for having me today.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and I particularly like the shared approach in terms of it's all areas of the city that needs to have this issue addressed. Thank you kindly for your presentation. Let me see whether or not there are any questions of you, sir. Okay, of course, we'll get to that. All right, there are no questions of you, sir. And again, thank you very much for participating in today's meeting. We will now have an opportunity to question staff on the report. And I'm going to start with any visiting members of council. I had seen Councillor Mantis earlier. I don't see him. Councillor Mantis, are you there? Is he there? But okay. Councillor Mantis, do you have questions? All right, members, we'll take this into committee, and I will start with first questioner will be Councillor Mahavik, then Councillor Carroll. Councillor Mahavik, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead, please, sir.
Yes, thank you. I'm just wondering, in the report on page 23, there is talk of phasing out gas-powered leaf blowers for municipal use by 2025. Is that policy? I'm wondering, because I might have a motion on that, or maybe I don't need a motion. If it's policy by the Parks Department, that would be frankly helpful.
So thank you for the question. We are not involved per se, our division, but the Environment Division and Parks, Forestry and Recreation are, and I believe they are working towards, the targets set up by the Toronto Atmospheric Fund to reduce and eliminate these by 2025.
But you don't know whether it's policy, in other words, to move from the wish list to the directive. Do you know that?
My colleagues, James from EED has joined, as well as Janie from Parks. So we'll start with, I think, James.
And maybe I'll just add to it. The critique from the industry is that we can't impose on them what we're not willing to live with ourselves, which is a reasonable critique. So have we imposed it on ourselves, or is it just something that we kind of are doing? 10 to 15%, I think, is what you're saying. You're replacing two-stroke equipment. Is that within the context of a policy direction?
So through the chair, hello, Councillor Mahavik.
Hi.
It's Janie.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Haven't seen you yet. So we're working with our colleagues in Fleet and with James and his group as well, and we'll follow those directions as we go through it. I think the difficulty in some of this, and it's not so much that we're not willing to comply as well if this is the direction that City Council decides to embark on. It's just it will take years in the making for us to transition our fleet and some of the other sort of mechanical and other things that we have, around leaf blow, just because there's so many pieces of machinery that we use. But I think we are, fully on board to comply and to follow whatever the council decision is on this. And we'll work with our colleagues in fleet and in the environment office to implement that, as far as whatever the direction is. I would ask James specifically around what the policy, decisions have been, because that would be more in his area.
Thank you, Janie. And through the chair, I think kind of a general intent related to reducing corporate emissions across all our service areas, buildings, equipment, vehicles, etc., associated with Transform TO. However, to Janie's point, we are working through implementation of that, both on timing, costs, and any challenges as we now move from kind of the strategy into implementation of our climate plan.
Okay, so if I'm hearing you right, like all subject to doing it within a reasonable time frame and with available monies and so on, that you would not have any objection to us, frankly, having your back and saying, yes, within a reasonable time frame to phase out gas-powered equipment within PFNR would be helpful.
Do you agree?
Do you agree? And you set
through the chair, I think
you set the reasonable time frame.
The key in this is with the allowable time to be able to implement it, with the right approach and with the right equipment, and also with all the considerations for, some of the other work that may not be ours that's delivered directly, but through other sort of contractors with the city to ensure that everybody can comply at the same time. So it's a complicated plan and will take some time to implement, but as I noted, if it's the direction of council and that's the direction that we have, we'll certainly proceed as expeditiously as we're able.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Havoc. Councillor Carroll, next to question.
Yes, my questions are along the same line because I'm trying to decide. There's the recommendations you can tell from the deputants. The recommendations not to do anything about gas-powered leaf blowers on the basis of noise is disappointing. But what I understood, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that the decision that was taken by infrastructure and environment, we originally started looking for a ban, and they were to report back in 2022 on an all-out ban. As a backup, we then proceeded with the question of at least a municipal ban on the use of two-stroke engine equipment, similar to what is already underway in Markham. And that report is coming back early in the next term. Am I right about that? So infrastructure and the environment is seized of this matter and are bringing back a report. So what I'm wondering is are motions, any motions moved here in order, or would they just get referred to that report?
I mean, through the speaker, I can speak on behalf of PFNR on this item. That is the report that we're currently working on. And when I spoke to the plan and the timeliness of the plan and the complexity of the plan, that is where we're planning to sort of report back on the research that we've done around timelines and the sort of implementation approach towards this for consideration, including the financial implications of it. So I think, to your question, through the chair to you, Councillor Carroll, I think there will be a fulsome report on this with some options and considerations for council to pursue. And James may want to add to that as well.
No, I think Janie's covered it off in terms of the upcoming report. I'd maybe just note that based on council's past direction at the Transform TO consideration in December, we did also request that the federal government consider or move towards the transitioning out of gas-powered or two-stroke engines based on their regulations for emissions.
Okay. And I wonder if you could comment really in both areas that are big parts of the update in the item that's before us today. One is vehicle noise and the other is the noise from these gas-powered lawn equipment pieces, leaf blowers in particular. I'm wondering if you could comment on the approach that some of the deputants are making, or saying, could you just lower the allowable decibel level that you're proposing? In doing so, I'm wondering if in effect we end up with a ban, because if we were to do that, battery-powered electric lawn equipment, that's sort of their marketing strategy, is their every innovation they make year after year is about battery life and noise level. The Ryoe Whisper series is out there now and claims to be 85% quieter. I don't know what the decibel level is. But if we just approach this purely, rather than ban this specific type of equipment, if we just start to lower decibel levels for lawn equipment, lower decibel levels for vehicles, does that not then become the most efficient way to enforce this? That means that the souped up motorcycle, they're more commonly in the vernacular kick-ass motorcycles that are named after the comic book. Does this not then give you a really efficiently lean, very simple, you either are at that decibel level or you're not? Same with lawn equipment. Then in enforcement, someone complains, you simply come out and measure the decibel level of the equipment, and if it's over, then we're out. And that means that enforcement for MLS is purely based on noise, and then the environmental piece can be dealt with, over in infrastructure and the environment and our Transform TO strategy. Should we be moving motions that are just decibel level based?
That's your last question.
So thank you for the question, and I understand where you're going, and I understand the rationale behind it. The challenge is, what is that correct number? We heard from deputants that 92 isn't they didn't feel that it was appropriate. And
right.
I guess the challenge for us is coming up with a new number without a lot of research behind it at 80, 85. What's the basis for that? I think that's really important, and a number that we would need to have based on appropriate studies before enacting it. So that is something that is a body of work that we can do. As I said, there's another report coming in mid-year 2023.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Lai to question next, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's really eye-opening to listen to some of these deputants. With me having limited knowledge about noise level and all that, is the history and all that. I just have a couple of quick questions for staff. How does the city ensure that our equipment and operations meet noise standards?
And so and I see Janie's on the screen as well. I'm not sure she can answer the question, but her division has a number of equipment, but I don't think that she's measuring them, nor has the technology to measure them before going out into the field. So that is a challenge.
So thanks, Carlton, and again through the chair, Donna Kavachis is on as well, who may be able to give some more detail. But my understanding is that generally Fleet regulates all of the equipment that we use based on the rules that are put forward, so to speak, and the guidelines that either have been approved by council through various bylaws and other things, and that would be the sort of central coordinating body for us. And Donna may want to add something to that.
That is correct, Janie. That includes any contracts that we may also have with any of our vendors, specifically for equipment, are all regulated through Fleet Services.
My next question would be, do we deal with the noise complaints directed at city level? I mean, city vehicles different from those private ones?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, we deal with everyone equally. Complaints registered through 311 about noise. If it was about a city vehicle or a public vehicle, we would treat them appropriately. There are exemptions for municipal work and municipal construction, so those exemptions. But if we're just talking about a vehicle, a city truck, and it doesn't matter which division it's in, and if it was loud or we would deal with it consistently as we do with private and public vehicles.
So can the city levy them with fines?
Yes, we could. We have in an example with TCHC, we do work while we are part of the same group, and putting pocket money from one pocket to another is not something we choose to do. We have to hold everyone by the same rules.
I see. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. Let me just see whether or not there is any. Great. Let me just ask a few questions. Mr. Grant, through to you. In the research that your staff have done, so you've got a number of recommendations here, where and what jurisdiction do you see that we should be perhaps modeling, given the fact that we've heard from a number of the speakers that we haven't gotten it just right yet. We know what the health implications, the noise implication, and so on. Is there a jurisdiction that you and your team have identified that you think that perhaps we should be modeling ourselves more like?
Thank you for the question. I'm a big believer in a Toronto approach, a Toronto solution, but I also am a big believer in learning from other municipalities and taking the best from each of those. So if we take the best from, some people mentioned Oakville and Caledon this morning, other people mentioned New York, other people mentioned Vancouver. I think it's incumbent upon us in our research to take the best practices from each of those municipalities and build it into ours. Our city is significantly different. It's unique. It's tough to do comparables. While we do compare to New York and Chicago a lot, we feel that our bylaw is equally as strong as New York's.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grant. I'll disagree with you on the fact that it's equally strong as New York, is the governor's just introduced some additional measures there. But the reason why I asked you the question, and I share the perspective with respect to a Made in Toronto solution, I have looked at all of the states in the United States and the variety of different bylaws that are in place, and I have determined that there are some that we should be emulating more than others. And so that's the rationale and reason for asking you the question. Now, let me ask you this question. There has been additional technologies that are being utilized in varying places. I'm wondering whether or not you could comment on the noise activation enforcement. It's the automated enforcement program. You and I have chatted about this. You've indicated that Edmonton have tried it and so on, and it hasn't worked there. I'm wondering whether or not you would have any specific concerns whether or not we should in fact be trying that technology, because other jurisdictions are trying it and having some success. I don't know to the degree yet, but I'm just wondering whether or not you'd be amenable to pursuing that as a additional tool in your toolbox.
So thank you for the question. Yes, we have spoken about this before. Edmonton and New York have done different things to mix results. Success is really reducing it, and that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing challenges with differentiating between which vehicle made the noise, which license plate, and which compared to other noises in that area. It's also very challenging when it comes to a charging and going to court and having the justification to have our charges held up. I would also note that we would need permission from the province of Ontario to collect license plate information for this purpose. That's what is done for speed enforcement. And so if we were to go with noise enforcement, or we would have to get approval from the province to collect license plate data for that purpose.
Sure, not dissimilar to the approval on the fines from the province as well, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Can you tell me the enforcement blitz that has been done in collaboration with the police, how many have we done and what have been the results from those?
So thank you for the question. We've been doing these, we took a bit of a break in 2020, but we did some in 2019, and I have some numbers for 2021 where we did 6 of them.
Okay.
In different parts of the city where we recognize there are issues with motorcycles and kind of souped up cars. We inspected 105 vehicles. 7 charges were related to noise, and 33 were related to highway traffic. It's important to note that these blitzes are done in collaboration with the Toronto Police Service. They have the ability to pull cars over. So we look for locations where this is a problematic happening, and then we look for safe places to pull people over and take the appropriate measurements and check that they have the appropriate highway traffic documentation.
Super. Thanks very much for answering our questions as such. All right, members, there are no further questions of staff to speak. First hand I've seen is Councillor Mahavik.
It's because I'm the only one in this room.
No, but I'm looking at the screen as well, so I'm looking at both. That's why my head's turning back and forth, Councillor Mahavik.
Yes.
Councillor Carroll, I have you next. Councillor Mahavik, let me start your time.
So I'll first place the motions. There are 2 sets. One is motion A, and it's a request to report directly to council on potential amendments to the bylaw to further restrict gas-powered leaf blowers to specific months or season and to specific days and hours. That's one, and I'll ask the clerk to put the second one up. It's that Economic Development Committee recommend that City Council request the Executive Director, MLS, to consult with Toronto Public Health to include the health impacts of noise as part of the 2023 review of the noise bylaw. I'm sure they're doing it, but just to make sure, because it's not in this report, I think it would be of value in the next report. And the third one is to direct the General Manager, Parks, Forestry and Recreation to develop a plan to phase out the gas-powered equipment that is used by Parks, Forestry and Recreation within a reasonable time frame. So I'll go through them. Number 1, it is a report request to take it to council directly, so it's not that we would decide it here and to allow staff to do some work. I'm particularly, well, let me say this. I think since Mega City, this is the 4th time we've been dealing with this. 4th time. 2 times that I have been wearing the public health hat, and then I think you folks dealt with it in 2019, and now we're at it again. And this is just going to keep coming up. There is something wrong with the way this society has created these gas-powered leaf blowers, and it does need to be fixed. And I'm all for, I think an outright ban is not going to work. I think the pushback will be too great. And I'm not sure that that's going to work, or at least that has been my experience, and I don't think that there's the votes on council to actually have that happen. However, doing further restrictions, and I like particularly the Montreal model, what Montreal says, yeah, you can have leaf blowers, gas-powered leaf blowers, but you get them between April and May, for the month of April, and then during the leaf season, which is October and November. Cool, that's a fair compromise at this point. And so I'm hoping that we could maybe do that. They have restricted the hours by cutting it an hour in the mornings. So I think that you can only start at 8 o'clock. I think you should maybe look at that, and maybe also look at one day, maybe Sunday, of saying absolutely no to leaf blowers as well. And maybe you already do that, and I just need to kind of read the fine print. So that's motion number 1, and it gets us down the way. And what I think it does, it helps residents who are troubled by it. It says, okay, this is how far we can get right now with this particular city council, and maybe down the line we could we could advance it further when the market changes. And that's, I think, another goal here is to say to the market, you know, we're going to push. We're a very big jurisdiction. We're, you know, 1/10 of Canada lives in Toronto. And so you're selling a lot of gas-powered leaf blowers. Manufacturers, get into the battery-powered business. That's what we want to do. We want to push the market into the battery-powered business and push it as quickly as we can. In terms of enforcement, well, having gone through the smoking bylaw, the pesticide bylaw, and all of that, my experience is that a lot of these things are community enforced. So it's, you know, Michael Thompson lives beside me, I'm doing the gas-powered leaf blower, and Michael Thompson comes over, looks over the fence, and he says to me, you know, that's kind of illegal in June, July, August, and September. And you say, okay, fine. And then you make the big step, and then you buy a battery-powered one, or you get the old rake out and you figure it out with the rake. And I suspect good bylaws articulate the community consensus. And I think the community consensus is that we got to get out of the two-stroke engine business as a society and move in the battery-powered direction. That's where the consensus is, and I think that's what we need to do, and that's what number one tries to do, but it asks for a report to council on how that can happen. Number two is around getting public health to make sure that they're part of these comments. My sense is that the area of public health and noise is really incipient. There's not as much information as should be out there. New studies are coming out more and more showing the negative effects on human health, especially for seniors. And it is interesting. Most of the death incidents today were seniors.
Time is up, Councillor. I'll give you 20 seconds.
20 seconds?
Yes.
And the third one is hearing what staff are saying within a reasonable time frame, so that we walk the number two of motion B is really that we walk the talk. I don't know how long that's going to be. Let staff figure it out, but as long as they have a goal in mind and a plan that they put together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the mover? Just looking at the screen. Seeing none. All right. Our next speaker is Councillor Carroll. Councillor Carroll?
Mr. Chair. So bless you, Councillor Mavic. But the motions you've moved are the motions we moved at the very beginning of this term of office. I moved them. The presentations you heard, in particular for Mr. McDonald and Gail Beebe, those presentations are what drove this, and they were setting reasonable expectations. Okay, you don't want an out-and-out ban. Can we at least get back to leaf blowers being for just leaves? Can we get landscape companies to stop using for everything, right down to dusting off the pool deck 7 days a week as a professional tool, poisoning themselves in the neighborhood into the bargain. And we moved it as an environmental issue because at that time, the noise bylaw was already focused on other things, and we were advised, don't get there. But the minute we moved a motion about the environmental poisonous impacts of two-stroke engines, the noise community came back with a vengeance. And so what the community is saying today, what the growing membership of those organizations is saying, and what you just heard from Councillor Mahavik, who was, largely unaware that this conversation has been going on until he returned to council, is, staff simply have to wrap their head around the fact that this is what people want. And as hard as it is to enforce, people have had it up to here, particularly because it's not a matter of telling the market to go there. The market already has. Just turn on your TV in the weeks before Father's Day and watch the endless ads for new ways to maintain your garden without two-stroke engines and with battery-powered equipment that gets longer in its battery life every year, lighter weight to carry around on your back, and quieter. It's the biggest selling one is called the Whisper series. So the market's already gone there. This stuff is quieter, less poisonous, and cheaper than it was when it was first introduced. So there's really no excuse for us to not start to go there. Whether it's set by decibel level, because you don't want to just set banning two-stroke engines and then running around trying to find them. Either way, I'd be just as happy to see this come back in the 2023 report, because I've been sort of beaten down by the way the reports keep coming back, saying we can't do this. But Councillor Mihevc has sat here with a new and objective set of ears, listened to the deputations, and said, no, you got to come to council this month and do something about this. And so I'm going to support that, just as I did in 2019 when we moved this. And hopefully that passes. With respect to vehicle noise, I am going to wait until we get to council to move a motion attached to this report in that chamber, because I'm not alone there. On the issue of noisy speed racing, on the issue of altering motorcycles and scooters and creating insane amounts of noise along any route on and off of highways, and then a circuit that runs around our highways in the middle of the night all over town. I'm not the only councillor that moves motions there. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, Councillor Fletcher, myself, and Councillor McKelvey moved one. There have been a plethora of motions on we have to do something about souped up vehicle noise in the middle of the night. And so I would prefer to move the motion there where those councillors are there to be a part of it and to discuss it. But mark my words, once we get there and we have that discussion, staff have had ample opportunity to understand that we're responding to community outcry. If they don't phone 311 every single time they hear a leaf blower, it's probably because phoning 311 these days is a half an hour's wait. But they're thinking it, and they're talking to counselors about it on a daily basis, on an environmental basis, and on a noise basis. And that's why we keep coming at you, staff, to do something about these two things: excessive vehicle noise and poisonous and noisy lawn equipment. And so I'm going to support Councillor Mihevic's motion, and I give notice I'll be moving motions on vehicles at council.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Lai to speak.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I don't need to speak.
You have a motion.
Oh, on this noise?
I have a motion from you, Councillor, and that's the only way you get to move your motion. If you don't want to move it.
Could you please? No. Can clerk
the motion
post
reads,
the motion, please?
The motion reads, City Council direct the Executive Director, Municipal Licensing and Standard to report on noise from city vehicles and fleets, including waste collection services, as part of the 2023 noise bylaw review.
Yes, okay. I will move that motion, Mr. Chair. And just first of all, I'd like to say that, I know I echo with Councillor Carroll about this noise thing is not just one councillor. I think everybody's problem in the city. And I think Councillor Mentis is there. I think Councillor Mentis, I just saw him. I think he probably was doing this motion that I wanted to table it for him. And it's very important that actually we deal with this, and that is the motion as presented. I hope I can get your support on that one.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. Just give me a second, please. Just have to confer with the clerk. Councillor Mantis. You have a motion.
Yes, Deputy Thompson.
You have a motion that you would like to have move I'm wondering if you could speak to it, please. I'm happy to move it on your behalf, but I'd like you to speak to it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion that you'll have in front is in regards to the noise bylaw for waste management vehicles, as there's a difference in, sorry, the two bylaws that we have in front of us do not allow for waste vehicles that are commercial vehicles to be able to pick up garbage after 11 p.m. Every day, where the city vehicles, because they're exempt, they're allowed to pick up waste any time of the day. So what I'm asking is if there can be, until the new noise bylaw report comes to council, if we can have an exemption done for waste vehicles, so that way there is equality between, or equity between, the private waste vehicles and the city waste vehicles. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Mantis. And just to clarify, just a question for you, and well, actually, you're not a member of the committee, but I'll just speak to it. So you're seeking really to the bylaws, in essence, conflict with one another, and you're looking to harmonizing it. That's simply what you're doing. Just a nod of the head would be fine.
That's correct.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, members, thank you very much. I have a couple of motions. One is the mayor's motion that was sent to members. I just wonder if we could put that forward. I'm going to move that motion, but it's been submitted by Mayor Tory by a letter to myself and members of the committee. And it's actually on the screen. I suspect that you may have copies, or you have access to the motion. You're able to read it. Maybe I'll just take a moment and just read it through so that it's fully understood. So one, City Council requests additional support from the Toronto Police Service Board to conduct more joint blitzes with municipal licensing and standards to address excessive vehicle noise and illegal modified vehicles. Two, City Council requests Toronto Police Service Board to explore equipping and training police officers, traffic service on sound level meters to support enforcement of excessive motor vehicle noise. Three, City Council direct Executive Director, Municipal Licensing and Standard as part of the 2023 Noise Bylaw Review report to introduce a sound level limit for motor vehicles when their engines are idle in accordance with the Society of Automotive Engineers, and report on a plan for implementation of this new provision. That's Mayor Tory's motions, and I will move that on his behalf. I will take carriage of Councillor Mantis's motion, which we just clarified, and I have a new motion that I would like to move, and it is on the screen. That's not that one, that's Councillor Mantis's. Well, it's the next one. It's number, yeah. So this one I'm moving, which is asking that the Executive Director, Licensing and Standard, to initiate an automated enforcement pilot program, e.g. noise-activated cameras as a potential tool to curbing noise pollution in Toronto by the third quarter of 2023. I will be supporting all the motions that are here, and as Councillor Carroll has pointed out, that the motions by Councillor Mihalik are reiterating what are already in place that she had moved quite some time ago. We do that often here. We remind ourselves as to what we had agreed to do until such. Councillor Lai, maybe just ask you to mute your phone, please. We remind ourselves of sometimes as some of the things that we've asked staff to do. It's reiterating, and staff is actually working hard at bringing forward, obviously, a report in 2023. It's really important that we recognize the challenges that many Torontonians are having with respect to noises and their implication and the effects of them, and where the noises are coming from, what are some of the contributing causes. And we've heard from members of the community today, and I want to thank all of the members who came out to speak to this issue. It's a very, very problematic issue that's facing certainly not just our city. We've heard about the health concerns that people have and so on, and it's an ongoing effort to address the challenges that we're facing from noise. We have a number of conditions that are creating the problem. First, we have vehicles that are speeding, going fast. The faster vehicles travel in the city, the noisier they are, the more noise they actually cause. We've heard, about the challenges that residents living in apartment buildings are experiencing, the vertical noise that's traveling up and creating huge challenges for them just to rest. Others are experiencing the same thing as well. It's a challenge that we have to respond to, recognizing fully that a cosmopolitan city like Toronto, certainly there is a balance with respect to level of noise and productivity and so on. And I think it's really important for us to strike that right balance, which is, as Mr. Grant had indicated, and I fully subscribe and agree, we have to come up with a made in Toronto solutions. And I think you've seen from the number of staff that we've had responding to the questions from members of committee today, it's a collective approach or a number of departments, so it's interdepartmental work that's actually taking place. We have to get it right. We've heard from residents that indicated our decibel levels are way too high. I think every member of council on a daily, weekly basis get these noise complaints, and they're legitimate noise complaints and so on. As it relates to the two-stroke engines and so on, yesterday for the very first time, I broke out the box that I got from Amazon with my new blower, which is electric. It's battery operated. And and also is my trimmer that's also electric as well as battery operated. I had to charge it before I could use it. And it was much quieter than what is norm. And I felt sort of relieved actually because I had avoided buying a gas one for such a long time because of this issue, and I'm very concerned about that as well. The point that you made, Councillor Mihavoc and others as well, there are people who use them now, and one of the big issues I have, particularly in Scarborough, people will basically blow everything onto the street. I literally had to contact the number of the company owners and some of the lawn and garden service companies that people come and blow in the street. I stopped one guy one day just to ask, why are you doing it? And he told me it was Scarborough, it was okay. And I was basically just absolutely floored by that response. I asked him where he lived. He said he lived in North York. I asked then why he felt compelled that Scarborough, it's okay to litter and put all of the garbage in the street. I actually had pictures. I took pictures, took the name of the company, contacted the owner of the plaza, then contacted the owner of the company. I would say the owner was clearly not happy with respect to how his staff reacted. So what is actually happening is some of these products are actually being used to create even further litter in our community and so on. So this is an example of that and the approach by some of these folks. And I've seen it time and time again. I know we don't have enough staff to police all of it, and I think all of us have a responsibility. It should be borne on us that we should be the steward of this city to make sure it's clean, it's more proper than it is in terms of garbage and so on, and we shouldn't pollute it. And the noise and the levels are creating a huge challenge for everyone in the city, and it has to come to an end. And we do have to address the issue around speeding as well, but we know it's not going to come to an end by itself. No one's fooling anyone.
Okay,
Quite frankly,
Tom.
Councillor Carroll? Councillor Carroll? We know that we are going to have to work collectively and collaboratively as a city, and that's what we're doing. But we also have to look at what is actually happening elsewhere. Some of the research that some of my staff are doing globally, taking a larger look at this to see how we can affect this. So this is a start. It's a problem that we have to come to terms with. And I'm thankful that everyone has come together to speak about this today. It's ongoing work. We're looking forward to staff report that comes in 2023 with more solutions to help us to address these problems. Okay, thank you. Members, we have a number of motions. Mr. Clerk? Right, sure. Members, we also have a technical motion that staff have asked me to basically put on the floor of council. Of committee. It is here, and it is City Council direct the amendments to City of Toronto Municipal Code Chapter 591 noise described in the recommendation 1 come into effect immediately, and the amendments in recommendation 6 come into effect. We strike the July 1st date because we didn't have our meeting earlier to September 1st, 2022. All right. Thank you. So, Mr. Clerk, what order are we going to vote on these? I'm happy to take it as a package if we could do that. Okay, members, we can actually take all the motions as a package. Is everyone amenable to doing so? Or would you like to separate and vote on them individually? I'm just looking at the screen.
I'm content to do it as a package.
Excellent, great. All right, so we will vote as a package, and I'd like to ask for a recorded vote on that. Please, Mr. Clerk.
So this would be a recorded vote on motions 1A, 1B, 2, 3A, 3B, 3C, and 3D, pardon me. So all in favor of the motions to amend? Chair Thompson, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Lai, and Councillor Mahevik. Mr. Chair, that is 4 in favor, and that is unanimous.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you everyone for your
Can
participation.
we just remind, Mr. Chair, because we.
Is this a point of order,
we did
Councillor Carroll? It's a point of order?
Yeah, on a
Okay.
point of order, can we just remind the public, we did those all sort of, as a package, not putting them on the screen, but just to let people know that almost immediately they will appear on the website.
They're actually up now. They're actually now available, Councillor Carroll. But thank you very much. Absolutely.
Yeah. Just to remind people they can
Sure.
look them up that way.
All right, so the final vote we have on this item, I was going to conclude that, Councillor Carroll, but I wanted just to do item as amended before, but that's fine. Item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All right, thank you very much, Councillor Carroll, and the item has been dealt with. Okay, folks, we are now going to move to EC 31.5, and we've held this one for, we have a number of speakers. I wonder if, Mr. Clerk, we could start. I don't need a presentation on this. I'd like to basically just get right into the meat of it. We have a number of speakers on this item, so I wonder if you can call the first speaker, please. And just before you do that, just to remind everyone who's speaking on this item, you have 5 minutes to speak on the item. You may be asked questions after you have concluded speaking by members of the committee. At that point, you are able to respond to the questions that have been asked. And so I just want to remind everyone that you have 5 minutes to speak, and we will proceed by calling the names of the first 3 speakers, so get everybody on deck. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm aware that Vicky Fectau is in the room with us, so she'll be the first speaker. The next 2 speakers after Vicky are Nadia Andrew and Natalie Carvonen of the Toronto Wildlife Centre. Those are the first 3 speakers.
Okay, thank you. Vicky, come on down, please. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. It's now afternoon. Let me know when you're ready, ma'am, and then I'll start your time.
Okay, I think I'm ready.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good morning. Thank you for inviting me to speak today. My name is Vicky Fecteau. I have lived in Midtown Toronto for almost 38 years. In July 2021, on a motion by then Councillor Wong Tam, City Council asked Municipal Licensing and Standards to report back on the feasibility of expanding the pigeon feeding prohibition bylaws to all public and private spaces. In a nano survey commissioned by the city in January of this year, only 6.6% of Torontonians thought that feeding wildlife should be banned and enforced with fines. So how is it that the idea that maybe banning feeding pigeons has expanded into banning feeding almost all wildlife everywhere that 93.4% of Torontonians do not want? In any case, I'm here today to propose a change to the recommendations regarding the feeding of wildlife in the city, specifically that no person shall feed wildlife on any public property or feed wild animals of the canine species, such as coyotes and foxes, but they be allowed to feed wildlife on their own property. I have already submitted some comments that you hopefully have had time to read. Among my submissions was a short video of me, I think I was in my pajamas, feeding the squirrels in our yard to show that they came nowhere close to me to refute the argument that animals can lose their fear of humans. I would also like to comment on the likelihood of disease. First of all, rabies. The number of wildlife rabies cases in Ontario has decreased by more than 99% since provincial and local rabies control programs began. The most recent terrestrial wildlife with rabies in Toronto was in 1997, although the prevalence in bats is unknown. Roundworm from raccoons. Humans must ingest the feces of raccoons to become infected. This seems very unlikely. Both rabies and roundworm infections can be treated, although the treatment for rabies must begin almost immediately. West Nile virus and canine distemper do not affect humans. I also initiated a petition on change.org. Earlier, I sent a link to the petition, the list of signatories, and the comments. One comment is worth repeating. No, no, no. Toronto can't ban feeding of all animals. This is absurd. While there are fair arguments for banning feeding wild animals such as bears, coyotes, and wolves, and for banning feeding feeding animals, pigeons included, in public spaces, there is no reasonable argument for banning people from feeding birds or other wild animals in their own private backyard. Wildlife in the city must contend with climate change, invasion of their territory, other human activity, and sometimes deliberate cruelty. Feeding them, particularly in the winter, is not unreasonable. In fact, it can help them fight disease and certainly prevent them from starving to death. I suggest that Part B of the recommendations be add a new subsection 349-10.1 as follows. No person shall feed or attempt to feed wildlife on public property, including parks and streets. No person shall feed canine species such as coyotes and foxes on any public or private property. No person shall feed wildlife on property they do not own unless given permission by the owner. To reiterate my earlier point, 93.4% of Torontonians do not think there should be a ban on feeding all wildlife. I hope you will consider this and modify this proposal to something that will be agreeable to the humans and the wildlife in Toronto. Thank you for listening to my ideas. I can give you the references to the statistics that I quoted.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Let me check to see if there are any questions of you. Okay. Seeing none, thank you very much. Our next speaker, please. Mr. Clerk, I'll with you for a quick moment. Members, may I just ask you each to turn on your camera, please, if your camera is not on?
Hello.
Councillor Lai, you're on the phone? Okay. Yeah, we do have quorum. Okay, Mr. Clerk, can you call the next speaker, please?
Mr. Chair, the next speaker is Nadia Andrew.
Hello.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. How are you? You have 5 minutes to speak, please.
Nadia, I think you muted yourself. Can you unmute yourself, please?
Is she unmuted?
Thank you. Can you
Thank
hear
you.
me now?
We can hear you. You have 5 minutes. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Nadia Andrew, and my husband is Simon Amaral. We are both seniors. For the past 4 years, we have personally been experiencing problems with our, who we call, rabbit neighbor. Further to the 3 letters previously submitted to your bylaw chapter 349 Animals Committee, the problems of nauseating odor, vermin, and vector persists. This neighbor apparently had more than 30 rabbits housed in a wooden, what they called pet rabbit shelter, and metal cages that hung from a wooden fence. He bragged about selling his rabbit feces for $5 a bag. As well, he even killed one of the pet rabbits in front of his mentally challenged young son. We don't know if this only happened once or many times, but we only witnessed it once. According to the current bylaw, Chapter 349 Animals, we have followed all the possible avenues that were and are available to us. For example, our Toronto City Councillor, Mr. Stephen Holliday, came out to our place and agreed that there was an issue. Toronto City Animal Service inspectors came out, and the Toronto building inspectors also came out. It was strongly suggested that we communicate with the St. Stephen's Agency to help mediate our concerns with our, quote, rabbit neighbor, unquote. All this was done to no avail. The, quote, rabbit neighbor, unquote, was and continues to be very uncooperative. After reading the current bylaw chapter 349 Animals, we have come up with some suggestions on how to improve not only the, quote, rabbit and guinea pig, unquote, issues, but other issues in this current bylaw, such as giving power to Toronto Animal Service inspectors to do their jobs, such as giving citations, tickets, etc., to people who have openly broken a bylaw. In front of you, you should have copies of our 3 letters that we previously submitted to you with photos of our, quote, rabbit neighbor's pet rabbit wooden shelter. In these letters, you will find our concerns and suggestions on improving bylaw chapter 349 Animals. Again, please remember that these suggestions are based on our own experience with a rabbit neighbor that not only did not care for his rabbits as pets, but openly did not care how his rabbit situation, many, many rabbits, affected not only his health, but the health of all his neighbors. Thank you for allowing us to speak at this meeting and air our concerns and suggestions for improvement to the current bylaw, Chapter 349, Animals. As an aside, if I have half a second, we are not against pets. We live in a neighborhood where there are many young couples with young children, and it seems that most of them have a pet dog. They walk the street, they play with the children, the dogs are out there with the children, they poop and scoop, and no problems. So we are not against pets, but we are needing help with people who do not take care of their pets, who abuse their pets. That is my concern. So again, thank you for allowing us to speak, and please take our concern to heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, ma'am. Let me just check to see if there are any questions for you. There are no questions for you. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, we have time for one more speaker.
Mr. Chair, the next speaker is Natalie Carvonen of the Toronto Wildlife Centre.
Good afternoon, everyone. I do have a presentation to share.
Yes, good afternoon. Let's just set things up so you can share the screen. One moment, please. Okay, we're ready to go. You may begin, please.
Okay. Share screen. Might need a little, oh, I think I've got it.
Okay.
Okay, can you see that okay?
We can, yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So thanks again for allowing me to come and speak to you. My name is Natalie Carvonen. I'm a biologist and I'm the Executive Director and founder of Toronto Wildlife Centre. Toronto Wildlife Centre has been open every single day since March 28th, 1993, helping the residents and wild animals in Toronto. We are the busiest wildlife center in the country, admitting about 6,500 wild animals just last year alone. We have about 40 staff, several hundred volunteers, thousands of donors, and tens of thousands of followers on social media. The staff report that you have in front of you today is suggesting that amendments help Toronto Animal Services meet its mandate of ensuring the welfare of Toronto's wildlife and domestic animal population, which is fantastic. It further states that Toronto is considered a progressive leader in this area, and it is important to continuously improve our approach. And we certainly agree with that as well. We are here today to urge you to do these things by adopting the recommendations that we had put forward in our letter that you should all have a copy of. There's a few in particular that I want to highlight today. We strongly urge you to approve an anti-roaming bylaw for cats. I'm a cat owner myself. I absolutely love my cats. I've got a million photos of them on my phone. And I can tell you, though, that free roaming cats are a massive issue for Toronto's wildlife. In 2013, Environment Canada did a study and concluded that cats killed approximately 200 million birds a year in our country, which was more than all the other causes of songbird mortality combined. Baby songbirds in particular have no defenses against free-roaming pet cats. Most people are not aware that songbirds in Toronto, when they're raising their babies, there is a life stage where they're called fledglings, and the baby birds jump out of the nest onto the ground. They cannot fly yet, and they're fed by their parents on the ground for about 10 days or so while they're completing growing in their feathers. At this point, they're incredibly vulnerable to predation by cats in the neighborhood. At Toronto Wildlife Centre, years ago, the call volume for us was so high for baby songbird cat issues that we actually had to stop responding to these calls entirely, which was a heartbreaking decision for us to have to make. But what was happening is call after call after call came in where a resident would say, I've got a baby bird on my lawn, the mother's trying to feed it, and I'm worried that the neighborhood cats are going to kill it. The only thing that we could do was say, you're probably right, the neighborhood cats are probably going to kill it. Because as a wildlife center, we couldn't take every baby songbird away from its parents in the city of Toronto because cats might kill it. We would have literally taken every songbird away from its parents. And it's not just songbirds. Mammals such as squirrels and chipmunks and rabbits and other small mammals are subject to predation by cats as well. It is a huge conservation issue worldwide, and I hope that we can be a leader in helping to find solutions to these issues. Cats themselves are also at great risk when they are allowed to roam outdoors. When they go outside, they essentially become part of the food chain. They prey upon birds and small mammals, but they themselves are preyed upon by larger wild animals. They are also hit by cats quite often, hit by cars quite often on our roads. Toronto Animal Services one year picked up 1,300 dead cats from the roads, and those were the only the ones that died, not the ones that were just injured. So it is a really serious issue for cats. There's great options for cats to enjoy the outdoors if that's what is chosen, just like dogs do. You can take them out on a leash or put them in a cat enclosure. And we do ask that you join over 90 other municipalities across Canada and the GTA to approve an anti-roaming bylaw for cats. Another really important issue is the licensing of wildlife removal companies. There are dozens and dozens of companies in Toronto, and many of them are pretty shady operators, and members of the public assume that someone is overseeing the practices of these companies. These companies rip people off, and they cause untold suffering and death to wild animals. A lot of the times, the babies that are orphaned through these practices, if they can't be taken in by a wildlife rehabilitator, people have to call the City of Toronto, who then have to pick up and euthanize the babies at great expense to the city. We also urge that you strengthen the no feeding wild animal section of the bylaw. It's fantastic that staff are supporting recommendations to ban the feeding of wild animals, but we do ask that it be strengthened by being more explicit in the wording that no food can be left outdoors when people are not present. Some of the wording that is in the exemptions right now we find a little bit too broad, and this has been quite a problem in recent years, especially with coyotes. In conclusion, I ask you to support our 7 recommendations in our letter, showing leadership, improving approaches, and ensuring the welfare of Toronto's animals. But I also want you to know that I'm aware of the letter that Mr. DeBeermaker has submitted to the committee and am supportive of his letter and the recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay. There's a question of you, ma'am. Councillor Mihevik.
Thank you very much. Nice to see you, Natalie.
Nice to see you as well.
Sorry, there's an echo. Oh, there we go. One of the deputants mentioned, spoke to the suggestion that we exempt certain animals from being fed, in particular pigeons, I guess, pigeons and squirrels on one's own property. Do you see any downside to that?
I would be supportive of a working group. Perhaps it might be the best solution. We'd be very happy to be part of that, where we look at all of these issues and all the different species of wild animals. At Toronto Wildlife Centre, we work with up to 300 different species of wildlife, and they all have different needs and different challenges at different times of the year. I would probably suggest, just as a blanket statement, that many wild animals don't need feeding in the summer when food is plentiful. But as Vicki suggested, we may want to look at particularly vulnerable groups of animals and maybe at vulnerable times of the year like the winter.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. There are no further questions of you. Thank you. So we are going to recess until 2:30. Thank you. Councilor Havoc, thank you so, okay.
Yeah.
Councilor Havoc, just checking in to make sure you're able to speak.
Yes, I'm able, well, I certainly can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Perfect. Thank you.
Great,
Thank
thank
you.
you. I would release an item, Mr. Chair, if that's okay.
Yeah, that. Are we on? Okay, great. All right, folks, we are resumed. So, Mr. Clerk, we are on to our, I believe it's our fourth speaker on this item. Just to reiterate and to remind everyone that you have 5 minutes to speak. At the duration of your speaking time, members of committee may ask you questions, should they have questions for you. Okay, Mr. Clerk, we may proceed. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Our,
can I ask?
Is that point of
Are
order?
you going to be, point of order, yes. Are you going to be able to perhaps release items? I've had my questions answered over the lunch period, and I think staff could get on with their work if we release some items.
Happy to do that, Councillor. Let me just go back to my list. Happy to release items. Just give me a second, please. Let me just go to the item here. Was that
Yes, I
EC
have one as well.
31-9?
No, 31,
No,
23.
Councillor Havoc, I'm just dealing with Councillor Carroll first. I'll come to you in a second.
Yes, I can release EC 31.9.
Okay.
With,
So,
with apologies for having Ms. Bond wait around all morning. I didn't get a chance to call her at lunch, but I will contact her before council.
okay, thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. So Councillor Carroll is releasing EC 31.9, status report on audit recommendations, open doors to stable housing. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Havoc, which item are you prepared to release?
EC 31.23, having
moment.
spoken to
23. Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm happy to release it, having spoke to the wonderful Cheryl Blackman over lunchtime, answered all my questions, and enthusiastically support the report that on advancing reconciliation, equity, and inclusion in the museum part of the City of Toronto.
So reimagining a new future for Toronto's history museums.
Correct.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor Havoc. All those in favor of releasing that item? Opposed, that's carried. Thank you. Councillor Carroll, you had one more?
I do. I had time over the lunch hour to read EC 31.32, the IMIT fund for Sanofi.
3-2. Yes, that was the new business item.
Yes, I can release that.
Okay, Councillor Carroll is releasing the IMIT report, new business. All those in favor? Opposed, that's carried. Thank you. And Councillor Lai, we're going to be speaking to your matter, the anti-Asian report.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. We'll continue to hold it then. Thank you. All right, Mr. Clerk, the next speaker, please.
The next speaker on the list is Michael Mesher from FLAP Canada.
Michael, good afternoon. You have 5 minutes. Let me know when you're ready, please, so I can start your time.
Afternoon. I'm just going to switch over to share my screen.
Okay.
And hopefully you'll be able to see that on your end shortly. Let's try that again. Here we go. Here.
All right, it's coming up
There.
now, Michael.
Great.
I'm
Thank you
starting
very
your
much.
time now. Go ahead, please.
Yes. My name is Michael Mesure. I am Executive Director of FLAP Canada. We focus specifically on the issue of bird collisions with buildings. There has been a recent concern around free-roaming cats, and I'm going to kind of create a parallel between these two issues. Just a little bit about the history of Toronto and its efforts to address the concerns of bird collisions with buildings. This started back in 2005 when we worked in a partnership with the city to launch Lights Out Toronto. With that came the first set of bird-friendly development guidelines designed specifically to address the concern of collisions with buildings in the city of Toronto. After that came the Birds of Toronto Biodiversity Series, the first of that biodiversity series, focused specifically on birds and the beauty of birds and the abundance of birds in the city of Toronto. And then shortly after that, we found that the city adopted in its own Toronto Green Standard, they introduced the Bird Collision Deterrence Strategy in an effort to assure that new buildings in the city of Toronto were safe for birds. So with that, there has been this evolution of cities across North America that have followed Toronto's lead in its efforts to protect birds in its city and use that as a model in their cities across, as I said, across North America. Now, you will also know that by now, I'm sure, that the city of Toronto was one of the first cities in Canada to receive the Bird Friendly Cities Initiative. This one says Hamilton, I apologize, but Toronto was the first, if I'm not mistaken, to receive this certification. So how does this relate to birds? Well, FLAP has been picking up birds in and around Toronto for close to 30 years. One of the challenges we face are cats. Cats are often in and around the areas where these birds are found colliding with buildings, whether these are feral cats or domesticated cats. These cats come out and they will scavenge these birds dead or alive, which makes it that much more challenging for us to be able to do our job in protecting these birds that do continue to collide with buildings across the GTA. Now, sadly, not only that, we find that, and this is a tragic image, I understand, but it's important to know. I live in Uxbridge. I commute to Toronto to do my job in monitoring buildings in and around the GTA area, looking for birds that have collided with these structures. And in my travels, I've noticed a pattern. The three primary forms of animals that I find that are dying in collisions with vehicles are raccoons, squirrels, and cats. And it's quite tragic to see this as you drive in and around the Toronto region, to see this kind of event from occurring, but it is a fact. And this is one of the many reasons why, aside from trying to protect the birds that are colliding with buildings to ensure that they're not being scavenged by these cats, protecting the cats themselves from these types of dangers. Needless to say, all the other dangers that they are exposed to when they're roaming in and around the outdoors and not confined to their own properties, or even better, into their own homes. So with that, I just want to express the urgency. Toronto is a leader in bird conservation. The world looks to Toronto for its efforts to protect birds, to protect wildlife, and protect domesticated animals. And we need to continue to set that example for all these other cities. So the idea of allowing cats to roam freely is counterintuitive. We really need to focus on doing the exact opposite. We need to find ways to protect these cats and the wildlife that lives in our built environment. And with that, I want to just say that I've also read Mr. de Beremaker's letter and in full support of his recommendations, and I hope the City of Toronto will support this as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monsieur. Are there any questions for the speaker? Just looking on the screen, looking at the room. There are no questions of you, sir. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, Ms. Jordan, next.
Our next speaker is Autumn Jordan from Nature Canada.
Good afternoon, Ms. Jordan. Ms. Jordan. Connected?
I'm here.
Hi, good afternoon. You're connected. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. You have 5 minutes. You may proceed.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for the opportunity to have me speak here today. My name is Autumn Jordan, and I'm speaking to you on behalf of Nature Canada, which is one of Canada's oldest national nature conservation charities in the country. As Michael mentioned before, we work with a variety of different nature groups and municipalities across the country to protect, restore, and defend wildlife, including species at risk and migratory birds. One of Nature Canada's programs is the Bird Friendly City program. And Toronto was one of the very first cities designated with this certification, including Vancouver, Calgary, and London. With the work that we do at Nature Canada in representing over 900 local nature groups, including Toronto Field Naturalists, Toronto Ornithological Club, Neverclyde, and Protect Nature Toronto, we strongly oppose the removal of cat control measures within the City of Toronto, as noted in the staff report, updates to Chapter 349, Animals, not only because of the risk roaming cats present to urban bird populations, but also to ensure that cat welfare and public health concerns remain a priority, as stated in our letter to Council that I think everyone should have a copy of. Outdoor cats face a variety of threats, such as exposure to zoonotic diseases, vehicle collisions, fights with other wildlife, as well as other cats, and even potential harm from humans. As an invasive species, outdoor cats pose major threats to many aspects of local biodiversity and have been estimated to kill up to 7 birds per day in southern Canadian urban environments, as stated in research by Blanchard from 2013. Cats can be a major source of nuisance and conflict between neighbors due to their habit of defecating in gardens and sandboxes. And that's where the potential for transmitting diseases comes in. Not only this, but cats do scream at night, whether females are in heat or being territorial, amongst other male cats. Over 90 municipalities in Canada have recognized that owned cats must be the responsibility of their owner and passed no-roam bylaws to make that point. This reduces the burden of cat overpopulation, and by doing so, with a multifaceted paradigm shift that involves the entire community and both cat, bird, and nature lovers coming together to act on this. Toronto has the unique and bold opportunity to continue to ensure that the welfare of both cats and birds is improved by strengthening Toronto's animal protection bylaw, not weakening it. No-roam bylaws send the message that cats are valued pets and we need to take better care of them. No-roam bylaws can serve to improve the welfare of pet cats, as noted by many of the speakers before and most likely after me today, as they help to decrease the influx of pets into homeless cat populations, while also providing a safer environment for birds. Today, we urge Council to keep the requirement for Toronto Animal Services staff to retain nuisance animals, including cats, and maintain a citywide anti-roaming bylaw, alongside a comprehensive public awareness campaign to educate the public on the complexities of outdoor cats and their welfare, ethics, and the elements of bird conservation. These measures will help to keep both cats and birds safe and ensure that wildlife is protected for years to come. And I've also had a chance to read through Mr. Glenn Diebermaker's letter and are supportive of his recommendations as well. Now is the time to act on this important issue. Thank you all for your time, and I look forward to the rest of today's speakers.
Thank you very much for your comments. Let me check to see whether or not there are any questions from members. I'm just looking online. There are no questions of you, ma'am. Thank you very much for joining us today. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker.
Mr. Chair, Scott Tinney of Animal Justice.
Mr. Tinney, are you there? Oh, excellent. You're with us. You've been with us all morning. Thank you for being here. It's great to have you.
Person.
Yes, indeed. Let me know when you're ready and I'll start your time.
Okay. I'm ready whenever you are.
Sure. Here we go.
Okay, so just to introduce myself, my name is Scott Tinney and I'm a staff lawyer with Animal Justice. We're a national animal law advocacy organization focused on preventing cruelty to animals through, among other things, enforcing and strengthening existing municipal, provincial, and federal laws. Our organization is located in the heart of downtown Toronto, and many of our supporters are closely monitoring the city's proposed updates to the animal bylaw. So I wanted to take this opportunity to thank the committee for taking the time to speak on such a significant issue, and for taking the time to consider our position on the animal bylaw and the report prepared by the Municipal Licensing and Standards Division as well. So I'm going to first go through some provisions that we support in the proposed updates to the bylaw, and then some room for improvement that we think there is in the bylaw as well. So turning first to the recommendations that we support, there are 3 changes that I'm going to highlight, and we think that these are all strong additions to the animal bylaw with the addition of some minor alterations. So first, Animal Justice is strongly supportive of the proposed prohibition on the feeding of wildlife in the City of Toronto. Feeding wildlife creates behaviors and changes in the ecosystem that we can't always predict, and even though we may not see immediate harm, the potential consequences of this practice can be devastating. Among other things, feeding wildlife can cause animals to lose their fear of humans and companion animals, leading to an increased risk of human wildlife and pet wildlife conflict. It can cause animals to congregate in areas where they're being fed, leading to a higher risk of disease and nuisance in particular areas, and can create dependency in animals on humans as a source of food, which can lead to undernourishment and malnourishment in animals if they are not being provided a proper or consistent diet. With some small tweaks, some small tweaks could be made to this provision, including requiring exempt bird feeders to be taken down if they're attracting non-target animals. The introduction of a provision in the animal bylaw to restrict the feeding of wildlife is needed and will give the city tools to prevent or significantly reduce negative encounters with wild animals. Second, Animal Justice strongly supports the proposed restrictions on the capture and confinement of pigeons in the city. As it stands right now, there are no provisions in the animal bylaw which restrict the number of pigeons an individual or household may legally keep. The proposed update to cap this number, varying depending on the season, marks a step in the right direction to better ensure the humane treatment of pigeons in the City of Toronto. With that said, Animal Justice does recommend that the city considers going one step further to codify rules in the animal bylaw which regulate the treatment and care of pigeons that are kept in captivity. More specifically, Animal Justice recommends the implementation of rules detailing the specific conditions that these animals must be kept in. For example, guidelines specifying coop size per bird, dietary and water requirements, enrichment for the animals in their enclosures, etc. By regulating not only the number of pigeons which can be kept, but also the conditions under which they can be kept, the city would be further ensuring the humane treatment of these animals. Finally, Animal Justice would also like to briefly lend its support to the recommended changes in the bylaw, which would limit rabbit and guinea pig ownership to 4 animals per household. We heard from a delegation earlier about the dangers of hoarding and the issues in terms of public nuisance this would cause, as well as to the treatment of animals. The proposed limitation will improve the living condition for these animals in captivity by better ensuring that Torontonians are able to better provide adequate care for all their animals in the home, including providing access to veterinary care when necessary. So with this said, we still believe there's room for improvement in the animal bylaw beyond the report's recommendations. In particular, we suggest that 2 initiatives that were dismissed in the report be revisited by the committee and the city. First, Animal Justice encourages the city to reconsider the implementation of a positive pet list or PPL approach. A PPL approach, being an approach whereby the city would list what animals can be kept in the city rather than which cannot be kept, is simpler as well as easier and less expensive to enforce than a negative pet list. This list can be easily amended where scientific evidence suggests that a given species should be added or removed, for instance, where there is evidence showing that certain animals are not well suited for a life in captivity. Rather than placing the onus on government, a PPL approach puts the onus on those seeking to keep a new species of animal in the city to prove that that species can be safely kept and in a manner that respects their basic biological and social needs. While staff resources and consultation would be required to develop the tools for species assessment tied to a PPL approach, and this would come at a cost to establish this itself, this short-term cost is a small price to pay for a clearer, more efficient, and more adaptable bylaw going forward. Secondly, Animal Justice encourages the city to reconsider a ban on medically unnecessary surgical procedures performed on companion animals. While we were pleased to see that Toronto Animal Services would be supportive of a prohibition on these surgeries if said prohibition was adopted via provincial legislation, we don't agree that the city needs to wait on the province to address this issue. The Municipal Act makes it clear that local municipalities are empowered to pass bylaws to regulate animals within their jurisdiction. With this in mind, we recommend that the city moves to immediately ban medically unnecessary surgical procedures on companion animals, including declawing cats, tail docking, ear cropping, cosmetic dentistry, debarking, cosmetic piercings, and tattoos, which all cause unnecessary pain to animals and which have been disavowed by several major veterinary organizations as well as international animal welfare groups. While I just have 15 seconds left, I would just like to further emphasize and support some of what the previous delegation said with regard to cats at large in the city. We also do support reining that potential provision back. So thank you once again for giving me the time.
Thank you very much. Just give me a moment, sir. Let me see if there are any questions of you. And Councillor Carroll, you have 5 minutes.
Thanks. A quick question that's on your very last point. Because we've heard from others on the issue of cosmetic surgery with pets. How do we differentiate between needless? Well, or an argument could be made that it's all needless, but I'm sure you can separate in your mind the idea of sort of show dog and show pet
standards, altering the tail, things like that. How would we create a bylaw that differentiates between those two things?
Well, that's a good question, and it would be our position that, for example, show dog and pageantry and these entertainment types, entertainment uses of animals wouldn't necessitate a cosmetic procedure to alter their appearance. Well, obviously, exactly. So, well, in certain circumstances, breeders would make the argument that it does. Certainly, we would just make the argument that the animals in and of themselves don't need to be altered in any way. And an exemption wouldn't necessarily be needed. We think these are unnecessarily cruel and painful procedures, and they're something that we should be aiming to ban outright.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Thank you. Let me just check my screen. There are no further questions of you. Thank you very much for being here with us today.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, Ms. White. Would you call Ms. White, please?
Our next speaker is Liz White, Animal Alliance of Canada.
Ms. White, good afternoon. You have 5 minutes. I think you're muted, Ms. White. Are we able to hear her?
Liz, if you can maybe try unmuting your own microphone. You're unmuted here within the meeting.
Yeah, it looks like you're still muted.
Sounds like a bit of sound is coming through, but not correctly.
I think that's correct.
That sounds like you, Ms. White, and there is a good amount of sounds coming through. So, we're ready to go if you are. Go ahead, please. Oh, no, that was not her. Apparently. All right, so why don't we just stand Ms. White down and perhaps come back to her? Are we able to communicate with her? Sure. Ms. White, our team are going to try to connect with you. We're going to stand your speaking down for the moment, and we'll come back to you after we go to the next speaker, okay? We'll see if we can resolve the problem. All right, give us a moment, please. Thank you. All right, Mr. Clerk, Mr. Samuels, would you?
Our next speaker is Brendan Samuels, Bird Friendly London, who I am told that could not make it. We'll move on to the next one down, which is Paul Devine.
Okay. Mr. Devine, are you there? Is Mr. Devine connected?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Devine. Good afternoon. You have 5 minutes to speak, sir. You may begin.
Okay. Hello, my name is Paul Devine. I'm speaking specifically to the pigeon limits, not only for myself, but for other concerned neighbors who cannot participate here today, but are also negatively impacted by pigeon coops in the neighborhood. Presently, there is no limit. The proposed change is to allow 30 with a max of 50 in the breeding season and racing season, which runs from April the 1st to October the 31st. So that's spring, summer, and fall. So the maximum of 50 is going to be allowed while people are still, the most time they spend in their backyard anyway. So myself and my neighbors, we like the idea of limiting the number of pigeons, but we are actually requesting an outright ban on residential pigeon coops for the following reasons. We have a neighbor who has several pigeon coops, and the biggest issue we're dealing with right now is a rat infestation. 3 years ago, we started to see burrows in the ground along our back fence. We thought it was perhaps groundhogs, which we'd seen before, or maybe skunks. It wasn't until last year that we discovered that it was actually rats. It's gotten so bad that we called Orkin in last month. They came in, and the general comment says, inspected the concerned areas in the backyard, found 5 rats sitting idle at the neighbor property by the shed. There are lots of rats. Observations, treatment rendered, heavy infestation of rats at the backyard fence line. Now, I've also noticed this year that the rat burrows extend into the park. I border a park, and so does a neighbor behind me. The rat burrows are now visible from the park side. Last week, walking in the park in the broad daylight, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I saw a sizable rat in the park. When it saw me, it skirted back to its burrow. This is a park where children come to play, families come to enjoy themselves, And obviously, this is a health concern and a danger. People picnicking or having food, the rats are attracted to it. So that is a huge concern. Not only that, there's so much fecal matter. The gentleman has 150 pigeons. According to birdjournal.com, the average amount of fecal matter for one pigeon is 0.13 pounds daily. 150 pigeons is 20 pounds daily, 137 pounds weekly, and 546 pounds of fecal matter a month. This gentleman does not clean them in any kind of regular order. It's gotten so bad, 546 pounds a month. It's gotten so bad that our backyards are becoming unusable. The odor is unbearable. Like when you go out in the backyard, it's a gag reflex. My wife, myself, and the neighbors, we don't use our backyards. We definitely don't go out at night because we're worried about the rats. We see them in the day, so we can only imagine what's going on at night. So it's definitely disturbing the enjoyment, comfort, and convenience of neighbors. The proposed recommendations for the limiting the number of pigeons comes into effect or will come into force December the 1st, 2023. That's another year and a half. This problem has been going on for more than 5 years that we've been dealing with. We've contacted, obviously, by law enforcement, municipal license and standards. I've talked to lots of people there. Nothing is being done. I sent pictures to municipal license and standards, one of their supervisors last year of all the rat burrows. No one ever came. No one ever inspected the problem. We're asking that if this is to be implemented to lower the numbers, could it not be done December the 1st, 2022, when the changes to rabbit and guinea pig limitations are also coming into effect? And also enforcement. Are bylaw officers going to come by and actually count the number of pigeons in the coop to make sure there's only 50? As I said, this has been going on for more than 5 years, almost 7 years, and it's just unbearable. Our backyards are unusable, rat infestation, a health hazard for people in the neighborhood, it's the bordering, and now people in the park. So it's definitely out of control. Also, the setback requirement for pigeon coops falls under the city bylaw zoning 569-2013. And the article 10.560, they're called ancillary buildings. And one of the points in there says these buildings may not be used for living accommodations. Those pigeons are living there and being accommodated, and they're basically right on the fence line. So the odor from the fecal matter is overwhelming. We ask that for sure this be implemented to a limit of 30, but we would even ask to reduce those numbers, and we're calling for an outright ban on pigeon coops. This is a health hazard. It's inconveniencing neighbors, falls directly to the unsanitary conditions of 349-9. An animal is kept in unsanitary conditions where the keeping of the animal results in accumulation of fecal matter. Yep. Odor, definitely. Infestation of rodents. Yep. Where the accumulation of any of the aforementioned.
You're 5 minutes,
endangered
sir.
or
Can I
likely
just ask you to
endangered-
wrap up, please?
Yeah. So I'm just saying running that off there at the end of that, and it says where these are likely to endanger the health or person of any animal which disturbs or likely to disturb the enjoyment,
Thank
comfort,
you,
or
sir.
convenience of any person.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let me see if there's any questions for you. Give me one moment, please, sir. Are there any questions for this gentleman? Okay, we'll do that. Sir, can I just ask you, so you believe that the number should be in and around 30? Was that what I heard you say, as not 50? You're asking
yes, they're saying the limit to 30, but maximum 50 during breeding season, which is basically April to October. It covers all the time outside. Yeah, so 50 is still too many.
Yeah, no,
Even 50 presents a large problem.
Right.
I'll just add that the representative from Orkin said that the rats are attracted to the pigeon feed.
Sure.
That's what's bringing them. He said he's seen it many times. So they're estimating there's hundreds there.
Right.
So
okay. Thank you for that, sir. But I just wanted to understand. I want to reconcile. You said ban the coops, but allow for 30 pigeons?
No, we would like to see the pigeon coops being banned altogether. But if that's not going to happen, of course, we support limiting them down to 30. That would be amazing.
I see.
It would help to control the problem.
So, but by banning the coops, you're suggesting that you want to ban pigeons altogether, but at the same time you said you would support 30, not the 50.
Yes, correct. Yeah, so obviously
Okay.
we'd like to see pigeons banned altogether with the
Right.
issues we're dealing with. But if that's not a possibility, then definitely we support lowering the numbers to 30.
Fair enough. I just wanted to clarify that, sir, and you've clarified that
Yeah.
for me
Yeah.
very well. Thank you very much. Let me just check
Okay.
to see if there's any
All right.
further questions of you, sir. There are no further questions of you, and thank you very much for being here and presenting your views on the item. Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Sandy Donald, Ontario Wildlife Rescue.
Sandy Donald. Hi, Sandy. Good afternoon and welcome. You have 5 minutes to speak, and at the end, there might be questions of you. You may begin, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I'm with Ontario Wildlife Rescue. We work with about 50 wildlife rescue centers across Ontario. We're based in Toronto. We also work with the Ministry of Natural Resources. As far as reinforcing what Natalie from Toronto Wildlife made in regards to cats and songbirds, they are the #1 killer of songbirds. We can get hundreds of calls in a week in regards to cats that have gone after songbirds. I personally think it should be, if somebody has a cat outside, basically they got to have a bell on it. That would dramatically reduce the number of birds that are attacked. Other item is, and this has unfortunately been a conflict with animal control. With the Ministry of Natural Resources, there's what they call the 24-hour rule. If somebody finds an injured or orphaned wild animal, they have 24 hours to get it to what's called an authorized wildlife rescue, or authorized wildlife custodian, or what we call a wildlife rescue center. The current bylaws don't recognize that. In the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Act, which is a provincial act, it's under section 44A, and we've run into problems where animal control has basically said that section of the act does not exist in Toronto, which is wrong, and basically trying to avoid basically a future fight with the Ministry of Natural Resources and the provincial government. Other point is, and this is actually, it's interesting, previous speaker mentioned about it, we are running into actually a major problem with these, in particular because of rats and mice, with these poison boxes. They are being distributed quite often actually in residential areas and whatnot. And basically the poison boxes allow a rat or a mouse to go inside, eat the poison, then leave the box and go off and die somewhere. The problem we're running into is the poison or rat poison is getting into the wildlife population. And actually from a legal point of view, again, I'm referring to the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Act. In the province of Ontario, it is actually illegal to poison wildlife. And the reason for that is rat goes off and dies. It is then eaten by quite often by an owl, by a fox, coyote, or whatever, and they become poison and they die, and then some other scavenger and whatnot eats them. Unfortunately, the way it's currently set up, from the Ministry of Natural Resources point of view, if somebody has a poison box outside and they're poisoning animals, they can investigate on an individual basis. But the actual licensing of the rat poison is under the Ministry of the Environment. Under the Ministry of Environment, they make no distinction between outside or inside, if you want to call it poisoning and whatnot. The city can, in effect, make it illegal to have poison boxes or poison traps outside. And we've run into, actually, we had a situation last year, it wasn't in Toronto, but actually a bear cub died of rat poisoning. We're running into actually raccoons, squirrels, chipmunks and whatnot are ending up in wildlife rescue centers because they've been poisoned and it's rat poison. What we would recommend very strongly is basically the city of Toronto do a ban on, if you want to call it these poison boxes or whatever outside. It's creating a major problem. And to be honest, if an owl, barn owl is killed, you're killing off the natural predators for rats. That's the major bulk of my, brief.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation today, sir. I understand that Ms. White's audio is working now. Ms. White, are you there?
Hello?
Hi, Ms. White. Good afternoon.
Hello. How are you?
Very well. I can hear you now. So you have 5 minutes. I know you're no stranger to the committee. You may begin.
Thank you, and I apologize for the delay.
No worries.
Thank you. I want to thank to have the opportunity to speak today, and I wanted to talk to say to City Council and to the folks on this committee and to Toronto Animal Services to say how grateful we are for the kinds of programs that have been implemented at Toronto Animal Services. They are very progressive, and they've become the envy of many communities through Ontario and beyond. And some of those are things like the Toronto Feral Cat Coalition, spay, neuter, and microchipping, and a number of other really progressive programs. What I'd like to talk about the majority today is about the seizure and impoundment of cats, because that has been of great discussion. And I think the city, and rightly so, is concerned that healthy, owned cats will be brought into city shelters where the majority will not be claimed. If you look at the data from Toronto Animal Services, less than 10% of cats that are admitted to Toronto Animal Services are actually claimed by their owners. So that means that 90% of the cats that come in, nobody ever comes to claim them, and then the city is left with the big challenging problem of either having to find the cats' homes, get them to rescue groups, or euthanize. And so if you're bringing also cats, because you don't want them wandering outside, into the shelter, and those cats are healthy, the city faces an even increasingly problematic challenge of trying to find those animals' homes. And I think the problem with this discussion is that the Toronto Animal Services will become the bad guy in this whole thing, because cat owners will see them as out there picking owned cats up, or clearly healthy, loved, and owned, and wildlife folks will see the city is not doing enough to protect birds and mammals. And it has literally taken us a decade or more to break down the lack of trust in the community with Toronto Animal Services, and have the community and Toronto Animal Services work together to bring in top animal care programs. So we think that cats should be indoors, and that wildlife should be safe in the city. But the problem is that we have no data in any of those cities that have done anti-roaming bylaws to find out whether it actually works. How many cats are being picked up? How many cats are being reduced out in the community? I cannot find any data on whether it works or it doesn't work. And the second thing is, we can't find out how many cats get euthanized as a result of ending up in shelters where they're not claimed and there are no homes for them. So what we're advocating is to have a collaborative approach with the wildlife folks and the cat folks in the community to see if we can actually resolve this problem in the same way that we did with the Toronto Feral Cat Coalition. We brought everybody together to have that discussion. How are we going to resolve? And in fact, the City of Toronto does more about outdoor cats than most municipalities across Canada, simply because of the Toronto Feral Cat Coalition program. So we want to build on that where there is goodwill among everybody, and that we begin to build a proper education program for people to talk to them about the importance of keeping their cats indoors. And I think we also need to talk to people about feeding wildlife, because there are implications for other wild animals in the city when animals are fed on people's properties, even if they're not fed outside of people's properties. So so that's with regard to the impounding of cats. With regard to feeding wildlife, we would ask the city to look at amending section B1 to add the words, except where the food contains poison designed to kill wildlife. In the city of Toronto, Avitrol is used consistently to poison pigeons. Other raptors eat the pigeons, and then there's serious issues with secondary poisoning. We've just done a major paper on it. I'm happy to share it with the city, but there are other municipalities in North America that have banned Avitrol. There is an alternative, which is Ovo Control, which is a birth control product. So we urge the city to take a second look at that and see if they can amend that to ban the use of Avitrol. And we would also recommend a positive listing to prevent the keeping of certain animals. Animals like rabbits, rats, mice, guinea pigs.
Your 5 minutes is
smaller
up, Ms.
animals.
White.
Oh, thank you. Thank
Okay,
you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me check to see if there's any questions for you.
Yep.
There are, oh yes, one moment, please. There is a question, Councillor Mihalik, to question Ms. White. Go ahead, please, Councillor Mihalik.
Yes, sir, I'm obsessing a little bit about the feeding of wildlife. And, you know, I understand the big picture of it, but I am wondering, so if that goes forward to really say there is no more feeding of wildlife, that would include, you know, the person who feeds pigeons in their backyard and squirrels, sets up some feeding of squirrels in their backyard and so on. So could you comment on that, whether we want to exempt any animals, any particular animals?
Yeah, I lived just recently, as you know, I lived in your ward, Councillor Mavic.
Former ward.
Yes. And next door to the house that I lived in was a person who massively fed pigeons, squirrels, raccoons, everything. And while I loved all the animals and had no problem with them being there, many other people in the community had big problems with them being there, and then the animals became persecuted. So I think if it's at all possible to begin to educate people and begin very slowly. I don't think you can do it overnight, but I think if you present good arguments to people about why it's important to begin to not feed so much and then to encourage people not to feed at all. We know, most people don't like mice and rats, but mice and rats are wildlife too, and they're heavily attracted to spots where there's food availability. So it would be much better if we could actually design a program where we begin to step back from allowing people to feed animals as broadly as we do to trying to get them to stop altogether.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate your opinion.
Thank you very much, Councillor
thank you.
Mihalik. Thank you, Ms. White. There are no further questions of you. Thank you. All right,
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, our next speaker, please.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Glenn de Beermaker.
Mr. de Beermaker, good afternoon. Are you connected?
Yes,
Okay.
my video's not coming on, but I think that's the setting.
Oh,
but
we can
yes,
see you
I'm ready
now.
to speak, Mr. Chair.
And thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, members of committee. My name is Glenn de Beermaker, and I'm a former city councillor who was active during my 15-year tenure in almost all the animal welfare initiatives in the city. And I'm here to say that I have submitted a letter. And what I found was that there are some wildlife and bird groups that focus on wild animals, but not domestic cats. And there's some people who focus on domestic cats, but not wild animals. And what I've tried to do is bring together what I believe is a consensus of a large overlap of agreement. And I've sent those recommendations to you in a letter, and I would ask you to adopt them. I have not been able to talk to everybody, and I don't know everyone who spoke today, but I have got the approval of the Toronto Humane Society, the Toronto Field Naturalists, the Toronto Wildlife Centre, the Fatal Light Awareness Program, Nature Canada, and the American Bird Conservancy have all reviewed the submissions that I've given you and are comfortable and support all the recommendations. I'd like to also acknowledge the great respect and admiration I have for both City Council and the staff. I had an amazing 15 years as a councillor and loved working with staff to improve the welfare of all animals in every corner of our city. And I find in the report there are a couple of recommendations that staff support, but then say, let's wait and let's do more research, or let's let the provincial government take action. And I'd like to highlight a couple of quick accomplishments that the city's done in the past and play a leadership role, which is what I think you should do today as well. It was Councillor Mihevc and myself in 2005 passed a set of bird-friendly development guidelines. That was formally adopted by council actually in 2007. It's been 15 years since then, and the province still hasn't adopted those guidelines. So 15 years of inaction at the provincial level, where while we've had a decade and a half of protecting our birds and our wildlife. The city passed a ban on cosmetic pesticides in 2003. It took the province another 6 years to catch up to us. We banned puppy mill dogs and cats in 2011. It's over a decade later, the province still hasn't acted. So I would encourage you to act now and not wait for more research or wait for the provincial government. The provincial government would have to deal with 444 municipalities. If something is wrong in our city, we should fix it. We shouldn't wait a decade for somebody else to do it for us. Saying that, I'll just touch base on some of the recommendations I put forward that I think merit your support. I think the city should ban unnecessary cosmetic procedures on companion animals, much like the other groups that have spoken today. Again, and your staff support that position too. But they've suggested that maybe it would be better for the provincial government to do it on a provincial-wide basis. And I can tell you, given my 30 years of advocacy, that may never, ever happen. So I would suggest to you, this is a practice that shouldn't happen. It's inhumane, and we should ban it within our city. I strongly support the anti-roaming bylaw for cats. If you love cats, you shouldn't allow them to go outside where they'll be hit by cars or killed by coyote or killed by poison that a neighbor leaves out for them, or attacked by a dog or another cat or a fox. If you love your cat, keep Fluffy indoors and let them be the beautiful cat that they are. I would also strongly recommend that we require mandatory microchipping of all cats in the City of Toronto. The City of Toronto offers for $15 your microchip and your rabies vaccine at some of our clinics and our chip truck. So it's not an expensive proposition, but the staff themselves say that in our shelters, 90% of the cats that come into our shelters, we can't find their owners. But imagine if they were all microchipped. They'd come in, beep, beep, oh, that's Mr. de Bearmaker's cat, and he lives down at Eglinton and McCowan, and we'll actually drive the cat back to his owner. I think the licensing of wildlife removal companies is very, very important. These are fly-by-night people who trap animals inhumanely. They end up usually killing them. They leave their babies behind, and then who takes care of those starving babies? The City of Toronto is called, and we pay staff to pick up those baby raccoons or baby skunks or baby opossums, and we euthanize them. That's a lot of money that taxpayers have to pay because a wildlife removal company didn't do the proper job. So my set of recommendations is out there.
Your 5 minutes, Mr. Glenn, Mr. de Bearmaker. Your 5 minutes.
Great,
okay, let me see if there's any questions for Mr. Bearmaker. Yes, there are. So let me just reset the time, and I saw Councillor Mihevc first. So Councillor Mihevc, you have the floor for questions.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. de Bearmaker. I was going to call you Councillor. Could you, for us, you have, and I get your background in being on City Council is very helpful, and your wisdom around this is also very much appreciated. But could you go through your motions so that we understand them really, really clearly?
Yes, I can. And hold on, I'm just going to put it onto my screen. so that I've got them right in front of me. So again, my recommendations, which again are some of my own, but the main motions are a compilation or an omnibus collection of everybody else's motions that I think everybody else agrees on, including all the groups that I mentioned. So again, I recommend we ban medically unnecessary surgical procedures. Staff recommend the same thing, but they don't recommend you do it. They recommend the province does it. Two, I actually suggest that you ask staff for a report back on providing financial support to the cat rescues in our city. And again, our city staff have done a great job of supporting all the charities and cat rescue groups. But I can tell you, if we have too many cats in our shelters today, and we do, the fastest, cheapest, easiest way to reduce the volume of cats in our shelters is to help those small nonprofit groups. Capture them, spay them, neuter them, return them, find them forever homes. They do work that we could never, ever, ever do.
Okay, which motion is that? Like, let's just focus on the motions because that's what we're going to move, right? So that's number one. I totally understand, ban medically unnecessary.
Oh, I see, for motions, yes.
Yeah,
okay,
yes. Just focus on the motions. We probably agree with your arguments, just the motions so that we understand them clearly, so we know what we're buying.
Okay, great. Okay, what you're buying, I agree with in terms of motions, approval of an anti-roaming bylaw for cats with an exemption for feral cats, because the city and the Toronto Humane Society and many others are doing a great job with the feral cats, but approve the anti-roaming bylaw.
Right, okay,
Keep
that's
the requirement
understandable.
to retain nuisance animals with an exemption for feral cats. So if my cat is pooping in your kid's sandbox, then you should be able to call the city and have them remove that cat and have them stopping from defecating on your property. With feral cats, we have other ways to deal with that. Another motion is requiring mandatory microchipping of cats. Another motion is licensing the wildlife removal companies so that
that's a
we
good one.
protect the public and we protect the wildlife that they are removing. The last three recommendations is creating a positive list of pets that people can keep. So unlike poor Councillor Fletcher, when some guy in her community bought himself a flamingo, and when she asked Animal Services to rescue it, they said, we're sorry, you're allowed to have a flamingo in the city of Toronto because we didn't ban it. So we actually had to pass a bylaw banning flamingos because we hadn't thought of it in the past. So create a positive list. The other last two
Number
motions.
7 is fine. Number 8.
Strengthening the no feeding of wild animals. We support the staff recommendations that say you should not be feeding animals either on public property or on private property. And we wanted that wording tightened just to say that you cannot leave food outdoors when people are not present. The staff recommendation, which we support, says that at the end of a ceremony, you must remove all food. And so ours is just making sure it's a little stronger so that people understand you should not leave food out for 3 days and then come back and say, well, I was thinking about my mom or dad who passed away. And then the last one, which again, I think is in the staff recommendations as well, is launching a comprehensive public awareness campaign that includes promoting the cities and other charities' microchipping services and spay-neuter services. We want to make sure that all the people living in Toronto community housing buildings, for example, who often don't have access to a vet, but they need their companion animals, that they know that the city or the Toronto Humane Society or other charities will get them microchips and or spay-neuter services. And actually in the city's case, we waive our fees for low-income residents. So
30 seconds left. Number 8 and 9, I think I understand. Motion number 1, right at the top, you say delete recommendation J.
Yes.
You want the city to continue to impound cats that cause a nuisance, okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Cats that don't cause a nuisance will probably continue to be out there. But if a cat causes a nuisance and is impacting a neighbor, the city should still impound that cat.
Okay, thanks, Glenn. I really appreciate this.
Thank you very much, Councilor Havoc. Let me check and see whether or not there's any more questions for you, Mr. DeBearmaker. There are none. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, the next, Ms. Wilson.
Yep, our next speaker, Mr. Chair, is Erica Wilson.
Ms. Wilson, are you there? Is Ms. Wilson connected? All right, fantastic.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now, Ms. Wilson. Good afternoon. You have 5 minutes. You may begin, please.
Okay. Hello, my name is Erica Wilson, and I'm a pigeon rehabber and the owner of the Pigeon Nest Rescue, as well as the founder of Canada's Pigeon Dove Rescue Group. And I would like to share a little bit of information to you to get you to understand why I think that this feeding ban should not include them. So pigeons are a feral animal, not wild by nature. They are genetically from domestic lineage and have had to survive in the wild. They do not feed on most of the natural food in the wild. This also means that they are not an invasive species. They rely on us to survive. On top of that, hundreds of domestic fancy and racing pigeons are abandoned into the wild. They do not have the means to survive in the wild every year. They are not feral, but 100% domestic pets. Without our help, they will die. You will see many of them in my rescue groups, and in the city trying to survive. Places like Toronto Wildlife Centre cannot take these domestic birds. They are not wildlife, yet they are the same animal. We must protect these innocent animals that fanciers mistreat and implement better laws against them, not against the animals they exploit. Also, there is an issue of misinformation spread about illnesses inside of pigeons. Pigeons have very warm body temperatures, much higher than us. And so for the most part, what lives in them cannot live in us. As for their droppings, they too are far safer than claimed. You need to have a great deal of them in dark, damp environments to cause mold. Back to their warm bodies. Because their bodies are so warm, they require a lot of food to keep themselves at a level of heat. Because of that, removing all feeding, especially in the wintertime, will most definitely kill them. And as vets will tell you, starvation is a cruel and inhumane way to die. At my rehab, I get a lot of emaciated birds in the wintertime. This, I imagine, is going to flood me with starving, suffering birds. In order for them to stay strong, they need to have food. They are naturally homing animals, and what this means is that they home back to their family where their kids are. They home back to the places where they're used to eating, and they will home back to where they feel is the most safe. It is less likely that they will venture long hours trying to find food out of the city when this is their home. If population control is an issue, it should not be reactionary like starving domestic and nature birds. Dovecotes and lofts, called artificial breeding facilities that you see in Europe, have worked tremendously in reducing populations safely and effectively by building safe spaces for birds to nest and removing the eggs with fake ones. Yes, they do sit on fake eggs. This gives fun, safe education for children and experience, and for people like seniors to get involved with the community and thrive. In regards to the issue of rodents and feed, starving pigeons means weak, sick, slow prey, and for all the rodents to eat them. If anything, we want to keep them strong and healthy. The second part of the bill, keeping 50 pigeons in the summer and 30 in the winter. First off, I do believe all birds currently alive should be grandfathered. Fanciers will release and cull those birds, which should be illegal. This means hundreds more stranded pets in the city trying to survive. Secondly, saying that they can have 50 in the warmer months and then 30 in the colder means that they are continuing the cycle of breeding and then most likely culling if they have too many. This is a cruel cycle, and I would keep it at one specific number and leave it at that. We could be leaders in North America, the first to offer humane population control like artificial breeding facilities, or simply feed our flocks ovocontrol seed. It's affordable and it's ready for us and safe and available now. We could educate the populations and reduce fear and misinformation about illness and cleanliness. I encourage you to communicate with me, a pigeon-specific rehabber, to work on ways to resolve this in this community that doesn't involve hurting such an important animal to our history. These highly intelligent birds deserve better than this. Please, let's give them that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson. Let me see whether or not there are any questions of you. We will start with
Yes.
Councillor Mihevc. Councillor Mihevc, you may begin. You're muted, Councillor.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm wondering whether you would be willing to, given that there is some debate within the animal care community, to basically sit down with, there were some people right at the beginning who were agreeing, some people were disagreeing, but to sitting down with folks and figuring out a strategy, even between now and council meeting, to come up with a single recommendation for council. right now, like, we're a little bit betwixt and between. Would you be willing to do that?
Absolutely. Anything. Yeah, for the pigeons.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilor Havoc. Let's see whether or not there's any further questions for you. Let me ask you one quick question, Ms. Wilson. Let's change the time here. The report speaks to, when it talks about pigeons, it indicates that that you should keep no more than 20 for the period between November to March 31st, and a subsequent year up to 50 between April and 31. Is it necessary to have 50 pigeons at any one point in time? I mean, I don't know if were they're pets or they are for other means. What is your thoughts on
Well-
that, since you are one that helps with respect to rescuing them and giving them life and sustaining them? I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on that.
So there's like two different parts of pigeons. There's the ones that are feral on the street, and then there's the ones that people house in lofts. And then I guess there's also an additional one, which is kind of middle, which is like me and a lot of other rehabbers, where we have a select amount on our property and we do not race them or use them for wedding releases. So in other words, we do not exploit them and use them as tools for sport. And I think, unfortunately, because of all the different variations that you can have pigeons, it's really hard to have a firm rule for each and every one of them, because they're all different. So for people who exploit them, like pigeon racing and things like that, I personally would prefer them to have less, because then that means when they're racing them, you know, a lot of them get lost in the wild, and then you're just constantly repopulating the environment with domestic birds. But if there is somebody who just cares for them in a pet like capacity, you know, 30 to 50, it really depends. They can add up without pigeon control. Like I said, removing eggs and putting fake ones down. That's how I don't have an excess amount of birds. But I think it does really vary on the person.
All right. Given the work that you do, have you had people complain to you about sort of the nuisance that are caused by neighbors that are raising pigeons?
Not really. The best way to do it is to make sure that, you know, your loft is attached to your home and not attached to the end of a fence to somebody else's property. A lot of it is where you build your loft and make sure that you have enough space to have space between other properties. And also cleanliness. There should be more rules, like, you know, in other bylaws in London and stuff like that, they are forced to clean their lofts within a week. I think they're allowed to have 100 pigeons, but there's also like rules in how far away from the dwelling it is supposed to be and how far away it is from other dwellings, as well as, you know, when you are supposed to clean it and how to clean it and things like that. There should be more rights for pigeons in Toronto so that they can live safely in the city while they are living here, for sure.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk. Our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Allison Hanson.
Is Ms. Hanson on? Okay, Ms. Hanson, we're getting you on now.
Everybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes to speak. You may go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Allison Hanson. I'm a citizen of Toronto and an animal advocate with a passion for protecting animals from harm. I'm here today to share my concerns regarding the proposed changes to Toronto's municipal code related to animals, specifically prohibiting wildlife feeding and proposed exceptions. While it might seem extreme, as previous speakers have suggested, it is such an important step forward for animals and humans as we struggle to coexist in an urban environment. Current pest control practices are having alarmingly dangerous effects on our children, companion animals, and wildlife. Preventing rodents and other wildlife by not attracting them to our homes is key to reducing pest management issues and the use of rodenticides, also known as rat poisons, from our ecosystem. Wildlife feeding and rodenticides should be banned without exceptions in Toronto. Please allow me to explain why I'm so passionate about this. I myself have lost one of my dear rescue dogs to rodenticide toxicity Our dog Torchy ultimately died due to liver failure by the accumulation of these rodenticides. Over her short 6 years with us, she caught and ate many rodents. Her death is really something that's going to be with me for the rest of my life. I know that rodenticides are the go-to method of pest control in the city of Toronto and most municipalities in Ontario. The exemptions you're providing in Section B will continue to allow the use of these horrible products with little oversight. Rodenticides are inhumane and cruel. They're so toxic that they're usually lethal after one feeding. However, the problem here is they take days or even weeks to kill the intended target. In that time, rodents tend to continue eating the poison, multiplying the toxins in their livers. As they begin to suffer, they become easy prey for our companion animals, raptors, and many other wildlife. The poisons in these rodents consumed is bioaccumulating in their livers and ultimately killing them. Sometimes these poisons are consumed by our pets directly, as it is not surprising really, because rodenticides are often made to be palatable to their targets, so other animals eat them and children are also inclined to consume them. Rodenticides are also ineffective. They do not address the root of infestation problems and fail to control rodent populations over the long term. Rats and mice are drawn to areas where they have access to food and shelter, and so structural access points to these resources must be addressed if they're to be permanently removed. Eliminating the resident rat population with rodenticides simply clears the way for a new population to move in. In fact, in response to the thinning of their populations, poisoned rodents mate faster in the days to weeks before their deaths. Raptors and other predators that feed primarily on rodents serve as a natural and chemical-free method of pest control. For example, a single owl will eat 1,000 rats per year. So a common misconception propagated by the pest control industry is that banning poisons will make rat problems worse. The reality is that our reliance on poisons is in fact facilitating the rebound of infestations. Clearly, these poisons don't work. This is evidenced by the fact that pest control companies remain on contracts to supply poisons for indefinite durations of time. Despite recognizing these limits, rodenticides remain the default method used by most pest control companies. Perhaps most importantly in all of this is that alternative approaches to poisons do exist, and a transition to a chemical-free method could be done with relative ease and would prove cost-effective for both consumers and the government in the long run. The primary step that sustainability-oriented pest management companies recommend is rat-proofing structures. Food and other resources that attract rodents, like the bird feeders that we have discussed earlier, must be secured or eliminated. Simply allowing pest control professionals to be exempt from feeding wildlife will only serve to make any infestations worse and not address the issue. Rodenticides also pose human health risks by bioaccumulating in the environment. According to Health Canada's poison incident reports, cases of accidental exposure and even ingestion are not uncommon. In fact, the American Association of Poison Control Centers receives approximately 10,000 reports of exposures in children annually. Recently, a raccoon was found deceased due to rodenticide toxicity in a Toronto neighborhood near a housing complex and an addiction center, which were both littered with bait boxes. In Vaughan, several animals have been found deceased around the City Hall, where a resident counted over 37 bait boxes within a walking distance from this building, also around a Walmart and around a cemetery. Please eliminate any exceptions that continue to allow the use of rodenticides. Choosing chemical-free rodent-proofing alternatives and discontinuing wildlife feeding will ensure the City of Toronto is taking a proactive step
Thank you,
to
ma'am.
address any
Your
rodent
5 minutes
issues.
are up. Thank you.
Thank you so much for listening, everybody.
No problem. Let me see whether or not there are any questions of you. There are no questions. Mr. Clerk, our final speaker, please.
Mr. Chair, Lena Kolatosti.
Kolatosti, yes. Ms. Kolatosti, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Hello, yes, we can hear you. You may begin.
I'm not sure if my camera is on, but...
No, your timer's not on yet. I was going to just tee that up. Are you ready to go?
Yes, I'm actually just, one second, I'm just, hi, okay.
Okay, I'll be starting your
Hello?
timer now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Lena, and I have extensive experience in rehabbing pigeons for approximately 25 years. I'm here today to discuss the possible pigeon feeding ban only, as I support the other topics in the ban. I am concerned about the knowledge and research behind this decision making to pass such a detrimental law, as I'm worried about the outcome of these birds and the harm this bylaw can possibly have to the feral pigeons. Firstly, I would like to bring up communication I received by email in response to my concerns. Quote, pigeons are scavengers. Providing them with scraps can result in nutritional deficiency and encourages them to seek out humans for food. Pigeons will not starve if they are not fed by humans. They will instead find natural food sources in the environment that are plentiful, such as grains, seeds, greens, berries, and fruits, unquote. This information is not 100% true. Feral pigeons do not eat berries or fruit, and they do not fly into trees or bushes for fruit. Their main diet is grain. My concern is, where will the pigeon find these grains, seeds, and greens, especially during the winter season when the city is covered in snow? Not to mention, we are becoming more of a concrete city where most of our natural resources are being taken away. Pigeons are not scavengers. They are not wildlife. They are feral birds. Feral means they were once a domestic bird that was left to survive on its own and are still now relying on humans for food. They are homing pigeons in nature and will not leave their area waiting for their food source. I would also like to comment that not all pigeon owners with coops have odors or rat infestations, and the coops can easily be rat-proofed and kept clean. If there is a rodent infestation, then that person needs to be addressed individually, and they can block the rodents from entering the coop. Not all coop owners should be penalized because of this, as pigeons are their loved pets, just like a cat or a dog is. There should not be discrimination to a specific animal. Also, if the limit is 30 off breeding season and then 50 during the breeding season, just like discussed previously with Erica Wilson, I agree that it should be steady, because what's going to happen with the difference in the pigeons that are not allowed to be kept? Are they going to release them, cull them? We're not sure. Also, the bylaw is causing some concern in our community, as this will affect the City of Toronto's morale in many ways. There seems to be a lot of upset, stress, depression, anxiety, disappointment, low morale, sadness, and human disconnection if this bylaw goes through. The pigeon is an incredibly complex, intelligent, sentient being with emotion. They were brought here to Canada by humans during the war and were once our letter carriers. And up to now, they rely on us for food the whole year, but especially more during the winter months. This will cause the death of pigeons, the genocide of the pigeon. And basically, to many people, this will cause a lot of sadness and distress. They have been caring for pigeons for many years, decades, and even longer than that. There's also another concern about disease, just like mentioned earlier. Pigeon, that is not 100% true. Pigeon diseases are not transferable to humans. One of the main illnesses they carry is paramyxiovirus, and that's pretty much transmitted from the bird to another bird. A lot of people have pigeons as pets for many years, do not get sick. Avian rehabbers have been taking pigeons in, and they have not gotten sick. Basically, also for rehabbing facilitations, has that been taken into consideration that this motion will cause avian rehabbers, as they will become overloaded with emaciated, starving birds, and they will not have the capacity to help these pigeons or even take in any other animals as well due to overload capacity. Public feeding. Senior citizens take a passion in this, and basically, how can we disregard their feelings? Many of them are in long-term care homes, and they just like to get out, and it's therapeutic to them to get out and feed the birds. Are they planning to have the elderly and many bird lovers fined for caring? They're also the homeless and people with mental health issues, who the community and myself care deeply about, and have seen them feeding pigeons occasionally. And the feeding of birds is therapeutic to them as well. Has this been taken into consideration? Can we please resolve this in a more positive way? Just like mentioned earlier, there are ways to reduce the population of pigeons. One of the ways is oval birth control seed. It's very cheap and affordable, and if these pigeons were to be eating that seed, it would control the populations, as well as the dove coats that was mentioned earlier as well. There are other ways to control pigeon population. Basically, causing them to die of starvation is not an ethical way for me, in my opinion. So we all need to get along and live in harmony, and these pigeons are a part of our society for a very long time, and it's part of the city, it's part of Toronto, and it's just something that if it's taken away, it's just going to cause a lot of sadness and upset to a lot of people. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Super. Thank you very much. Your 5 minutes is concluded. All right. Any questions for the speaker? I just have one question for you. In the report, it talks about pigeons, and it states that it's the amending section 349-20-25 by adding a provision that a person shall keep no more than 30 pigeons on a property in the times between November 1st to March 31st, and it says after subsequent year, no more than 50 pigeons. What is for a period of April 1st to the 31st of October? I'm just wondering, do you have an ideal number in terms of the number of pigeons that an individual could own on on a property in a residential area?
My opinion would be between 30 to 50 because, like discussed earlier, each pigeon is a different story. There are so many with injured wings that become your pet, so many with a broken foot that wouldn't survive out there, that have been injured, or a predator has gone to them, and it could easily get to 30, between 50, and it's better that they become somebody's pet and they have them as a pet enclosed in the coop rather than being out there to be
Sure. No, I'm just asking.
to be euthanized or.
I'm just asking, what would the what's an appropriate number from your perspective? I get what you've said, but what would be appropriate number? Is it 30? Is it 50? Is it 20? Is there a number higher than that?
I would say 50 is reasonable. Yes.
And why do you say that?
Well, like I mentioned earlier, it's just that you can easily find 20 pigeons out there right now that have been injured that are just sitting on the sidewalks waiting for someone to assist them, right?
All right.
So,
no problem.
I mean,
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Clerk, I think we've exhausted the list. Okay. All right, members. It's now the opportunity for you to ask questions of staff. We have exhausted the speakers list. All right. Who would like to go first? Councillor Mihalik. And members, can I just say this? We have a number of items to go, a number of presentation after, so we really need to just be picking up the pace. And I know that some people have indicated that they need to leave by 5. Not sure how that's going to happen, but we do have a number of items. At least my last count was around 10. So I just want to remind you of that. Councillor Mihalik, you have the floor. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Carlton, I'm wondering what, this is a process question. You've heard all kinds of deputations. We've heard them as well, of course. Some of them are in conflict with one another. Some of them are really good ideas. At least at face of it, they seem good ideas to us. How would you prefer handling it? Should we ask for a report, you assembling all these ideas? I'm sure you've taken some notes on this and reporting directly to council on which ones, at least from a staff report, from a staff point of view, not that we would necessarily buy into everything. Would you like to report to council on it, or should we just kind of do it now?
Oh, thanks for the question. Yeah, I've listened intently, so have my team, and we're going to agree and disagree on a number of things that were raised today. My gut is to deal with it today. On the last item, we have to report straight to council, which allows us 3 days to do so. That, as you know, is very challenging, and I'm not looking to create another report to do that. I think if you were to ask questions, and my team is here, and Dr. Attard will join me when we get into the details on which ones we support and which ones we don't, I think that's the best way to handle it.
Well, then let me ask you, which ones do you support off the top, and then we'll focus then on the ones where there is a conflict.
Okay.
Anti-roaming bylaw.
Problematic. Impossible.
Okay, mandatory microchipping.
Problematic.
Requiring licensing.
Won't meet the needs that we're trying to meet.
Requiring licensing of wildlife removal companies.
We reported on this item in 2016 to the Licensing and Standards Committee. We did not recommend it, nor do we now, and committee supported that.
Create a positive animal listing.
Seems simple, but it's a lot of work, extensive. That's why we created a prohibited list, and the pink flamingo that former Councillor de Beermaker spoke of in his question and answer period is how we resolve that. We feel it's meeting the needs.
Okay, leaving food, feeding of wildlife,
We don't.
prohibiting it all.
Yep. That's
a check.
That's a check. That's what we're proposing.
Okay, we're one for
We
five.
do exempt songbirds.
And pigeons in captivity, the limit, what's your proposed limit?
What's in the report is the 30 and 50.
30 and 50, okay. And rodenticide use, prohibiting rodenticide use.
That I need Dr. Attard to help me out on that one. She's here. There she is. Go ahead, Esther.
Sorry, we agree with prohibiting rodenticide use, but we would have to look into the jurisdiction of that because we think it's the province has that jurisdiction, but we would certainly support it.
Right, okay, I'll let others ask questions.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mahalik. You're through. Okay, Councillor Carroll to ask questions.
Yes, I'm wondering if you could tell us how do, I got a lot of questions. I'll try and get through them. On pigeons, I know that Councillor Mahalik came at it in a certain way, but I wonder if you could just go back over it. Was there interaction with the sort of homing pigeon, racing pigeon community? Is that how you've arrived at the 50 and 30 numbers?
That's correct.
Okay, and the problematic one, we had the deputy come and talk about a place where he said there were 150 pigeons, and he said that there had been no attention there from MLS. I expect there may have been, even though you would not have knocked on his door. Do we have a problem property of that magnitude where there are 150 pigeons?
The
Go ahead.
deputant that spoke, we have been to that property and we have looked into it, and it was found to be clean and there were no issues. We went there twice.
But if we do this bylaw, then he has to reduce his operation. Am I right? He would
Yes,
then be asked
if
to
they
get
have-
it down to 50 and 30.
Yes.
Okay, and it would have to be clean, etc. Okay, and then if I could go to the other one, with respect to cats, I have some sympathy for this myself because we've had some problems with real unfortunate things happening to cats that roam up in my ward, which has so much of a ravine system to it. There doesn't seem to be a lot of community support for getting rid of the anti-roaming cat provision. How does that stand right now? Prior to this report going in, our shelters are full because we do pick up cats that look like they're domestic, but they've been let out to roam. Is that what's going on right now?
So currently, free roaming cats are allowed in Toronto, so we wouldn't be picking them up. We used to pick them up a while ago, and that's when our shelters were full. And so currently, we only pick up sick and injured cats, and that's our focus. And we really focus strongly on spay and neuter of cats to reduce the
Yes.
population. And we know we've made an impact because we get far fewer kittens in.
Yes, a big supporter of that, as you know, back in the day. But at what point did we make the change? So are you saying, this is where I think there's confusion in the community. We did pick up any free roaming cat and then we stopped picking up free roaming cats. At what point did that happen?
I think that happened back in like about 2010 when we started with the Feral Cat Coalition, and we started to implement a lot of community supports to help sterilize cats, which really helps to get the populations under control, more so than just picking up cats. Many of those cats are owned. They live in that neighborhood, and leaving them where they live is the best way for them to get home.
So what we're being asked now, well, we heard two different kinds of reasons. One is that is cats' own predatory nature. Letting them roam at night allows them to feast on birds. And so we had people asking us not to allow free roaming on that basis. The other reason is that they themselves are in danger. We have a coyote problem. We have a food chain out there in our ravine system. And so they're under threat if they're allowed to roam free at night. Do you have a comment on those two problems? Are they rampant problems at the moment? And do they get worse if we allow free roaming cats for the foreseeable future?
So I think we have improved things in Toronto. I do think we have fewer free roaming cats, and that's because of the strong spay-neuter focus that we have. I think we, support cats and birds, and we want to see them both thrive. There are many other things that affect birds, not just cats. We do recommend people keep cats indoors for sure. We advise them to do that, but to have to enforce that is a whole other story that we would need lots more support for. And it is more cost effective to focus on spay-neuter than bringing cats into shelters.
Right, so it's partly a resource issue. And lastly, we already have a licensing program, but I understand from conversation with Mr. Grant at lunch, we don't have an appreciable take up on it for cats. There are fewer licensed cats on a percentage basis than dogs. I wonder if you could speak to licensing versus microchipping. Could we beef up promotion of the licensing program? And if we started a microchipping program, could we do it for free?
So we already do offer microchipping, and we do waive the fees based on people's income. And so we do have that program in place. The issue with microchipping, it sounds really good, but people don't keep the information current. And so often we can't return animals to their owners, even though they are microchipped. With a license, there's a study that showed that animals, cats that are collared and have a license are more likely to get back home. And we are working on improving our licensing. We are trying to contract with a third-party provider that will hopefully help improve licensing. So we are working on all those approaches to try and improve that.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, speakers. Looking at my screen, Councillor Carroll to speak. You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, so maybe I'll move my motion so that it will be clear which ones I'm moving out of the ones we've heard of from the deputants and from former Councillor de Bearmaker. Councillor Mihevik may want to add to these, but the ones I'm moving them based on conversations with staff and conversations that we've had today with the community. The first one is, which one are you putting up first? I'm not convinced that free roaming cats is wise right now. We do have a problem with them birding constantly, and while the cats are birding, the coyotes are catting. People are losing pets because of the wildlife issue that we have right now. I'm prepared to work with staff if they really can't live with this and they want to report to council. But I'm moving it today because truly I think people don't want free roaming cats. It is horrendous and traumatic when you find a cat that has met with misfortune because you let them roam at night. But unfortunately, it's too late by then. And in our ever more dense community, that is a difficult thing. So I've got the motions there as follows, and they are what they are is there are two deletions that take that out. In motion B, these are added motions. These are things I'm adding into the report. And the first one is to get a feasibility report on the making mandatory the microchipping. We have a licensing program. We have a microchipping offering, but it's leading to low percentages. And that, I think, coupled with spaying and neutering, I think would really help us. Because you hear from people all the time who say, I've lost my cats. And they're devastated about it. Sometimes people, just come up to me in the park when we're doing events there, and they talk about that. And I just know someone's stolen it. And when you say to them, have you checked around? Have you gone to see if your cat would be at Animal Services? And they don't know where to go, which one to go to, or should I go to Humane Society? And some people don't even know that Animal Services has a shelter like Humane Society has one. And with microchipping, I think it's that added piece that goes along with spaying and neutering that would help us to get there. But I'm not sure that making it free is possible. I think, for instance, this was a suggestion of our former colleague. I don't think he has any idea just how broke we are post-pandemic. So this would be a difficult undertaking. What I want is a feasibility report that looks at it, that could look to up to and including free, but could also look at, could we partner with an agency? Could it be event-based, that you book for a nominal fee? A feasibility report that really looks at how could we add this to spaying and neutering as a way of controlling our shelter cat population. And lastly, the creating a positive list of pets that we think people can keep. This is something, some people just wander into Humane Society or Animal Services saying, I want a cat, and then they find out there's some bizarre abandoned exotic pet there. But it posted in places where people who are interested in having animals, you would see this thing. People who want to sell animals would be driven towards that positive list instead of just throwing up on Craigslist, would you like to buy this animal that we as a city would rather no one owned. You would gravitate towards the positive list in terms of marketing. But it also is very much supported by some of the most reliable animal activist organizations. We heard from the animal rights lawyer, Stuart told us right off the bat. But we also have often relied on the advice of ZooCheck in order to monitor our own zoos, in order to make decisions about animal keeping and care. And they are strong advocates of this and have seen this happen in many, many cities. There are something like 70, 80 cities now that do this. They keep a positive list. If you want to keep a pet and your basic Labrador puppy is not to your liking, here is a list of pets that you can reasonably keep here and we can feel confident we'd be able to enforce. And this one, it just becomes an information campaign. And I think we need MLS to look at creating that list. Now, I'm moving these motions today fully prepared to continue to talk to licensing and standards between now and council. If we're creating undue difficulty in these, or if there are ones that the community would like to have seen but are missing and we want to add them, that's a conversation we can have between now and council. It's quite common to do so when we're dealing with animal issues, that we want to get it right so that we don't have to come back and review this in the very next year. We want to be able to have some period of time between the review of the bylaw. So I'm moving those today, and we'll check in with staff on whether or not we can sit with these and bring them to council. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. All right. There are no further speakers on the item.
Right here.
Oh, I didn't see your hand, Councillor Havoc. Okay, go ahead, please. You have 5 minutes.
Sorry. Yeah, thank you so much. I can support Councillor Carroll's motions. I think they're measured and thoughtful, and they move the puck along and address a number of the issues that the advocates have been, and I don't think they're over the top. There are 3 that staff have said they're okay with, and I think one of them's already captured, and I think that's the pigeon one. So there's 2 left that staff said that they're fine with, at least in my query. One is around leaving food, and the other one is around rodenticide use. So I don't have a motion prepared now, but I would ask that staff send me a motion that would be helpful to support those 2 things, and I'd be happy to move it at council. In the meantime, if there's something that really, really is pressing, I'm sure that the people who are on this call who've been advocating will say, okay, this is the big one that is really absolutely missing, and we'll try to pick it up at council.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Chair. So I hope that the staff can hear around the leaving food and rodenticide a motion that they would find acceptable, that would also be acceptable to advocates. I think would be very helpful.
Thank you very much, Councilor Havoc. All right, so that concludes the speaking order. All right, so we have some motions. We have, can you put the motion 1A on the screen, please? And that's from Councilor Carroll. All right, okay. The first motion is on the screen, motion 1A. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. The next motion, please. 1B. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Is that, do you have the next one? That's it? Okay. All right, there are no further motions and item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All right, members, we still have a long agenda list to go. So I'm just going to ask members, we're just going to vary the procedures because I know that the folks of the Caribbean Carnival have a major launch tomorrow and they need to get on with their preparation. I know that everybody has a time crunch and so on, but I'm going to ask members just to vary the agenda in order to allow the next presentation, which they're timed for the afternoon, to allow the representatives from the Toronto Caribbean Carnival to make their presentation, and then we'll resume the order of the agenda. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. All right. All right. So I'm going to now call on the presentation from the Caribbean Carnival representatives. I think we have Ms. Garcia. Ms. Garcia, are you on the line? Is she connected?
Laverne?
Is Ms. Garcia there? Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think I've been given presenter status now. I can share my screen. Let me know.
We have Mishka as well. Mr. Crenton. Ms. Crenton, you there as well?
Yes.
Okay, please go ahead. Thank you. Start your time now.
Are you able to see my screen, everybody?
We can see your screen. Yep. Go ahead, please.
Perfect. Thank you, everyone, for giving us this time to speak here today. I'm not sure if Laverne, did you get off your mic? Off mute?
Is
No,
Mark
that's
Garcia
okay.
connected?
Oh, perfect. Laverne, could you kick us off, if you don't mind?
Sure. Will do. Thank you so much. I'll also come off on video. Thank you so much for having us. We really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you about what's going on with the Carnival this year. So we are really excited to be back on the road again. The Toronto Caribbean Carnival is, a landmark event for the city, and it's one of the larger festivals in the country. So we are really excited to have this opportunity this year to be back on the road again. Mishka, will you be doing the slides?
Yes, I will.
Great, thank you. So today we are looking forward to speaking with you a little bit about what's going on with the festival, the schedule of events, what some of the new things that are happening. We do have a new organizing team, and we have some exciting new developments, and just a little bit about our partners and sponsors to give you some context of who's involved in the festival this year. It is actually the 55th anniversary of the festival. The the Emerald anniversary of the parade itself. It was created as a gift to the Canadian people at the Canadian centenary from the Carnival, from the Caribbean community. And it is an opportunity for everyone of, obviously of Caribbean descent, but for all people to celebrate diversity, freedom, and inclusion. So we are really excited to be able to do that again this year. As some may not know, it is actually based on, it's celebrated each year on Emancipation Day weekend, which was officially recognized last year. So this is our first opportunity to celebrate this in person. But some may not know that it's actually based in the history of emancipation, that the carnivals were created. And so we're really excited to be able to celebrate the fact that, in the past it was newly emancipated, slaves had taken to the streets to celebrate emancipation, and they took on different masquerade forms. So this year we are excited to be able to celebrate officially Emancipation Day. Being on the road again this year, our theme is actually Embrace the Carnival in You. And it's really a platform for all people to really, celebrate. And I mean, after all of this time that we have been, under, the various lockdowns and things like that, we're really excited to be coming back together. It is the first event of its kind for the Caribbean community since the lockdowns. And we're really just excited to bring the festival back to Toronto again, to just celebrate the cultural, artistic, and economic platform that this provides the Caribbean culture, and to connect us to all Canadians and lovers of the Caribbean, cuisine, music, and revelry. So we look forward to telling you more about what some of the specific events are, and I'll turn it back to Mishka to do that. Thank you.
Thanks, Laverne, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'll start with inviting everybody to please come out tomorrow to our official launch, which is taking place at Nathan Phillips Square. It's an annual lunchtime event that brings out the entire downtown core. Our main stage will be activated from 12 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. and there'll be special guests speaking, as well as a special presentation of costumes, music, food, which is very popular with the public that comes out to enjoy their Caribbean lunch. We also will have our Junior Carnival Parade, which takes place in the Malvern Scarborough community and will be on Saturday, July the 16th. And this parade is super important and meaningful to me because when I first started playing Mass in 1989, there was not opportunity for kids to participate, and my mom had to have miniature costumes made for us. And now the carnival has grown to having this Junior Carnival Parade every year, where we're expecting over 2,000 children to participate by wearing costumes and getting an opportunity to, experience their culture. This coming Sunday, we have the second of our Kitties for Mass events, which is the Junior King and Queen. This is an event where we have over 30 competitors. All 12 of our mass bands compete, and we have competitors from 16 years and under competing for the titles of Junior King and Queen, as well as other categories. And if you're into adorableness, this is the event to come out to. And I do also want to say that having the festival grow to now have 2 events that make up our Kitties for Mass Children's Festival is so important, because this platform gives you an opportunity to engage with the community, to celebrate yourself, and also to put on some fun cultures and costumes, and that all equals to people who feel confident and sure of themselves and know where they came from. Just quickly, the Junior Carnival Parade, that's in Malvern Community. It's a 1.2 kilometer parade route that brings out the entire community. We end in Nielsen Park, where there are special performances by our junior calypso artists, as well as, like I mentioned before, we have all 12 of our mass bands participating, and we're expecting the attendance this year to the Junior Carnival Parade to be over 20,000. Sunday, July the 24th, showcase will be taking place. And this is where we have many legends in our community who will be performing, and I've been told that many of them are rehearsing and performing original songs that will commemorate the 55th anniversary this year. My favorite event is the King and Queen Showcase. This event kicks off our main weekend, which is taking place from July the 28th to the 31st. We have 30 kings, queens, female individuals. These costumes, there are months spent in mass camps building and creating these costumes. And this is an opportunity to see the community perform. And it's a favorite among all the carnival goers. OSA Pan Alive is the perfect pre-Friday night, I was going to say line, but I mean hangout for anybody looking to find something to do between the King and Queen Showcase and also the Grand Parade. Pan enthusiasts enjoy this competition, and it's really an opportunity for people to see anyone you haven't seen in a long time. As well, we have people that travel from all over the Caribbean, as well as the United States and London and abroad, to come and enjoy this festival. That takes us to the pinnacle event, the Grand Parade, which is on Saturday, July the 30th. It's been 2 years of being in lockdown, so it's a very special parade that we're having this year. A new route, it's 5 kilometers long, and we will be starting on the exhibition grounds before we travel out to Lakeshore Boulevard to head west before we make a turn at Hotel X and get back into the exhibition grounds. I put this map up here just to show a little quick picture of something that represents a lot of the hard work that has gone into planning this festival for the last few months. And I especially wanted to say Matt Oates, Jeff Patterson, and so many other people who have helped us at the city, supported us, and have collaborated to make sure that this festival is going to be a success. Grand Parade Central, we felt that there was a need to have a central focal point on the parade day for our tourists. A lot of people think if you're not participating in the carnival as a masquerader, they don't know what is available for them. So this year, we made a centralized place on exhibition grounds where tourists can purchase tickets and see all the bands cross the stage, as well as enjoy our marketplace of artisan vendors and food, as well as our multiple 3 stages that we'll have. Carnival Garden will be our Sunday event in collaboration with Hotel X. It's something I'm really looking forward to, and it's a new event this year that will bring out another opportunity for people to spend time with their families and not necessarily have to jump in the parade. I can't see where I'm at for time, but we're almost done. And on August 1st, as Laverne mentioned, Emancipation Day, which is so important to the Carnival community, as Carnival is rooted in our emancipation. And this year we'll be collaborating with a different book list, Aita Sadhu, on her underground railroad trip that she has done for the last 8 years.
You have 30 seconds left.
Perfect. We have our awards gala, and I've already mentioned a couple of the things that are new, and most proud of I am the development and the launch of our Kitties for Mass Children's Festival, as well as our special presentation by Trinidad and Tobago at our King and Queen show this year.
Super. Okay, thank you very much.
Screen froze. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Are there any questions for the presenters? Okay, seeing none, and it's just the interest of time, it's just a time crunch for us here as well. I want to thank you both for your excellent presentation. I want to also thank you both for your amazing leadership and the sort of transformation that has taken place with respect to the festival. I think both your enhanced leadership has been exemplary and, in fact, responsible for what I believe is an absolutely solid transformation for this organization, taking it into the next 55 years. We look forward to the launch tomorrow, and I know you have much things to do at the moment. And so we want to thank you very much and wish you great success, great benefits as accrued to the city from 1967 onwards. And again, thank you both for your outstanding leadership. And it looks like it will be an amazingly fun time. And as council's lead for this event, I'm delighted that we're here today and wish you good luck tomorrow and great luck on the road. Thank you very much. So, members, we'll move.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Council.
We'll move receipt of the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All right, so moving right along on the agenda. We are now at EC 31.6, Mr. So there's no speaker, there's only Councillor Lai. So we'll move to 8. We'll move to vary, so then we'll move to 8. Okay, members, we're going to again continue to vary because we have a number of speakers on number 8, which is EC 31.8, update on Canada-wide early learning and childcare agreement. We have 2 speakers. Mr. Clerk, would you call the first speaker, please?
Mr. Chair, our first speaker is Abigail Doris. I believe she is joining us online, and she's from the Toronto Community for Better Childcare.
Thank you. Mr. Doris, are you there?
Oh, I'm here. Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you. You have 5 minutes to speak, please. You may go ahead.
Thank you so much. My name is Abigail Doris. I am a registered early childhood educator and the executive coordinator for the Toronto Community for Better Childcare. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to start by thanking Toronto Children's Services for their report on the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Agreement. We appreciate their transparency with the childcare centres as we collectively navigate the rollout of an entirely new funding formula. I'd like to acknowledge that the Ministry of Education hasn't provided municipalities with a fleshed out action plan nor completed funding guidelines for 2023. And because of this, there are a lot of significant amount of gaps in information. And although we have a lot of unanswered questions, the childcare community hopes to continue to partner with the city to achieve the goals outlined in Toronto's licensed childcare growth strategy. I'd like to thank the City of Toronto for demonstrating leadership in advocating for the children and families in our city. With this agreement, we have an opportunity to centralize the needs of vulnerable families and to truly value and compensate our frontline educators and childcare workers, as there is no quality childcare without the childcare workforce. I'd like to share what I've been hearing from nonprofit childcare centers. There is going to be a huge administrative undertaking for centers. Centers are going to need extra support and funding to meet the tight deadlines. Many centers have concerns around opting into this agreement without having more information, especially around their ability to continue to increase wages for staff and push for decent work practices in their centers. And of course, municipally operated childcare centers have set an excellent standard for fair wages for their staff. And nonprofit childcare centers want to ensure that they too can compensate their staff for the critical care work they do with families in our city. We want this agreement to work. We want it to work for our families and for our staff, and we'd like to ask the city to push the province for more information and a structured, itemized breakdown of the new funding formula so that centers can make an informed decision before the September 1st deadline. We have a shared vision for quality care in our city. Toronto's growth strategy provides the stepping stones for achieving it. So we'd like to ask the city to form a working group with representation from public and nonprofit childcare centers across the city to transparently establish an updated growth strategy, a childcare roundtable, if you will. We'd like to ask the City Council to request the federal and especially the provincial government to engage with the City of Toronto in the development and implementation of the Canada-wide action plan and revised funding formula. We need your leadership at the table to advocate for the needs of our families and our workforce. This will support the goals of the Toronto Childcare Growth Strategy and City of Toronto Childcare Service Plan to ensure equitable access to affordable, high-quality early learning and childcare for all Toronto families. We also ask that the city update provincial income thresholds and eligibility requirements for fee subsidies to support families who simply are unable to afford the flat fee, and to respond to the various workforce changes such as increased part-time and precarious work brought on by the pandemic. We ask that the city limit new purchase of service contracts until additional subsidies are available to ensure the financial stability of existing childcare centers with subsidy contracts, and the majority of which are public and nonprofit centers. And finally, we ask that you maintain Toronto's operating criteria and quality standards for all purchase of service agreements to ensure quality for young children. Recently, there has been some media coverage from for-profit childcare owners, and it is shameful to put profit before parents and families. Any type of care that prioritizes profit over children, families, and frontline workers is not quality care. We ask that the city provide increased capital and operating funding to build or renovate existing facilities and expand capacity in the nonprofit sector to ensure equitable access to high-quality services in Toronto's underserviced communities. We have an opportunity here to create what can be a life-changing quality childcare system in our city, and nonprofit childcare centers look forward to collaborating with you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Let me see whether or not there are any questions of you. There are no questions. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next.
Mr. Chair, I believe that Janet Davis is joining us in the council chamber.
All right. Davis has been here all day with us. Ms. Davis, good to see you, and thank you very much for being here. You know the rules here.
Well, it's
You've been a
great to
former
see you in the
member.
mayor's chair there,
Yes, thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor.
And may I just say, you look so different,
Oh,
and you look so
thank you.
relaxed, and thank you very much. I know the
Well, I've
stress
spent
of being a
the day-
member of council does not show on you at all.
Well, thank you very much for allowing me to be here to talk about another form of domesticated mammals, children. I have
Let's
not.
stop your time now on that
I have
note.
listened all day to noise and leaf blowers and pigeons and
like
cats.
you never left.
And I'm here to talk about children and childcare and the future of the Toronto childcare system. I know that you've all heard, and this report highlights some of the incredible groundbreaking changes that will happen as a result of the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Program. I have submitted, Mr. Chair, my submission as well as a proposed motion, and I hope that someone here would be willing to table it for consideration. I want to say off the top that the Early Learning and Childcare Program and the Canada-Ontario Agreement is groundbreaking. There's absolutely no doubt about it, and the vision and the significant multi-year funding is compatible with the direction of our goals and our plans in Toronto. We have, for many years in the City of Toronto, been leaders and have set in place and approved several policies and plans that provide an excellent blueprint for how we build a high-quality, accessible, not-for-profit, affordable childcare system in Toronto. In fact, the childcare growth strategy is also a groundbreaking plan for how to improve childcare and do it in a way that will meet the demand and the needs of Toronto families. But what I wanted to point out was the childcare growth strategy in the City of Toronto was very clear in how we would approach moving towards a universal childcare system. And it suggested that we needed to have 5 significant components introduced and coordinated in order to meet the demand. Lowering fees, increasing subsidies, to make sure that we provide deeper affordability for families that couldn't afford even a flat fee that's been reduced for all families, that we needed capital funding to expand the capacity, and we needed as well to invest in services for special needs Indigenous Francophone communities. What was very clear from that plan, which was developed based on a demand study that was done by the University of Toronto academics, was that we had to do them all at once. Because we saw what happened in Quebec when the fees were reduced dramatically very quickly and massive wait lists developed, and only a very small portion of families were able to achieve access to that system. And one of the things that happened, 2 things happened in Quebec. One, the pressure for the demand created by the lack of capacity in the system ended up with the government bending to the commercial lobby and huge expansion of for-profit childcare. The second thing that happened was, without additional low-income support subsidies, low-income families got squeezed out of the system. It is going to be absolutely critical that if we want to protect the integrity and quality of our childcare system, that we, 1, do what the federal government did intend, which was to grow the nonprofit and public sector. It is absolutely clear from the research that the quality of care in the nonprofit and public sector is greater, and that we should be doing all new expansion in the nonprofit sector. However, there are many provisions in the new guidelines from the province of Ontario that are very concerning. One of them is that they are building in perpetuity the ability to expand for-profit care. And I quote in here one section from their guidelines that point out, it was shocking to me, that in the last 18 months, the province of Ontario has had over 21,000 spaces. As of February 2022, 21,000 spaces are getting new licenses, and 66% are in the commercial sector. I noticed my time is gone already. I hope you'll indulge me a little bit more time. We need capital and operating.
30 seconds, former councillor benefits.
We need to build a cap on the commercial sector, and we need to ensure equitable access through having new fee subsidies. There are no new fee subsidies available using the new federal money, when in fact the federal provincial agreement will allow it. We need to increase pay, and we must ensure that our quality assurance provisions, which we are recognized for in Toronto, will apply to contracts that are entered into as a result of this. The city is being forced to enter into contracts for the wage and fee funding with the commercial sector, but at this point it is not clear whether or not we will be forced into providing subsidy contracts. And if there are no additional subsidies, we're in big trouble in terms of being able to support the existing.
I'll see if there are any questions for you.
So just my motion, thank you. Maybe there'll be some questions.
Yes.
What does my motion say?
Councillor Carroll to question Ms. Davis. Councillor Carroll?
Yeah, to your, one of your almost last points there was the issue of there's no new subsidy money here. You can almost anticipate what the province is thinking. The subsidy is at a sliding scale. Some people currently pay $200 a month or $300 a month because they're working, but it's low wage, so they're in that mid range. If they are able to pay the $10 a day fee, that mid range, do you think they're making a wrong assumption if they're assuming, oh, and that will free up some dollars and that will go to the City of Toronto needing more subsidies?
It's explicitly in the agreement that any savings will not be able to be reallocated to subsidies.
Okay.
And in fact, it's very clear that the amount of money that's going to be provided to subsidies will be reduced by 25% because they are assuming there will be
That's the
savings.
clawback.
They are assuming there will be savings because all of the fees for even subsidized families will be reduced by 25% and then 50%. So the savings, unfortunately, at this point, are not being able to be reallocated to expand subsidies. Our childcare growth strategy said, if we reduce fees by 50%, not to $10 a day, but 50%, we will have a need for 27,000 new fee subsidies to meet the demand. It also said if we reduce the fees by 50%, 40 to 50%, we will need at least 30,000 new license spaces to meet the demand that will arise as a result. So all of those pieces are important to be phased in at the same time so that we're addressing the low-income families who still need deeper affordability, and we need to have capital funding to build out the capacity to meet the demand for services. And our childcare growth strategy took into consideration all of those elements, and I think it's really important that the City of Toronto take a position on this because it is part of the longer range plan to expand the number of spaces, but they are going to expect, without capital money, and they're going to provide some capital money, but it's very clear, it's not clear if we're going to get any of it, that it's going to go to regions in Ontario that have underserved communities.
Right.
So it's not clear. And lastly, the one thing that is very concerning is the amount of central control and the lack of discretion and autonomy that I think our city and our children's services staff will have. And I didn't get to say what I wanted to say right off the top, is that they have done an absolutely stellar job of getting in place the registration system now to reduce fees. And fees, parents across Toronto will be seeing those reductions in fees. And that is a very, very important component of the program. It is the key piece in the first year, but it's going to be absolutely critical that all of those other pieces are in place. And we can't see growth in this sector just through the expansion of commercial care. There is not a cap on commercial care, even though the federal government said they wanted to ensure that it was predominantly. There is a 70-30 ratio that was built into the agreement, which means that going forward, we're way below that now, the 30%. There'll be a lot more commercial childcare. And going forward, there will always be more commercial childcare. Yes, there will be nonprofit, but there won't be nonprofit if there isn't capital money to actually build and support renovations, expansions in the City of Toronto. We need the city to take the lead and be really clear. Toronto City Council needs to be really clear that all of these components need to be in this plan so that we are successful in building high quality, affordable childcare that pays staff. That's the other thing I didn't touch on. The funding right now is going to raise wages to $18 an hour, and then over 5 years to $26 an hour. That is not going to help very many early childhood educators in the City of Toronto.
Yep.
Yep.
I had other questions, but they've all been taken up by that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. I'll see whether there's anyone else wishing to question. I see none. Ms. Davis, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to see you. Thank you. So, members, it's an opportunity now for you to question staff. So I'd like to call staff to the floor. Councillor Carroll, you may begin. Let me just confirm, 1 second, Councillor Carroll. Let me make sure we have staff.
Yeah.
Is McNamee there? Oh, fantastic. I can see you now. Thank you. All right, go ahead, please, Councillor Carroll.
Okay, so first off, I do want to ask you about some of the things that both Janet and Abigail asked us to move, questions of the province, et cetera. But I wonder if Ms. McNamee would first like to update us, because I know this report was originally written to update us on what the agreement meant if we had met in June, and now here we are. We now have more information. As we get closer to the deadline, we find throughout the GTA, for-profit centers don't seem to be opting in surprising numbers. I'd heard a news story that 90% of for-profit centers are not opting in to the agreement. Does that change in any way the report that you put before us? Does that change how we might implement or what we might ask of the province?
Through the chair, you're right. Since we submitted this report, we've certainly had time to communicate with the sector and with the province extensively, after the guidelines were made available to us. The early action for Toronto in phase one is completely focused on affordability, with the objective of families seeing a 25% fee increase retroactive to April 1st. In terms of the deferral of the meeting, it didn't slow us down. We were able to launch the program. We had a town hall for approximately 800 people. And the following day, on June 23rd, we launched the opt-in portal. So as of July 5th, just by way of an update, we've received 268 applications from childcare centers who wish to opt in, and 9 centers have confirmed their intention to opt out of the system. So that's about a 24% response rate in 10 days. We're actually pleased to see the number of programs opting in steadily. Remember, they have various governance structures where they need to go back to their boards, their agencies, or private operators, think about their childcare model. We have several different models across the city, and how does Canada-wide align with their model? So we have been hearing that some of the commercial operators have questions and possibly concerns. We held a session with a group actually today to just respond to their questions and really listen to what the barriers might be for them in opting into the program. We are encouraging operators to opt in. The opt-in is not a, signing of a contract. The opt-in says basically we're interested, then the operators will be deemed eligible. There's a number of provincially mandated eligibility criteria. Once we've done that assessment, then we will enter into a service agreement with them, which, would formally enroll them in the program.
Sorry. So can we be comfortable? One of the things that the deputants are asking is that we actually state a motion, and that we get you to commit that the operating criteria we've had in the past, the standard of care, the quality bar that we've set in the past, that will be guaranteed going forward. Can we assume that that's the case, or is this more a case of you've got to get the implementation going, and then you're going to see rolling impacts that you have to come back and tell us about?
Yes, through the chair, that's exactly it. So the current provincial guidelines for the Canada-wide are very prescriptive, and we heard that from the deputants. Really, the province at this point is dictating most of the terms and conditions for the Canada-wide early learning funding. So that is not for a fee subsidy agreement with the city. It's strictly to participate in the affordability and the workforce pieces. At this point, there's little room for discretion around that Canada-wide system. However, this is phase one. The province has been very clear that they intend to engage beginning this summer with the city, with stakeholders around those other pieces: quality, workforce, access, and a new funding formula for 2023. So, Toronto's goal will always be to advocate to build on our current high quality accessible system with the addition of this public funding. But you're quite right, this initial phase one is, laser focused on getting those rebates to parents as quickly as possible. The other policy issues, which I agree, we need to be at the table, and we are at the table, and we'll continue to have that voice. They will come in the later phases.
Okay, and one other question. I don't know if you want to let me ask it, Mr. Chair.
I'll let you ask it. Go ahead,
Well, the
please.
one other question, and it's the biggie. Before even COVID started, never mind this agreement with the province and the federal money, before even COVID started, we had our childcare growth strategy. And then the universe changed on us overnight. So is it possible to go back and say, you're going to have increased demand, you need us to increase infrastructure? In your conversations with the province, is it centered around, we had a growth strategy, you should be helping us do that? Is it layered on top of the CLEWCC, or has it been put aside?
Through the chair, we have shared our growth strategy with the province on numerous occasions, and we've done presentations to them. The pillars of our childcare growth strategy are similar to the federal pillars of the childcare Canada-wide program. I guess where there is some nuances, when the province and the federal government negotiated their agreement, there is some areas that there's some uncertainty or we may not have agreement with. So that's where these conversations and the continuation of, as we move forward with future phases, that's where we have the opportunity to influence. But in terms of similarity, the pillars of the Canada-wide as presented by the federal government and our growth strategy are extremely closely aligned. There are some uncertainties with the federal, the provincial agreement, and areas that do not align to our growth strategy. And in Toronto, we will continue, as I said, to advocate for the current high-quality, accessible system that we operate.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Carroll. Councillor Lyde, a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff. We've heard about this phase one or whatever. I just wanted to know, is this program, when is it actually be enforced? Has it been already?
Through the chair, the agreement between the province and the provincial and federal governments was signed late in March. The province distributed the guidelines to municipalities, including the City of Toronto, in April. And as I said, the City of Toronto launched the opt-in process for operators in June. So once operators opt in, as I said, there's a process where we need to ensure that they're eligible. There's a number of provincially mandated criteria. Once we do that, then they would formally sign a contract, and then we would be able to flow them funds to enable them to refund their parents. So the program has launched, yes, and it will take, though, some time. Operators actually have until September 1st of this year to make a decision about opting in. So to give them the time that they need to understand the complexities, the guidelines, and how that fits with their model. So although some people have been early adopters and have opted in quickly, as per the provincial guidelines, they do have the ability to take the time and make that decision with their agencies and boards.
We have a lot of inquiries to my office for people who don't speak English. They're new immigrants, and they're wondering, what is this? I just wanted to ask a question. How is this being communicated to the public, and by whom?
Well, there's certainly been a lot of media interest. The Children's Services, we have launched a website where we have posted information that's available publicly for families, for operators. The communications, as I said, we have done a number of engagement sessions over the past couple of weeks with nonprofit agencies, commercial operators, licensed home childcare, to really get the message to them. And then typically operators communicate directly with their families. We will be communicating with families, but at this point we need to give the operators the time and the courtesy they need to make some decisions before we start communicating to families. But certainly they can visit our website, they can contact us. We have an email box, and we do hear from families and we do respond. But at this point, I would suggest they talk to their individual childcare operator.
And also there's people that have that language barrier. How are we going to communicate? Are we taking multiple languages, just sort of like a piece, a communication piece, what it is all about, sort of like a quick overview of what it is. Because I myself, we have respond from my office for people who don't speak English to explain to them. It's kind of very over daunting for us to do it. So basically, I just hope that they will be in multiple language, whoever's going to do it. Just my final question would be, it's going to be a very provocative question. $10 a day daycare, is it just a slogan? What is implemented? What do you think the actual average cost of the daycare will actually be?
Oh, well, that's a good question. I don't know that I have an answer for you. I mean, that is the intent, and it is a 5-year agreement that is being funded through the federal government. So, the first phase is a 25% reduction, followed by a 50% reduction in 2023, with leading to $10 a day by 2025. So, if the resources are available, then certainly the appetite is there, obviously, for families, and we will make every effort with the resources that are made available to us to ensure that happens.
Yeah, it's going to face it. I think it's sort of like misrepresentation. I mean, it's just at the end it's $10. So but a lot of people don't understand it quick. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Councillor, let me just add, we did recently run a bus shelter campaign in Toronto that was very simple, and it said, if you need help with the cost of childcare, contact us. And we have staff available in multiple languages. So if families who need help with the cost of childcare can still come to us and be assessed for a fee subsidy, we do have some fee subsidies available. So certainly you can direct them to us, and we would be happy to try and support them.
That the issue being that they don't even read the English, so how can they know that there's a service? But through our office, we'll be more than happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lai. Councillor Mihavoc, you're up.
Thank you. I'll try to be quick. Nice to meet you. I'm just
Councillor Mihavoc.
Councillor
Mihavoc.
Yes.
I'm here all night. If you're here all night, we're okay. We don't have to be quick. So I'm just saying, I'm not trying to hurry you. Just want to make sure.
No, it's okay. I want a good pace. I like a good pace. So when you say high quality, affordable childcare, is that also code for with a strong bias towards the not-for-profit?
In the City of Toronto, we've had a policy in place for many years that expansion happened through the not-for-profit system. That has been our practice. There's a lot of research that indicates that in not-for-profit centers, quality is often at a higher level. With the operators that we do have service agreements with, we support them in terms of a quality framework. So training, quality assessments, tools and resources. So that is the approach that we would like to take with the whole system, so that all families can benefit from a high quality program.
And are there things that we can do now, recognizing that this report is really about getting subsidies out the door, but that we need to do or could do as council to support you in later phases of the work that would help strengthen the political positioning, small p political?
Through the chair, I think, there has been a very public and strong commitment from the province to engage with us over the summer and stakeholders. So, we want to give them obviously the time to do that. I think they have basically indicated that throughout the summer and into the early fall, they'll be considering a new funding formula for 2023 and how that might support the rollout of Canada-wide. So at this point, we are engaged with them. I think we will be able to come back to council when council resumes and have much more information about where those policy pieces with the City of Toronto may not align, or where we need some political support. Like us, the province is rolling this out very quickly, right? And again, they are extremely focused on affordability initially, but have certainly committed going forward in this year to engage on those other pieces around quality, access, expansion, and workforce.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Havoc. To speak, Councillor Carroll, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not going to move a motion today, even though I feel like I should. With respect, we all have huge respect for Shanley. I don't think it can wait till after our election. I think we really need to make sure that we're headed in the right direction, in the same direction as the province says they want to go in. And I think we need to lay down some ground rules of our own. But I'm keenly aware that there is this ongoing, almost daily intergovernmental conversation already going on. So what I'm going to ask, Councillor Mihavic's just asked questions. He's known this system for decades. Maybe the two of us could have that conversation on your behalf, Mr. Chair. But between now and council, I think we really need to move some guiding principles for that conversation. Because what I'm hearing is this: I think people are thinking, oh, we're all going to get subsidies now. But this is quite different. This is fundamentally changing how we charge for childcare. And so the pro forma of how you govern and run a center is changing, with some really stringent rules coming from the province. Here's some money from us, and here's how you can spend it. Well, it's starting to make me nervous that the origin of the money, the federal program, very much resembles the way we operate in Toronto, but the provincial way in which that money gets to us, not so much. So I'm a little worried. And I think we need to set some guidelines. I don't think it's a terrible thing for us to say we should not see collapse of the quality of childcare that we operate. We should be able to continue to set a standard where with the not-for-profits, they've been very good about holding to our standard in exchange for running a subsidized system. I think we should be able to do the same for anybody who ends up getting funds distributed to them from children's services. If this new ratio allows us to finally step over that line and we have to start dealing with for-profits, we still ought to be able to say, as the deliverer, as the level of government that has this children's services department that is on the ground, that is really working with these centers to deliver good quality childcare, we ought to be able to have standards of quality to go along with that public money. It's public money that is going to make these fees affordable. Yes, it's the public's money. It comes from their income taxes. It's finally going to come largely from the right place, but there ought to be some accountability for it. And gosh darn it, I'm not going to apologize for this. We're darn good at that. As the City of Toronto, we're darn good at ensuring quality. And you should want us. If the province is watching us today, I'm staring right at the camera when I say, you should want us to continue to ensure the quality of care of children. And so between now and council, I want to be really careful about the wording in the motion. I don't want to subvert any of Shanley's efforts, but I think council should want to move a motion so that we're really endorsing a good short set of guiding principles that really gives staff a good statement of support from council for the standards that we're looking for that go along with this lovely new change in the fee structure. So I will do that work. And then, Mr. Chair, because I would hope that if a couple of us meet with Shanley, it really represents this committee, definitely would come and work with you so that it's a motion that Ms. McNamee can be comfortable with and that you too can be comfortable with, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carroll. Just to comment on that, I'm very comfortable with, excuse me, both the discussions that I've had with Ms. McNamee and certainly the conversations I've had with you, as well as the conversations I've had with folks at Queen's Park and so on. It's not my understanding that the province is interested in actually providing lower quality childcare in the province of Ontario or impacting Toronto. I know that there's been a tremendous amount of work that's gone into the agreement that's been reached between the province and Ottawa, and there's a significant sums of money. But in as much as there's significant sums of money, there's a huge need for investment in this particular area. So, Ms. McNamee and her team and her leadership has always been stellar for the City of Toronto, and so I'm confident that some of the conversation that's been taking place here in the chamber and perhaps prior, many of those concerns are folded in the discussion that she's having with the province and will continue. And of course, as we know, this is an agreement looking at a 5-year period, so there's lots of things to be done and discuss, and we have the energy and the opportunity to do so. So I'm very confident that at the end of the day, the children in Toronto and Ontario will benefit. Obviously, it's a challenge right now we have to work through, but I believe that we will get there. We have done it in other areas. This is not our first rodeo with respect to childcare. We've held press conferences. We've responded to other concerns that we've had in the past, and I think we've been able to make some headways, and I think that will continue. And of course, like everything else with intergovernment and government relationships, there's always an element of negotiation, and those who may not be part of the negotiation may want to have certain other elements in place right away, but we do know it does take some time. I'm very confident that the province is looking out for the welfare and the best interests of children certainly in Toronto and of course the province of Ontario. And I don't speak for the province, but from what I've seen, I'm very confident with respect to the process. Just to add that I will continue to be part of the conversation, so that we'll be fine. Okay, just looking at the screen, wondering if anyone else wishes to speak on this matter. Okay, seeing none, there is no motion with respect to this particular item, so I would just simply move to receive this information, the report for information as it's stated in the recommendation that's here. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Thank you. All right, just looking at my schedule, I'm just going to go then to EC 31.6, which has been held by Councillor Lai, implementing centralized intake for assistance in Toronto. But just before we do that, Councillor Lai, and come to you, I just wanted to take a quick moment. We have received from the folks from Exhibition Place that they are prepared to defer their presentation until such time that we're able to meet again as a committee, which will be later in 2023. I don't know whether or not I or anybody else will be here, but whoever will be here as part of this committee, they'll be dealing with that matter. I want to thank Mr. Sow and team there for their understanding. We've had to cover a lot of grounds today, given the fact that we had missed last month's meetings, and we are fast approaching a time crunch here. So, members, I'm going to move that the consideration of item EC 3117 be deferred to the first meeting of the Economic and Community Development Committee in 2023. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. I've also been informed by staff that they're prepared to deal with EC 31.21 by foregoing the opportunity to present and just respond to questions should anyone have questions on Downtown East Action Plan, implementation, progress, and the next steps. So if are there any questions to that particular item? Okay, I've read it as well. We've all read it. There are no questions on that. So then can I just basically just dispense with that now and just move that we deal with that item? So EC 31.21, all those in favor, oppose, that carries. Thank you very much. And then we will get back, and I'll do a quick count in terms of what we've got left. By my quick math, it's probably 4 or 5, Mr. Clerk. I haven't actually done the math. Councillor Inslee is here. We will get to that item very shortly after.
Mr. Chair, I understand that Councillor Ainsley has a commitment. I'm wondering if we would do him the courtesy of doing his item first. I think it's very straightforward what his motions are.
Well, thank you very much. But let me just do that before I get to that, Councillor Mihavoc. I wanted to ask Councillor Lai on EC 31.6. Do you have questions, or do you think it will be long? If you do
Mr.
have
Chair,
questions?
I just have a couple of quick questions for staff. That was it.
Okay,
And
so
that's
then
it.
can
I
we
don't need to
do
speak
that,
to
and
it.
then
Yeah.
we'll get to the next item. I know Councillor Ainsley has a time crunch, but we all have time crunches. And so I'd like to do that, and then if we can do that rather quickly, and then we'll get to the next item, which is the item that Councillor Ainsley has an interest in. All right, so let's proceed and follow the agenda. So Councillor Lai, you are up for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just through you to staff, just a couple of quick questions. We're doing it, there's no anticipated impact on funding or staffing. That's correct, right? And the in-person part is managed by the city. I'm just wondering, is it through tests? How does that work?
Through the chair, thanks, Councillor Lai. Yes, absolutely. There's no impact at this stage from a funding perspective, and any clients that choose to come into our offices are absolutely served through Toronto Employment and Social Services, as they always have been.
Yeah, I know that you involve some agencies as well. I mean, my question being, are some of those people that don't speak the language? I mean, I'm always advocating to this, because I do listen to some people. They cannot really reach out to these services because they have a language barrier. But just test. Do we have any staff that speak different languages?
Through the chair, Councillor, we have translation services and interpreter services available to support clients absolutely at all points in time. Whether they're in an office or by phone, we're able to help them out
And
in
then,
multiple languages.
Are there any communication pieces that is made aware of this kind of service that they can actually tap into?
Through the chair, we do have some information to promote that lets them know of our ability to serve them in different languages, yes.
Okay. Those are my questions, Mr. Chair. I don't have any, I don't need to speak to it. No, thanks.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Lai has no further questions. Anyone else? Seeing none, Councillor Lai does not wish to speak.
I will, yeah.
Okay, so we're moving
I
the
will
item.
move.
All
Yes,
those
moving the item, please.
Thank you, Councillor Lai. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. We're now moving to EC 3117, review of enhanced emergency cooling center systems. And we have visiting Councillor Ainsley. Councillor Ainsley, you have questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know the committee is very busy, and I'm sure you want to get done. I can forego the questions. I do have a motion that I wanted to move that Councillor Mihavoc has agreed to take carriage of for me. I'm more than happy to forego the questions and move the motion. And Councillor Mihavoc said he would take carriage of it.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to then speak? And then he could move the motion? Or do you wish just to move the motion?
If I can move the motion and speak to it.
Well, Councillor Mihavoc will move it on your behalf and you'll speak.
Yes.
Yeah, can we
Is that
circulate
okay?
it? Yeah, yes, it is. Go ahead, please,
Okay.
Councillor. And in the meantime, the clerk will maybe just give us copies of that motion so we can see it. Thanks. Go ahead, please. I'll start your time
All right.
over.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to members of the committee. First off, I want to thank staff for all of their hard work and dedication in putting this program together. As a city councillor and somebody says, what are your priorities? And I always say, well, one of them is leadership. And within that leadership, it's trying to make life better for people in my community. And this program about enhanced emergency cooling systems speaks not only to, I know, people in my community, but right across the city. And so what I'm doing, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, is I'm moving a motion that I'm asking staff to consider a number of enhancements. One of those is to consider, in conjunction with the cooling centers that they're looking at, is to also look at dedicated fixed site resourced 24/7 cooling centers in conjunction with the temporary ones that they have now. And I do that, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, also because, and I'll speak to my community, and if you're homeless, and I know this has happened, where one of the suggestions is for homeless people to go to the local community center or pool or splash pad. Well, that doesn't always work very well. I've had parents complain to me already that homeless people are showing up at splash pads and they don't feel safe with their children. You know, asking homeless people to go to local malls. I'll take Eastern Scarborough, for example. There are no malls in Eastern Scarborough anymore. There's Cedar Brae Mall at Lawrence and Markham. In my ward, there's the Scarborough Town Center. But above and beyond that in Eastern Scarborough, there are no malls anymore. There's strip plazas. So asking homeless people or people disadvantaged, low income, that are renting to go into stores and strip plazas, I don't think is appropriate. I think we really need to have some mix of what staff has in the report, but also a dedicated fixed site 24/7 cooling centers, whether they're public libraries, community centers, but I think that also comes with, we need to look at on-site healthcare, food and drink provisions, TTC fare to get someone that's homeless or disadvantaged to that community center or library, or in some cases, malls. I'm asking for an expedited access to running water in public parks, including the HTO water trailers, which we voted on at City Council in 2021. And part of the motion is also asking in tandem with the distribution of refillable water bottles. You know, somebody that's homeless, hoping that an outreach worker can get to them in the middle of a heat wave, when they're not always in the same spot at the same time. People that are outreach workers work shift work, hoping that somebody is going to cross paths with a homeless person that's not in a shelter during a heat wave, I don't think is always practical. I think if we had access to distribution of refillable water bottles, and they don't have to be the aluminum ones. I've seen the refillable plastic, environmentally friendly ones that you can roll up and put in your pocket. The city was giving those away pre-COVID for one of the summer programs. And lastly, I'm also asking staff to consider looking at air conditioning or fan or subsidy program for low-income tenants, whether that's in conjunction with the Toronto Public Library. We have 100 branches across the city. I sit on the Toronto Public Library Board. We, you know, we loan out all kinds of things. Museum passes, we have a tool library, a musical instrument library. I'm sure if there was a fan loan program, I'm sure the Toronto Public Library would be more than happy to be involved in that. So what I'm asking for members of the committee is not for staff to, you know, go away and implement these 4 points, but I'm asking them to at least consider them and look at how we can help our most vulnerable in our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ainsley. All right, looking at the screen, Councillor Mihevc, you're going to take carriage of this motion, is that correct?
Yes, I will, and just to support Councillor Ainsley a little bit, if that's okay, to speak to it.
Ask you to table it, and it just basically put it on the screen and
Just
consider
the
it as
general
read.
manager doesn't think that we're going kind of backwards, and appreciating that what he wants, what SSHA wants is a system that is across Toronto, 300 different possible locations. And what Councillor Ainsley asking for is that we consider being the key word, some changes. And you know what, my Waterfront ward is very different than Councillor Ainsley's ward. We have lots of public places, and a network of existing libraries and community centers really works in the downtown area. It might not work exactly like that in Scarborough, and so this gives some flexibility to the general manager to consider different options, and obviously would probably want to check in with Councillor Ainsley as to what works in his ward. So the key word is consider. At the end of the day, it's not directing him to do anything, but to consider, which I'm sure he will do with good intention.
Fair enough. Thank you very
Happy
much.
to move the motion on his behalf.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor Mihalik. And just looking at the screen, I see no one else wishing to speak. So members, the motion is fairly clear. It's really giving staff some additional ideas in terms of how to create a better opportunity for system to serve those who need to be served with additional services and so on, as Councillor Ainsley has pointed out in his remarks. I think that we're all in agreement with that. And so with that, I would ask that we support this motion, and all those in favor, opposed, item as amended. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Okay, members, let's just
Thank you, everyone.
You're welcome. Let's just keep moving along here. I think the next item that I have on my list is EC 3114. I'm just looking at the clerk, just an insurance. We're both in sync. I'd held that, basically I had questions, but I'm fine. It's good news, as Councillor Carroll pointed out this morning. It's the authority to receive funding from Metrolinx for Eglinton business improvement areas and introduction of a new transit expansion construction mitigation grant program. I've had conversations with Ms. Blackman and staff and so on, and I'm happy with respect to the direction here, and should we need to add anything else, this could be done at council. So with that, if there's no questions, I can move the item. All those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Moving right along, I am now moving to, I believe, number 18, which is a quarterly economic development and cultural division quarterly update and presentation. So just looking at the time, I wonder, Ms. Blackman, are you on, I believe you're the one that's giving this presentation? If you are, I wonder if we could maybe just hold this down for a moment, because there are two other items that we can deal with rather quickly, and then we can come back to this, and this would be, I believe, our final item. Mr. Clerk?
Deputy Mayor, through the chair, Deputy Mayor, happy to have it held down, and Adrian Warren will be presenting for EDC.
Okay, fair enough. So let's look at 24. 24 is the authority to negotiate and enter into a donation license agreement for new waterfront public art trail. I saw Mr. Tobin was here. Is he here? Is he on the screen? Is he somewhere? Is he on the screen? Mr. Tobin, are you on the screen? Oh, there you are. Great. Why don't we have you deal with this item then, Mr. Tobin, and then we will go to our last two items. Go ahead, please.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Through you as chair, I'd like to call on my colleague, Ben McIntosh, who will be able to join me here on the WebEx. We'll be making a presentation to you regarding this significant opportunity that the city is facing. We have a presentation to make that Ben will be able to share with you, or that clerks will be able to share. We'll sort that out here in a moment. In brief, the report that we're presenting today seeks council's authority for EDC and city staff to enter in an agreement with the Pierre Lassonde Family Foundation to accept a transformative gift of $25 million, up to $25 million, to establish a new public art trail along the southern portion of Villiers Island in the Portlands. I'll just ask Ben to advance. This donation is made up in two parts. The first, as you see here in the lower part of the slide, is $10 million for two separate commissions of monumental permanent landmark artworks for the art trail in Villiers. One which will be restricted to Canadian artists, and the other will be an international call. The second component is the incremental $15 million, which will be used to fund a new not-for-profit organization to be established by the Lassondes called the Lassonde Art Trail, which will manage the programming of the trail under a license agreement with PFNR in the park at Villiers going forward once the park is established. Notably, the 15 million is positioned by the Pierre Lassonde Family Foundation as a challenge commitment where they will seek to raise $2 for every dollar they commit and release that funding through to the not-for-profit over time. So two important reasons why this is so significant. One, it is the single largest arts related donation to the City of Toronto in its history, and equal to the 25 million that the Matthews family provided for the establishment of the Bentway. And secondly, in that way, it's an important signal to major philanthropy in the City of Toronto that there is an open call to work on major city building projects, the like of the Portland's regeneration and the creation of this amazing art trail. Ask Ben to advance, please. And just a little bit about the history, and we'll share with you some visuals. So here is an artist's rendering of Villiers Island, once completed, looking northward back onto the shore of Toronto. The art trail was originally a component of the planning at Waterfront Toronto for Villiers Island, and is seen as a significant amenity for the creation of a new park, drawing people out for active recreation and to be able to animate this space through public artwork. The island ultimately will contain 30 hectares of naturalized green space and will be part of a larger component of Villiers Island, which will house 10,000 people, host 3,000 jobs, and we anticipate to be a significant tourism attractor for the city, as well as a significant recreational amenity for local residents. Moving to the next slide. Here we zoom in and show you a bit of what an artist rendering conceives of as the art trail. Again, the trail that you see here to the left of the slide is passing effectively from the east to the west back towards downtown. These are just renderings of possible monumental art projects that would be there, and the funding provided by Lassonde will also allow for animation beyond the two monumental works, with some temporary, some additional permanent work established over time, with an intent that this be a long-term asset for the city, returning a lot of benefits to residents and visitors alike. The gift that the Lassondes are making and seeking the authority of council to city staff to be able to negotiate really will return lots of benefits. It's going to be able to convey Toronto's multi-layered history through artworks. It'll also be able, through various artists participating in the nature of their work, to represent the diversity of Toronto. There will be a significant commitment within that to look at the Indigenous history, not just of the Greater Toronto area, but the significance of the waterfront and this site, in fact, to Indigenous communities. The art will also have a function in talking about the climate crisis and environmental sustainability at this site. And finally, it'll be a platform by which we can promote emerging practices in public art and new voices in public art. So that is a bit on the trail. And for next steps, I'll turn it over to my colleague, Ben McIntosh, who's the Acting Manager of Cultural Partnerships at EDC.
Thanks, Pat. So at the heart of the art trail is going to be two new major permanent artworks that will be donated to the city upon completion. So with a total budget of 10 million, these artworks represent the largest donation of public art ever received by the city. And is really a fantastic opportunity to elevate the city's already significant collection of public artworks with two new destination pieces. So destination artworks serve as landmarks and gathering spaces for communities. And in cities around the world, they've emerged as prominent tourist attractions. Identifying opportunities to commission new destination artworks for Toronto is one of the key recommendations of the council-approved public art strategy. So we're particularly excited about the opportunity to realize this through the donation. So the Lassonde Family Foundation has proposed commissioning the two works one by a Canadian artist and one by an international artist, through an invitational competition that will be managed by the Lassonde Art Trail, so the new nonprofit organization being established to manage the trail. An invitational process involves inviting selected artists to present proposals for consideration by a jury, and this is commonly used as a best practice by public art curators to attract high-profile public artists. The second component of the donation is the development of the public art trail itself in the new Riverside Parks. So the trail will feature a rotating program of temporary art installations that will provide dynamic and engaging experiences for residents and visitors. Infrastructure for the trail will be constructed along the main paths of the 3 future city parks in the Villiers Island area. These are currently under development as part of the overall Portland's flood protection project. As a first step, the donor proposes to establish this new nonprofit charitable organization that will be known as the Lassonde Art Trail to commission and manage the rotating program of exhibitions along the trail. Both the city and Waterfront Toronto will have permanent representation on its board of directors. The donor is committing $15 million to operate the Lassonde Art Trail, the bulk of which is being offered as a challenge gift to encourage other donors and sponsors to match contributions on a 2-to-1 ratio. Their goal is to raise a further $30 million to sustain its long-term operations for a total operating fund of $45 million. So once the 2 permanent works are completed, they will be donated to the City of Toronto in accordance with the terms of the Public Art and Monument Donations Policy. So under this policy, the donor assumes responsibility for all costs related to the commissioning, design, and construction of the artworks. City staff will work very closely with the donor throughout the process, providing technical advice on design and installation, working with the donor to ensure opportunities for public input on the design of the work, and ensuring that the final design installation meets all of the city's technical and safety requirements. The policy also requires that the donor provide the city with a payment representing 10% of the project's total construction budget, and this will be held in reserve for future maintenance and conservation of the piece. So in terms of the next steps for this donation, so following Council's consideration of this report, if the recommendations are adopted, the Lassonde Family Foundation will initiate the process to establish the Lassonde Art Trail as the new charitable nonprofit organization that will manage the space and hire an executive director for the organization. So it is anticipated that the new director could be in place by the end of the year. The Lassonde Art Trail will also begin the process of commissioning for the 2 permanent artworks that will anchor the trail, working very closely with the city and Waterfront Toronto throughout that process. In addition, with direction from Council, staff will begin the process of negotiating and entering into donation and license agreements with the Lassonde Art Trail, consistent with the terms and conditions of the donations policy, to allow the donations to proceed and to operate within the future city parks. Staff will also continue to plan for the construction of the art trail infrastructure as part of the ongoing park development, and we're anticipating with the donor that the art trail will be completed by 2025. Staff will continue to keep this committee updated on the progress of this project, and we plan to report back in 2023 with a future update. So I will now take down my screen and turn it back to you for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. McIntosh, for your presentation. Mr. Tobin, are there any questions on the presentation? Okay, I see no questions. Speakers? Okay. I just wanted to...
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to speak. Sorry.
I couldn't see you, Councillor Mahavik. So that's fine.
Yes.
Yep, we have you speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just speak very quickly and support the staff in the good work that they did on this project. We did an announcement with the mayor at the Waterfront East, well, I forget the name of the park, but by the waterfront. And it was just great. It was a beautiful contribution by the Pierre Lassonde family and their foundation, and it will grace the Eastern Waterfront wonderfully when it is built out. So this is a great example of public philanthropy at work, and something I'm sure all of council will support with an eager heart. So thank you very much, staff, for your work on this and for pulling it together.
Thank you very much, Councilor Havoc. And just with that, I could move the item. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Members, I'd like to then go to EC 3118. The staff presenter is no longer available. I'm going to move a deferral on that item. So if we, yes, that's fine. The information is available to be read. Well, I'm happy to simply move it on to that. That's 1 second. Yeah. All right, so we will just move this on to council without any recommendations here. So we can deal with it there. Okay. Yes, of course. So can we do that then, refer the matter to council without recommendation? Okay, so we can write the motion and then we'll come back to it after we finish the last item. We still have one item left, right? Pardon? Yes, and we'll just hold this down until such time. All right, so members, we're going to move EC 3118 to council without recommendations. And now we will be dealing with the last item of the day and of this term. And that is EC, was it 3132, which is that the number? 33. I remember we didn't really have a number earlier on, so we said 33, right. That's the last item, which is the Mayor's Roundtable on Anti-Asian Racism. Councillor Lai, you had held the item. Do you have questions?
No, I don't have a question.
I'm not sure who
I just
you'll
want
be
to
asking
speak
the
to it.
questions of, because the mayor's not here and members of the roundtable, but I guess staff in general. Oh, you wish to speak then, Councillor Lai?
Yes, please. I just want to quickly speak to it, Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes, please go
As a
ahead.
member of the Mayor's Roundtable, I really wanted to thank the mayor for his leadership and staff, Denise Campbell, and also the Toronto Metropolitan University and the Chinese Canadian National Council for Social Justice that have done all the community consultation and then with the report that is before us. And I think it's very important that over the pandemic, a lot of anti-Asian hate about the COVID being spread by the Asian people, and very, very important that we we have to root out racism and hate in all its forms. So that's why I really wanted to stress on the recommendation number 4 and number 5. It's about translation services. We're going to do some budget in putting into some translations for those people who are the vulnerables, who know where to get to help, and at least a communication piece for them. And also, we wanted to recommend for a public awareness and education campaign, just so that we wanted to make sure that this is the beginning of working together to ensure the value of inclusiveness in our cities are met, and because hate has no place in our city. So I just want to quickly thank everybody for their hard work, and I just hopefully we're gonna have putting some action to it, and then we can go forward and have regular reports coming back to us. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Councillor Lai. I couldn't agree with you more. I will just look at the screen to see if there's any other speakers on this. There are no further speakers. Just to add my thanks to the mayor and Councillor Lai, to you and everyone who have participated with respect to bringing this matter here and the recommendations that are here with us. We just know that hate in any form is bad against anyone. It's deplorable, quite frankly, and we need a city that's tolerant. We need a city that works together and ensure that we get the best and brightest, and we get everybody rowing and moving together as a city and as a community with high hopes and anticipation for a better future for all. Because after all, that's the reason why we're all here, quite frankly. And I think that we're doing a pretty good job, quite frankly, in the leadership of the mayor and certainly members who have participated with respect to this initiative. As the chair of the Confronting Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee, I painfully aware as to the challenges that many who are of diverse cultural background still face in this city, and it is really important for us to work together and collaborate together for our best interests. So I fully endorse the report and the recommendations, and I would encourage people to read the report and read the recommendations that are contained here. Look forward to discussing this matter further. Look forward to working with the community on stamping out racism and addressing the challenges that are facing this community and other communities in the city as we deal with the issue of anti-Asian racism and racism in general, systemic and otherwise biases, unconscious biases, and all of those isms that are not worth the time and energy, quite frankly, yet it's still exhibited by those who seem to want to waste time and to waste on expressing their hate. And I would say that we need to channel our energy in a more positive ways that would be more fruitful and beneficial to all of us, and not to use it in such divisive and purposeful way that is not productive and is not conducive for what I believe is one of the greatest cities in the world, which is Toronto, that we all call home, and we want to ensure that we live, with a vision and principle around collaboration, cooperation, working together, and taking on the challenges so that we can be that best model to the world. So thank you again to everyone involved, and I'd like to move the item. So all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Thank you very much. And the final item, we're going to move to council without recommendation. We will have presentation, sure at that point, from Ms. Blackman and or Deputy City Manager, or combination. So with respect to EC 3118, be submitted to City Council without recommendation. So all those in favor, opposed, that's carried. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, I believe that we have been able to deal with all items that are on today's agenda. I want to thank you and all of the amazing members of the clerk staff who are absolutely brilliant and fabulous, who have been with us through the day, and you have endured and been patient and been calm and relaxed, and we've been able to get through this together. The Deputy City Manager, thank you very much, Mr. Johnson, and to all the members of committee, Councillor Carroll, thank you, and I'll thank the security officer as well, who've been here with us as well all day. So with that, I move that this meeting is adjourned, and I will use the gavel maybe for the last time in my political career. If so, if not, maybe I'll have a future in some point to use again, but I will use this gavel and to close the 2022 year in the term of this committee, the Maple Leaf gavel, to the term of this committee, hereby closed. And we're adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody.
Great job, Chair
Thank
Thompson.
you, thank you,
Great
thank
job.
you, thank you.
Thank you.
Putting eye drops in here so that they stand. Putting your eye drops in the fridge in the